No. Hello. Hello, Arvich. No. Anyways. Hope you are doing well. I need to do something real quick and then I will, start with the game. I need to check on something. You heard me? No. No. Okay. It was good. Nothing much. I am doing something real quick and then I will get into the game. Because I want to get a few games on my Steam library before I actually start off with the game. I'm getting 2 games at least. 2 games. That should be right? Yeah, that should be right. Because I think I'm gonna try to actually play one of the games that's coming out pretty soon as well. Hopefully, we'll see when it comes out. But you know, I don't know how it is yet. And then another game that I always do buy from the company because I love that company a lot. Yeah, last time when we were here, we were at part 2 of this game.
Evil.
Yeah, we were at part 2. I don't know where the fuck I am at the moment, but I think I'm starting at part 2, yeah. Alright, we're starting at part 2. It's good. And we are gonna be starting off with part 2. So in the last part, we actually were in a facility, and then afterwards we had to like go around the facility just to escape it. And then there's a lot of backtracking in this game. I can't believe how much backtracking is there in this game. Like, way too many backtracking.
Hey, wake up, Steve.
But now we have Steve. And Steve was like, "Oh, I wanna have sex with you," because he's fucking young, he's 17 years old, and he wants to have sex with fucking Claire. Like he has a love interest now. Dad's dead. Love interest here. What are you gonna do about it?
Thanks.
See, love interest right now. God. Oh.
Plane's trashed.
Very good, very good, like, whatever interest it is.
Right.
Love interest.
Okay, let's do it.
Alright. So, don't know what the fuck am I supposed to do right now. I'm not really that healed up at the moment as well, so there's that.
FBI, open up!
Bloody thumbs. Great. Thank you for the very much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. What were you streaming? I don't even know what were you streaming. If I know how to spell your name real quick, there we go. Yeah, you're playing Conan Exile. Hope Conan Exile is good. Isn't that the game that you go by car, or am I thinking about the wrong game? I'm probably thinking about the wrong game anyways. Or is it? No, that's Mad Max. Conan Exile is like another game anyways. Yeah, I hope your stream went well. My name is Duo Doors. If you want to know about me, I am a speedrunner of a lot of horror games. I am playing this game for the first time because I'm gonna be doing some Spooktober stuff and playing a lot of the horror games for the first time. So yeah. Anyways, emergency evacuation VTOL storage restricted area. So I do have to go all the way down then. Okay. But yeah, this is my like part 2 of this game because you know the part 1 was in part 1. Part 2 is in part 2. Yeah, I hope your stream went well. So hopefully I can finish this game today. If I can finish this game today, then yeah, cool. If I can't finish this game today, then yeah, fuck me. Because I heard that this game is like super fucking long anyway, so I don't even know how long this game is gonna be like. But yeah, hopefully I can actually finish this game. It's few doors as well, which is a good thing, so I can actually explore before I could actually do anything in this game. Whoa. Wait, I'm still on this fucking thing. Yeah, I'm still on this thing. Hold on. Maybe I'll switch to this thing for now. I see something shining. This person over here probably will come alive again. I'm not too sure. It might have a chance of coming alive again. Yeah. Like right now. Hey yo, ammo. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. How you doing, Draga? Dude, okay, yeah. So the reason, the sole reason of why I didn't pick Field 1 is because like it's, yeah. So the sole reason of why I didn't pick Field 1 was because it's very recent. The game was really recent and it was showcased quite recently. They might pull it again, who knows? But if they pull it again, then yeah, that's a good thing anyways. Yeah. Hey Shy. So my reasoning was that it's too recent. And probably they would take in Field 2 more than Field 1. If it's that recent, Field 2 probably has a good chance of getting in. I actually reconsidered about Condemned, and it's one of those horror games that probably could get in, you know, because all the other horror games are probably either Silent Hill or Resident Evil. There's not really a lot of good horror game submissions actually for this time. No, it was Hippo. I said no at first because I don't think Condemned is a good speedrun, but then Maxi told me there has been a few skips that were found lately, so I was like, maybe. It could go under an hour, which is a good thing, but you know, it is what it is for now. Where's the case for this? But yeah, all I said was that... Oh, hello. All I said was that, like, I really don't know if whatever that game has a chance of actually getting in. Field 1. Field 2, probably. I would legitimately take Field 2, because I like Field 2. I also just played Field 2 as well, recently. Use it now. No. Wait. Field 2 is a good run. Yeah, I like Field 2, actually. You know what? I'm just gonna use it. And then just pick this up. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. Oh. Are you gonna stand up? Okay, I'm gonna hope that you don't stand up. Wait, I have bullets, right? Yeah, I just have bullets. I forgot about that. I just played Field 2 actually, so yeah, there's that. So because I just played Field 2, and I really did like Field 2 a lot, so I was like thinking maybe Field 2 has a chance, you know. But other than that, like Field 1, I know you have world record, and I'm like, yeah, since you have world record, yeah, that's cool. The problem is that your estimate is higher than Maxi's RTA time, which usually if it's GDQ, they want to take it lower. Yeah. The RTA is just bad because you don't have a NASA computer. If you had a NASA computer, then yes, that's for sure. But all I'm gonna say is that like usually GDQ would like to take a lot of lower submissions because of time constraint. They are having a marathon that is about like an hour, like a week, with like hundreds and hundreds of games. That's why I think the sole reason I didn't take it in the first place was because it's very recent. The other reason is just because of the estimate being higher than Maxi's. But that one was like kind of like the thing that I probably won't really go into it that much because, you know, on that part of the submission, it is what it is. If you have a higher submission, then yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, the very important reason is just because of whatever it is, which yeah, yeah. I mean, you were doing it quickly without thinking about it so much. I actually was thinking about it. I legitimately was thinking about it a lot. There were... Oh, okay. There were a lot of submissions that I was actually just thinking about it a lot. Oh my god, am I getting fucking poisoned? Oh god, I'm getting poisoned. Am I poisoned? Okay, no. I was doing them as quickly as possible anyways, because I was thinking through while doing it as quickly as possible as well. Also, how you doing, Firefly? Oh, sorry that I didn't catch you. I hope you're doing well, Firefly. What the fuck is that? What the flying fuck is that? Am I poisoned now? I am poisoned. Wow, okay. wait, what? Okay, now I'm poisoned. Do you annoy viewers? I had to talk about the whole submissions, but also at the same time, like, a lot of the submissions were kinda alright, I guess. There were a lot of good submissions, there were a lot of bad submissions as well. I don't want to talk about the bad submissions because, you know, there were some bad submissions. But your submission was actually just, like, it was alright. Like, I don't think it's a problem. But mostly it's just the game. The game is just a fucking nightmare and stuff. So I can see it through. I don't have any fucking space. Okay, hold on. What do I put? I need to put this down first. I need to pick this up because I have to. If I can pick it up. There you go. But honestly, like, Draga, you're more than welcome to ask me anything about, like, GDQ related stuff because, you know, although I'm not really that experienced with GDQ, I've been, like, experienced with, like a lot of, like, marathons and stuff like that because it's easier. It's easier with marathons. And I've been through a lot of marathons before, so it's actually... I ran on GDQ once, like the mainline GDQ once. I've ran on the hotfixes like plenty of times, because I've been invited to the hotfix by Ecdysis. So yeah, I've only ran it once. I ran on the mainline GDQ once. Because I've been working quite hard for about like 4 years to actually get into like GDQ anyways. A lot of the times, plenty of games would actually get in. My games are actually very niche in terms of whatever. I can't see shit. What the fuck? Hold on. I need to see shit right now. You can save your progress with this. Oh, shit. That's a fucking... Okay. I was like, wait a minute. I never ran on a lot of things in my first time submitting it that at all. Oh, I see. Okay, but yeah. My honesty is that wait, how many games did you submit? You submitted like only one? Or is it also Fear 2? Because I don't remember. It was... Oh, you submitted 3. Okay. Fear 1, I probably think it's also Fear 2. And then there's one more. I don't remember the one more. I can remember a few names. I just can't remember what it is. Oh, Burial at Sea. Oh. Didn't I also take in Burial at Sea? Hold on. I'm gonna check my list again. Because I have the list of games that I think could have potential of getting in, but it's not my prediction list. Yeah, I have like 2 lists. I have one that I took in 550 games. The other one I took in 150-ish games. Burial at Sea, which is BioShock. Yeah, I did. I actually did. I took in BioShock 1 and BioShock Infinite Burial at Sea. I didn't took in the BioShock game, like the BioShock Infinite game in particular, because I had a thinking that BioShock Infinite probably doesn't have a chance of getting in, but you know, anything could happen. What the fuck? fuck is that sound? Sounds like someone's having fucking sex or something. Yeah, Blood Thunder ended recently, and I remember that, like, clearly. Anyways. My father, Edward, discovered the mother virus in cooperation with Lord Spencer, who was also a nobleman. They studied it for the purpose of military use. Eventually, the study took anything to happen. Joe get a go. True. Copium. Any girlfriends in chat? Anyways. Eventually the study took shape. They named a variation of the mother virus the T virus, which is the fucking tyrant. To camouflage their research, they established Umbrella Chemical Incorporation. I majored in biogenetics and have been involved with a top secret project supporting my father's research. However, my research went through a difficult phase and my father died in the middle of the project. We are now at a major disadvantage against other researchers, as there is great competition in the field of T-virus. Hey Trev, in the T-virus research. I have disgraced the honorable name of the Ashford family that our great ancestor Veronica established. House Hoarders, by the way, I see you and Gala watch Hoarders. House Hoarders, hope Hoarders is doing well. If nothing is done, Umbrella will be taken over by Spencer. I must expedite this project, the project to its fullest without being detected by Spencer. After much thought, I decided to establish a large-scale advanced research facility. It will be located in the transport terminal that I created by using the abandoned mine in the Antarctic. Within the facility, I'll have a room built. It will be similar to the design of my mansion, the legacy of the late Trevor. I will be cherish my sweet memories there. I will be able to cherish. Yeah, I will be able to cherish. Actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Bioshock one was changed a little bit. If I'm not mistaken, that's why I picked up that's why I picked Bioshock, because you know Bioshock was, I know it's a recent run, but also like it's been like 3 years if I'm not mistaken since Bioshock has been ran. Was it 2 years? And a lot of things has changed as well, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember. For security purposes, the confidential project will be given a code name. It is the name of the beautiful ancestor of the Ashford family, Veronica, whom I wish to revive so badly. Like, I'm confident that the results of my research will be as glorious as her name, and that honor will be restored to the Ashford family once again. Yeah. Code Veronica. Yeah. I'm very certain about Code Veronica. Don't worry about it. Okay. Oh man. I need these things to be out of there. Unless I'm just gonna run through them like always. And pick up fucking whatever it is. Are you gonna come alive? Okay, no. This game is so dark! I don't have my fucking lighter anymore! This is the one thing that I need is a fucking lighter, dude. God, I can't even see shit. Okay. Is this a door? Is this curious? Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. What is this? Shotgun shells? What? Am I gonna be finding a shotgun along the way? Will I be able to fucking light up this place, by the way? Is there like a generator that, or like some kind of light source that is gonna, like, or fucking whatever it is? I don't even know. Like, can you light up this place? Oh shit. He has his ass out, dude. Bro has his ass out, man. Bro, his booty is so thick, his ass, like, was sticking out, dude. Was Dorko actually asking? I guess both. Okay, spell switch. It seems that the power is not being supplied. Okay, I guess, yes. You can actually turn this fucking place on. Is this a door? This is a door. It's like both, to be fair though. Like, I'm asking like a rhetorical question because, you know, I don't even know. Gas mask, lock release, isn't it? Okay. Guess so. What is this place? Holy shit, what is that? Oh, is that the oh, that's a spider! That's a fucking spider, bro! Okay, I do have to go upstairs as well, which is one of the places that I had to go. God, this place is so fucking dark. I probably have to, like, turn off my lights or some shit. Yeah, I had to probably turn off my lights. What the fuck is that? Is that a key? A key? 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 Q-U-E key? Spidussy? Oh no. You have to do a thing to unlock the thing, yes. Of course. Of course. This is logic. Oh, fuck. Logic, man. Do this thing, and then you unlock this thing. So let me actually just turn on my light. Turn off my lights real quick. I can't see shit. I literally can't. Sorry. I was like, I literally can't see shit. I forgot about this fucking thing. There we go. No one talked about what I did. Thank you very much. What? What the fuck? What the flying fuck? Bro, did you got sucked by some... The most nice, thank you, Ju. No! No! God damn it, no! Hey, we're... Shut up! Take it! I'm hurt now. Hey, Sade. What the fuck? Come on, dude. Stop sucking me! I'm not a person to be sucked. Also, is that a spider at the back of me? Oh, that is a spider at the back of me. How do I take it out? How do I remove this? I guess I'm just gonna be like running around, or you know, going to like one room and then just you suck it out. No, you suck it out. How you doing, Varashti? Okay, there we go. I suck. No, you suck. And no, I don't swallow. No, you swallow. I suck. What do you mean you don't eat it right now? What are you fucking talking about? I'm not poisoned, okay. I guess so. Suck this. Yeah, man, you guys swallow while I suck. Oh my god, why did they putting it behind me again? Stop. Oh my god, they're putting it again. I fucking have 2 eggs on me now. Well, technically I have 4 eggs on me. But now I have 2 again. How you doing, Gape? Eggs. I used to have 4. I used to have 2. Now they gave me 4. Now I can actually get out of there. Fuck that shit. God, I don't even want to get fucked by like those things again. How does it feel to have 2 eggs apart from having 2 more? Oh my fucking god. Oh man. Am I poisoned? I am poisoned. Oh man. Fine, I'll use this now. Fine. This game, dude, this game. You either get more eggs or you get less eggs. I want less eggs. Machine room. What the fuck is this? I can't see shit! Bro! What is this fucking place? Bro. Can they literally like fucking... Okay. A metal shop machine with a diamond cutting edge. I can use this to process metal materials easily. I see. Can I turn it on? I can't. I can't see shit! Hello? I think you guys can see shit properly. I can't. What's this? Oh, more handgun bullets. Okay, cool. If you ran the HD remaster, this part of the game would be a lot more brighter. Citation: I own the copy of remaster. Isn't it the PS3 version of it or some shit like that? Also, I can make it brighter for you guys. This is how it's gonna be brighter for you guys, like that. See how bright it is now, Smile? It's brighter for you guys now. You guys can see it. I can't. Haha. Yeah, it's the PS3 version, but you have to download it, right? Or like it's on the PSN store or some shit like that. How do I get this briefcase? PS Plus, you can run HD, doesn't mean you can internet to run it. I heard from fucking Speedy, and Speedy said he got Ish said he got fucking banned. He got banned from whatever it is. He got banned from PSN store because of that. Okay, how bright is this game? If I were to, okay, look how bright it is because I turned up the contrast. If I were to go to my my PSN store, look how fucked up the contrast is. The contrast of this game is so fucked right now. Who gives a shit? I own a Japanese physical copy of the game, Have's HD remaster. That's because he fucking whatever it is. He fucking is it custom firmware? He said he used custom firmware to do what, the skips in the game. There's like no skips, door skip in the game or some shit like that. Because you have like door skips or some shit. I don't know. Thinking about transitioning to custom firmware. What's OFW? What firmware is that? Shit. I'm getting fucked by 2 people. Like, that's called a threesome. Why am I not on this? I thought I was on this whole time. Fuck me. Official firmware. Oh. I see. Where's this thing at the back? I can't see! I can't motherfucking see! Bro! Why is it so fucking dark? Okay, you know what? This is how, okay, I wanna see what this, I wanna see how it looks like when you guys would see it on my end with the color correction. Okay, if I put it to normal, how is it like normal? Okay, this is actually normal already. Alright, how do you guys see it if I put it at normal like this? Holy shit, you guys can't even see shit! Yo, that's super fucked. That's super fucked. You can, I can't. There. Technically, you can see shit for a bit. You know, this fucking game's dark as fuck. Are they both dead? Okay, they're both dead. Okay. God, I can't see shit. Okay. Zero speedrun this, I know where to go. I guess so, yeah. Is this guy gonna come alive? I feel like this guy's gonna come alive anyways. Give me that key. A detonator. Wait, what? Explosives have set, but the detonator is missing. What? I have the detonator. It's heat sensitive. Oh shit. Oh. 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 I may fucked it up. I may have fucked it up. I don't know. If I fucked it up, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. I wonder what would happen if I, like, you know. Yeah, I think I may have fucked it up. I don't even know if, like, the... Okay, whatever. Things are things, you know. I don't know if, like, if it would actually go well, but, like, if it doesn't go well, then yeah, I think that's my fault. And I don't know why it's my fault, because I put a fucking detonator on a fucking heat. Oh! I'm getting sucked! Fuck! Oh shit! Am I getting poisoned? Oh god, no, I'm getting poisoned. No, I'm poisoned! Fuck! Okay, hold on. Fuck me, bro. I'm poisoned already! Okay. I think I'm gonna be alright, Smile. I don't even know if I'm gonna be alright. We'll see. I killed the spiders, though. Hopefully the spiders don't fucking come alive again. Like, these stupid fuckers. If these stupid fuckers come alive, then yeah, I'm kind of fucked. Okay, are you gonna come alive? No. Good! Good! Stop coming alive. Don't you dare fucking come alive again. You see by a sorter, the belt conveyor is broken. There is a gap. What kind of gap is there? I don't even... Oh, where is it? I saw a spider. I don't even know if there's a spider or not. Oi! Oi, oi! It's underneath. Okay, it's underneath. A barcode sticker? What's a barcode sticker? Do you eat carrots? I used to. I don't think that's a true thing though. Is it true that, like, if you eat carrots you get better eyesight? Is that true? Oh man, I can't take any more items. Still is? Are you serious? That's a true fact? I thought that thing is a fake fact or some kind of myth. Yeah, I thought that thing is some kind of a myth or some shit. Looks like I can trip and fall, like, anywhere. Your mom. The only thing I can think of is your mom. Zach. Got him. Got him. Oh my god, I'm poisoned now. Okay, whatever. Push your monster on a bridge. What? No, don't do that. Actually, hold on. Do this real quick. Hopefully I don't die yet. Do this. Here's the thing. Yeah. 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 I might do a save, but I need to heal up first. Because they're gonna put fucking eggs in me again. Okay. I just don't want to put, I just don't want to have eggs in me, alright? Eggs in me is not good. I don't like eggs. Eczema. Eczema. You got eczema? Why am I getting an SMS? Hold on, I'm getting an SMS. Oh! It's a fucking, oh, it's my parcel. Oh. Oh, it's my parcel from China. I forgot about that. Unless it's chicken? Chicken, yeah. I bought a parcel from China. Don't ask why. Okay, let's go this way then. There's a door right here, right? Yeah, this is one that door. That door. Ah, I can't see. Again. What? Hey, guns. Is that a spider? A spider. Oh no, that's a dog. Doggo. Bakaju? No. Oh. Dog died. Not my fault. A green herb. Green herb. Green herb. Sure. Just to pick up like inventory space and whatnot. I don't know. Okay, I need to find a way to actually get in here then. Or is it here? Oh. Okay, that was easy. There's a lever for the generator. Move the lever. Uh-oh. I hope you're doing well, guns. I can't even see shit at all. I think that's it. That's it, right? Yeah, that's it. So, this generator is probably for something that I do not know yet. But hopefully that generator could mean something as the more I get into this game. What the flying fuck is all of these? What the fuck are all of these? Is it just a fucking cold room or some shit? Okay. We're gonna go up then. There was a hole shaped like an octagon. There's a notice. Poison gas in case of emergency, seal off. Oh god. Oh god, that means I need a fucking whatever it is then. Fuck. Okay. So I guess that's the generator for fuck. Okay, yeah, yeah. Then yeah, serious question. Like, can this place be turned on, or like fucking, can the lights be like turned on? Or can the power be like, once the power is on? Okay, cool. I'd rather see fucking shit in this place because I can't see shit in this place. It's hard for my eyes already to see anything in this place. Yeah, like, even now, I can't even see shit! I can't see! I wonder what happened if I actually shoot my gun, though. Like, what will happen if I shoot my gun here? Where's the generator again? I remember there's a generator somewhere around here. Is it on the other room, then? Probably is the other room. It's like so dark. Oh shit, we're going to the bow chicka wow wow. Choopy. What? Okay, what is this in here? Tightly sealed, I see. Spookoween, yes. I love me some Halloween stuff, you know. Tightly, very tight. Is there anything around here again? No. Spookowoosie. Please don't hit me. Oh yeah. Climb up. Climb up, you stupid fuck. Okay, what if I go into this door then? I forgot about this door. What is this door again? Is this the way upstairs? No, this is the fucking stupid ass building. Brown horse moan. No! No! I'm blind, yes. I don't know where to go. In this game, I do not know where to go, so I need help, Smile. Show boobs? What the fuck? No, I don't gotta show boobs. I'm fighting my way. Hold on, give me a sec. What is this? Oh. Huh. Give me a sec while I actually look into this fucking thing real quick. Okay. Bro. I need to let you out. I don't even know how, if I could let you out, actually, what is this thing? A metal shop. Okay, weird question. Did I already softlock the game? Oh shit, blue herb. I feel like I've already softlocked the game for some reason. Yeah, I kind of felt like I've already soft locked the game because I don't have anything that... I feel like I'm supposed to use the detonator over here then. If not, then I can continue. But the question right now is... Yeah, the question right now is... Okay, cool. I'm just a bit confused. There is a possible soft lock? Alright, cool. How you doing, Perp? Okay. Okay, hold on. Can I kill this guy? At least? Wait, hold on. I can't kill this guy. Okay. Let me think. This is where I'm gonna get stumped right now because I don't know where to go. Yeah, this is probably where I'm gonna get stumped right now. So upstairs there's nothing. In that room there's probably nothing. Transport lane. I can't go into there anymore. Yeah, the transport plane. I can't go in the transport plane anymore. Okay. So, okay, so I go down. In that room, there's a... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is that a... Oh, no, that's not. Wait, what? What? What the fuck is that? Oh, oh, that's for the key. Oh, that's for the stupid ass key. Okay. What? Hold on. Okay. So this one has the stupid ass key in there. Big room. What is this? Is this the... Oh, this is the room with the spider. This is the weapons room. Yeah, Huh. Wait a minute. In that room? What was the... Hey, Lebo. Question, what is the fucking lever that I pulled again? Because I don't remember what I pulled. This is the only thing that I don't mind being like, I don't know, spoiled-ish or some shit like that, because I need to, I want to know what the fuck I actually pulled, because I don't remember what I pulled. It was some lever for... Wasn't it a lever for a generator, and that's about it? Like, the lever was for a generator, I just don't remember what the generator is for. Holy shit, there's more fucking heals right here. Unleash the knowledge shit. The fuck is knowledge shit? Does that sound? That's me and your mom having sex and her pussy's like that fucking wet as fuck. How are you doing? Or no? Your mom's pussy balling, dude. Yo, your mom pussy pretty ballin' and bussin'. Make that sound. Wait, what? Seemed that something was dragged down here. Oh. Wait. Oh! Oh! Okay. Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Hello? Oh. Oh, so, rat! Hey yo, Rat Jam, what you gonna do? Rat Jam, what you gonna do? Butler's letter, Rat Jam, stirring pot mac and cheese, yes. So Alfred, please forgive me as I must tell you about my abrupt departure by leaving this message. I first served your father, Lord Alexandra, and have for so long shared in the joys and the sorrows of the family. Lord Alexander disappeared unexpectedly 15 years ago. Then an accident during an experiment took the life of our dear Alexia. Oh damn, that's actually DID then. You were forced to become the master of the family at a very young age, and nearly lost your sanity from the sorrow of having lost all of your family members at once. There was nothing I could do, and I felt powerless. I first thought that I should kill myself to apologize. Well, kill yourself. Holy shit. I then realized that it would be an insult to our Lord Alexander and Alexia in the other world. In the other world? What the fuck? Interesting. There's a switch. Wait, what? It seems to operate on electricity. No response. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. That's it? That's it? Operate on electricity. No response. On electricity? Hold on. There's just another room in there then. Okay, so I guess probably have to come back here again. Like, that's one probability, is that I had to come back here again and just like fucking do some stuff. Run! Run for your life! Oh! Am I poisoned? Fuck! Stop getting poisoned, you fucking bitch! Sorry, shouldn't have said that. Sorry, Claire. Alright, so I still need electricity. Anti-bowel gas, handle with care. I still need power. I still need power. Claire eventually become a jaded bitch in Revelations 2. So I can see that. I can see that. The real little bitch will come back later. You mean the fucking guy who fucking changed identity like God knows how many times? Like, yes, I am the British guy, and then I am the British woman. It's just, all of a sudden changed fucking voices. Fucking great shit, bro. Alexia is real. Alexia died, you fucking idiot. Take the L, dude. Take the L. It's Steve. Oh yeah, Steve. Who cares? Steve has like some kind of like I don't know, some kid shit. I don't know. The generator. Okay, what generator is working? I don't understand what generator worked. This generator? Oh, it is this generator. So if the generator is working, oh, here, okay. Yes. Ah, now we can see. Now I can see better. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Finally, I can see. Dude, I can see now. I can show you the world. Sun shining, shimmering, splendid. Whatever the song's called, I don't even know. I'm just gonna use this for now. I'm just gonna use that for now. Okay, so I guess everything is turned on now, like Erna's mother, and now I can actually go around this area. Like your grandma? Damn, bro. Damn. Very wrinkly. Ooh, copium. God, which one is it? It's not this one, right? This one probably has a person in there. It's the same one? It's not the same one. What are you talking about? Those are different. They're all different, right? They're all different. What are you talking about? Hold on. Wait, are you serious? Wait, are you serious? They're all the same one? Wait, are you serious? They're all the same one? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. I don't believe this. I don't believe this at all. Are they actually all the same ones? What the fuck? They're not the same. I don't think they're all the same. What the fuck? You fucking lie to me. No, you lie to me. A liar, dude. Wait, actually? What's the one with the fucking... Oh man, what a... Okay, whatever. I don't really give a fuck anymore. Hold on. Can I go to like one of the places that I need to go? I can go to... In, out. Yeah, whatever. Stop showing me that face, you fucking liar. Or... Truther, I guess, truther. Can truther work? Truther. Stop being a truther, man. I can actually go down here. Okay. There is a gap. Can I kill this fucking dude below? Oh shit, there's more of these. There's more of these shits. Interesting. So I kind of go down from here. I can't go there. I can't go down, I guess. Okay, so my thought process right now is what the fuck do I do? Actually, I'm gonna go back real quick. I want to go back real quick and then deposit the healing items that I have into the box. So I have fucking whatever it is in the box right now. Oh shit, I have a red herb. Oh shit. I didn't realize I have a red herb. Uh-oh. Oh, what am I doing? No. Do this first. Yeah, let's mix the herbs together. Yeah. Yeah. I want to see what's in here first. I pushed the switch. Oh shit, what's this? Uh-oh. What the fuck? Damn, bro. Who? Yo, who? Is that thing naked? Plant pot? Plant pot? What the fuck? Plant pot? Can we grow our own fucking weed? Yo, we can grow our fucking weed here, man. Let's go. Growing our weed now. Is that thing naked? No, that thing is clothed up. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait just a sec. Aw, man, I thought we can grow our own weed. I was like, yeah, let's grow our weed right now. Probably a good thing to grow our weed, am I right? Wouldn't it be a good thing to just grow your weed? I'm telling the Singapore government, well, too bad. You can't do that. Cause, I don't know, they don't care, smile. Do they care? Maybe they do care. Uh-oh. Straight into execution? Oh shit, dude. I'm dead. I'm dead now. I'm a wanted man of talking about drugs. I mean, gum is outlawed, so I'm pretty sure they care. True. Gum is gum. Alright. You fuck shit up with chewing gum, you're fucked, man. You're fucked forever. You guys can't chew gum. We can't sell gum. We can chew gum, but we can't sell gum. You sell gum is fucked. You get a fucking goodbye, man. See you in jail. Sell gum is like fucking illegal. Gum dealer? Yeah, gum dealer. Imagine being a gum dealer though. Hey, look, another green. Yo, we see another green. Why though? Yeah, it's because of littering and shit. You know, you don't want to fucking litter. Are you in there the whole time? You not have a key? That's why? Yeah, I think you probably don't have a key. Banging on the cage. Like banging on the drums. First I bang the drums, then I bang your mom. I guess I need a key to actually unlock that place, but you know. I don't know. First I bang the drums, then I bang your mom. Hell yeah. Are these fucking butterfly looking assholes gonna fucking come alive again? Okay. I mean, if you want, she's 67. Yo? MILF? MILF? Yo? MILF? They didn't poison me, go fuck yourself. Which one did I go to? I went to that one, okay. So I'm gonna go to this one then. And it's super bitter. Oh shit, dude. Not MILF. Copium. Oh, this place exploded. Uh-oh. Wait. Did I soft lock the area? Did I soft lock the area? I soft locked the area, man. GG. I'm probably taller than her. I'm fucking 5'5". Damn, like, she's as tall as my mom. Wait, I can't use the fire extinguisher, right? Wait, did I actually softlock the game? Yeah, at this point, did I really softlock the game? Because I can't progress. Oh, do I need a refill? No? Okay, cool. I was thinking, like, yeah, I need to refill my extinguisher, that's for sure, but like, I don't know where is the refill point of it. I just don't know where the refill point of it is. Where's the refill point? Whatever. I know I know I need my fucking extinguisher, but because I had an empty extinguisher, I was like, wait a minute, you can probably refill this? Huh. Oh no! Get out of me! Get out! Stop putting eggs on me, man. I am fucked with eggs. Can't believe this. They're biting my fucking... Plegario, man. Copium, Plegario. Your back got humped. I got eggs. Now I'm getting more eggs. Fuck. Stop! I got 5 eggs now. 2 at the bottom, 3 on the top. Stop. How you doing, Tali? Hope you're doing well. God, how many of these fucking eggs can I fucking... Am I gonna die? Doing well, how are you? I'm doing alright. Okay, that's another one. Please, okay. Get me through this door and then I'll just go back and then just like, you know, like refill myself or heal myself up. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah. That's it, baby. That's right. I did a co-op submissions. You take the code. You take the code and give it to someone. Like if you're submitting for a co-op, you get the code for the co-op and then you give it to the person. Where do I get the code? Hold on. Also, don't worry about the contrast of the game. It's because like it's super fucking dark. And the game is super fucking dark anyways. Let me actually check. I'll help you for once. Copium. I'll help Copium. If I were to submit runs. It's wait, what? There you go, co-op runs. Yeah, and then you save your submission, and then they will give you the code, and then yeah, do you not see the code on the submission? Like once you put it on, yeah, once you have it as a co-op, you save the submission, and then once you save the submission, yeah. You hit save and then you get the thing. Ain't no problem. Anyways, wait, is the weapons place the part where I was at just now? Yeah, it was at that place. What am I gonna do? How am I gonna wait? Hold on. Wait a minute. Do I have to go back to one of the rooms again? I think the one upstairs is the one that like No waiting, no stalling. Stop stalling. Streamer, can you stop Fuck! Sorry. Streamer, can you stop stalling? Is there an egg right behind me? There is an egg right behind me. Okay, please don't poison me. If you poison me, I'll go and fucking scream in the top of my lungs. Do not fucking put a fucking whatever it is. Do not poison me. Do not poison me, please. Poison me, I'm dead. Oh shit, I have no eggs. Oh wait, no, I have an egg. Haha. Hey yo, ink ribbon. More ink ribbons. Useless books. What is this file? Worker's diary. Okay. Yo, I got an achievement. Yeah, let's go. Achievement, let's go. What's this? Collect all yellow files. I've already collected all yellow files. What the fuck is this? Interesting. Whatever. When I joined Umbrella Incorporation, I thought I would be able to live carefree for the rest of my life, being employed by this huge corporation. It's a joke that I ended up being a driver at a place like this. I asked for a position change, but they completely ignored me. It feels like it feels more like a prison. Work is extremely demanding, and there's nothing fun about it. I'd rather be dead. My hard-earned vacation was cancelled suddenly. I heard they failed to secure enough manpower due to a mistake they made by the facility head, Alfred. That fool doesn't deserve forgiveness. He doesn't even treat us like human beings. Who would have thought working for Umbrella would be? Yeah, true. I heard an interesting story from a guy who's been working here for over 8 years. He must be awfully patient. Wow. He says that there is a man who has been confined for over 10 years, locked up in a cell located deep below here. People call him the Nosferatu, and are deathly afraid of him. What an absurd story. At midnight, I woke up to an ominous growling sound that seemed to be coming from deep underground. I'm so pathetic to have been frightened by such a foolish story. Then again, I suppose anyone would have a hard time maintaining their sanity. If they were confined in a place like this. Oh, 10 years. That's a long time. 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 10 years Oh. I've seen this locker already. Okay. So I guess there's nothing over here. Huh. There's really nothing over here, huh? Man. Okay, whatever. Ugh, how do I even fucking fill this fucking thing up? Okay, do not poison me. If you poison me, I'm gonna scream. Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god! I wanna fucking... You get what I mean? Get what I mean? One more egg on the way out. True copium. I feel like I'm missing something very, like, obvious. I don't know how obvious it is, but I feel like I'm missing something obvious. Oh my god, bro! I'm getting fucking egged. I'm getting fucking butterfly bread. I don't want to get... Yo, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I don't want to get fucking butterfly bread, whatever. Butterfly bread. There you go. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well, my dude. I'm getting late. I'm getting late, dude. Stop! I'm getting like double late now. Add some bacon and make breakfast. You know, we're talking about the eggs. Never mind. Okay. Oh my god. I can shake them off before they lay eggs. Yeah, how do I even shake them off? Is it like the usual, like, fucking spam the buttons or some shit like that? How do I even shake in real life? Yes, of course. I'm gonna shake in real life. I'm getting fucked again, you know? I'm getting so fucked. Super fucked. What is this plant pot? Hold on. Are you fucking kidding me? You have to be fucking kidding me. You have to be fucking like out of your fucking mind. Oh my fucking god. Oh, you're out of your fucking mind, bro. You're out of your fucking mind, bro. Can I even combine these two? Hold on, let me actually remember if you can combine these two. If you can't combine these two, then whatever. Yeah, you can. Okay, cool. Why did I take this for? I put this back. Nah. think I'm gonna be alright. I'm gonna be alright, Smile. Just don't say Smile. Just think that. Oh! Stop! Stop! I don't wanna be fucking bread! Oh my god, bro! I'm a hot woman, yes, but I don't wanna be bread! These butterflies, dude. Horny flies, of course. I don't want to be bread. Bread. No bread, please. How are you doing, J Games? Hope you are doing well. Clown. Oh shit! It's the control panels for my utter demise. Let's take a look at this bullshit. It's a valve. Why did they fucking put a valve here? Is it? Oh!
There! It looks like there's an Australian observation base about 7 miles away from here.
Shake the cobwebs, of course.
Then if we can break through the wall with that digging vehicle, we might have a chance.
Okay, let's do it!
Damn, bro. Steve is underrated. Steve is an annoying fuck. He's a 17-year-old kid who wants to see fucking Claire's ass. Look.
Steve, watch out!
Fucking idiot! The fucking idiot, bro! Dude! Such a fucking idiot! Oh my god. Now they're holding hands, okay? Now they're fucking holding hands. Claire's ass. Claire's fucking pixelated weird ass.
It's all my fault.
Don't say that.
Hand holding? That's illegal, dude.
We'll escape
That's fucking
from here.
lewd.
Together. Come on. We've got to shut off the gas. If we split up, we'll have a better chance of
It
stopping
is Claire ass's fault. Yes,
Okay.
true.
Steve. Don't forget. We'll get out of here. Together.
We'll get out of here together. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. I bet in the story, like, fucking Steve is not gonna survive. Steve's probably gonna fucking die, and then, like, too bad, too sad. Too bad, too sad. Fucking Steve is gone. This isn't fucking Cinderella or Snow White. Fuck me. Like on the plane, he will try, but he's gonna be like failing it again. He's gonna try it again, but he's gonna fail. Motherfucker gonna be like, and then he fails. Can I break this thing? Actually, yeah. Gas mask lock releases if a gas leak occurs. What? But there is a gas leak. Wait, do I have to go below? Oh yeah, I do have to go below. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. Oh wait, no. Okay. Let me think this through. So I have a barcode sticker. Let me see this barcode sticker real quick. An identification sticker used to sort the loads. Okay. So think, man, think. Stop. Fuck me. Gotta sort the gotta sort the load, man. The load. It's there. It's just there. I'm poisoned? Really? Me getting fucking spit on got me poisoned? What the fuck? Really? Okay. Okay, I need to sort this thing out. Too much. Time to munch on more herbs. Yes. Okay. Let me think. If I can't go to that one place. Isn't there like one place that I need a fucking... It's like a diamond cutter. Oh my god, okay. God damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. I don't need to activate the sorter. Okay. Okay. So this thing should be up. Is it up? Like all the way up? Okay, it's all the way up. So wait, so I put the thing on. I put the sticker on. Let me see where it can go. So once I put the sticker on, maybe I can go up now? Wait. Can I go up? Oh wait, no. Wait. Hold on. Is it to the... Here? That made me think it's here then. Oh shit. What? What do you mean there's no need to use it now? What the fuck, bro? Okay. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, I guess the barcode sticker was supposed to be for me just putting on the fucking icy. Okay, now I can use the fucking gas mask on here then. There you go. There you go. I'm smart. I'm smart. And I'm good. And I'm not dumb. And I'm poggers in the chat. the fuck do you mean? Huh? Is this a hexagon? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's a square! Oh man, hey Jared. Yeah, I ate a lot of fucking whatever it is. I ate a lot of herbs. Or what you call in Singapore, herbs. You Americans call it herb, I call it herb. Wait, so that means... wait. So that means, right? I can probably go upstairs then. Stop with the... I don't want to get fucking egged. I'm getting egged, dude. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting egged. Look, I'm egged now. I'm egged. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. Laid. I got laid. I got egged and laid. Yo, we're in Ant base. Ant base. Ugh. Alright, time for me to eat more herbs then. Yeah, that's right. That's right, bitches. That's right, bitches. You think you can mess with me? Oh shit. Huh, is there a fucking place that I could actually put my valve in? So I can't use this. Because this is a fucking square valve instead of an octagonal valve, whatever it is. I still wonder if there's a way for me to actually, like, you know. Ooh. Shit. Yes, make the octagon. Make the fucking octagon. Let's go. Shit, bro, they actually make the octavalve. Nice. Yo. More claps. I'm smart. Easy. This place is actually really fucking hard, honestly. Oh. Yeah, like honestly, this place is like super fucking hard for some fucking reason. I don't even know why. It's like that alone in the dark kind of shit, you know? Like alone in the dark. The puzzles on alone in the dark is fucking shit. Is there a way for me to kill these fucking... Oh! Oh! What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Fuck off! Fucking horny bitches. Sorry. That's what I said about myself. I'm a horny bitch. But I'm not as horny as them. Stabby? Yes. Of course. We're gonna kill them all. Yes! Yes!
We're safe now. Finger game.
I shall enjoy watching you shriek in agony.
Not this time!
Oh shit!
You gay!
Oh! What the fuck? Oh! Oi! Welp.
What was that?
Yo, Alexia's dead as well. No, where Alfred and Alexia are dead. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh shit. What the right now? Really? Real now? Steve is still not gonna get late true. What the fuck? This isn't fucking Tyrant again, right? This is not another Tyrant. I swear to God, if this is another Tyrant, this what the fuck? Everything is a tyrant. Is your dick a tyrant? Hey Shay? Considering this, I'm not gonna bullshit. I mean, true. Yeah, damn, bro. Hell yeah. I took the sniper rifle.
Claire, what are you doing? Let's go!
Well, I took the sniper rifle. Excuse me.
Are you ready? I'm gonna bust through that wall.
Go for it.
Damn. Damn. Hey Shay. Got him. Damn. Damn, Steve making it wet. Steve making this whole thing wet. Hell yeah.
Right.
Dude, they're in the Antarctic. How the fuck are they not cold?
Claire, maybe we can escape through there.
Yeah, how the fuck are they not cold?
Come on, let's go.
I'll freeze to death. Yeah, you don't even have fucking coats on.
Claire, come on. Finally, we can get out of this insane place.
Okay. think if you leave the extinguisher on Claire, you miss a weapon or something. I did miss a weapon. I don't know where the weapon is at the moment. I don't know. I don't even know how to get to the weapon because I don't have a fucking extinguisher that you could like refill. Unless you're telling me I can't go back to that place anymore. Are you really telling me that I can't go back to that place anymore?
Okay, let's go.
Come on, let's go.
I am actually scared. Damn! Damn! Steve to the rescue! Damn! Protecting. What a sip! 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 It's like, I will protect you! Nobody stands in my way!
Hold on.
Sis, thank you for the 12 bits. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well.
Forget about me. Run!
Are you fucking serious right now? Oi! 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 Are you kidding me right now? I had to fucking fight him. What the fuck is that? What kind of gas is that? Oh shit. Oh no! It's the poison gas! Oh wait, there's not poison gas. Okay, wait, hold on, hold on. Damn, bro. I'm getting mowed. Am I gonna die? Am I gonna die? Oh shit, I'm poisoned. Fuck! I'm poisoned! This game is... Where is he? Damn. Can't go through this. I should have saved. I didn't save. I should have saved. I regret everything that I said. I should have saved. Copium. Hello. Where the fuck is he? Oh, okay. I'm gonna die! Help! Help! Wait, I don't have bullets. Yeah, because I didn't realize it was a boss! I didn't realize I'm already in the boss battle! What the flying fuck? Slap her off? No. I didn't know I'm already at the boss battle! I thought, yeah, we're gonna get out of here anyways. Oh my god. I don't even know how low I am. I don't even have the best of weapons. I'm gonna fucking die anyways. If I actually survive, that'll be fucking a miracle. Holy shit, he's dead! Okay, question. Am I gonna go back into that facility? Am I gonna go back into that facility? Because there's some stuff in that facility. How the fuck is Steve still hanging on? Oh god, if I can't go back to that facility, I'm fucked, you know? Okay, cool. At least I can go back to that facility.
I'm sorry. I failed you.
The power of horny. True.
Don't worry about it.
Dude, he's
Let's
17
go.
years old. His fucking hormones are probably no, not hormones. I guess hormones. I guess it's pretty strong.
I swear I'll protect you next time.
That's some simp words, dude. I swear I'll protect you next time. Sounds like fucking
We
like
did
legit
it.
simps,
We're
man.
finally out.
Look, there's a snowmobile over there.
Perfect. We'll be able to ride right over to the Australian base with this.
Yeah, let's go.
Did she just say Australian base? Claire, my lady, I will protect you.
I won't forget about this, Claire.
Oh shit. The door to heaven. I don't know, they said Australia. I'm like, what the fuck, Australia? Because I don't know. I knew this fucker was alive, true.
Alexia.
Whoa! Whoa! Wait! 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 Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Alexia. You're finally awake.
Alexia, I need some pussy. Actual 5-year-old streamer? Dude! TOS, man! Bro! Bro, I have not seen boobs before. Can someone show me boobs? I'm a visual learner, by the way. I've never seen a woman naked. Can someone show me a woman naked? I'm a visual learner. What? Ask my grandma. True. Dude, not gonna lie. Dude, not gonna lie. I'm gonna say this. Alexia's ass is flat. I thought it could be thicker, but her fucking ass is flat. Are you serious?
Following up on a lead given in the
Are you serious? I'm on another fucking person right now? But I'm poisoned, dude. What am I gonna do? I'm poisoned. What the fuck? The pre-Roy Chris.
Don't worry, Claire. I'm coming to save you.
God. Oh shit. Leon. Leon didn't even come. Alright, we're playing as fucking this guy now. Ghosted it. Ghosted an email, true.
I didn't expect to find another living person
What?
left on this island. Who are you?
I came here looking for a certain girl.
A girl?
Have you seen anyone named Claire Redfield?
Did you just say Claire?
You know who she is, don't you?
Don't worry about her.
The fuck?
I helped her escape. Several planes took off from this island not long ago. But I can't say for certain. She was probably on one of them.
I see. I guess my sister owes you. Thanks for helping.
Everyone's gone. I may be the only other person left. Go on. Follow your sister and get off this island.
Okay. Wait. What? Damn, you got sucked, dude. Oh, fuck me. That one other you must save him? Dedicated light on my right hand. Seems like I could put... Is that fucking submachine guns? What? Oh wait, hold on. There. So now we're playing as fucking Chris Redfield. Alright, cool. Here comes the fun. Here comes the fun! Chris. Okay, what's this? A bowgun arrow? Really? God damn it. Wait! This got transferred over? Are you serious? These things get transferred over? Oh, bruh. Bruh. Okay. Sure. The game is easy depending on which character has items. I guess. Oh my god, is that world record holder speedrunner Speedy-ish who also runs this game? Oh my god, I'm a big fan. Speedy, then give it a FBI. Oh, I'm dying, dude. As you can tell, I'm dying right now. How you doing, Speedy? Hope you're doing well. Kaka, yeah, I got Kaka right now. Hello guys, my name is Drew Horse. I'm a horse speedrunner. I speedrun a lot of games. I don't speedrun this game. I leave it to Speedy because Speedy's a really good speedrunner, and I can't really speedrun any kind of games that is like, you know, Resident Evil like Smile. The only Resident Evil game I speedrun is 7 Smile. Oh, it's going well. Like, it's legitimately going well. I like it. Horse speedrunner, yeah, I'm horsing around. That's why. Also, we got to see fucking Naked Jill. Naked Jill? Naked Alexia. There we go. Naked Alexia. That's what I meant. Fucking Naked Jill. What? I think about Naked Jill all of a sudden. Yes, I also did that. Yeah, we saw Alexia. Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders missed the fucking. Raiders missed Naked Alexia. I can't believe this, dude. Mods on RE4. True. Gotta wait for that RE4 remake, dude. RE4 remake is gonna get like fucking Jill. RE3. Okay, RE3. RE3 remake. Shit, I'm fucking hurt now. Shit. Oh, that's a rock. Whoops. Let me in! Let me in! Whoa! Alright, we're gonna have Newt Ashley. Nice. We're gonna have. Be right back real quick. Alright. Teach me how to fucking play this game, Smile. You world record speedrunner holder. Whatever this dick. Oh shit, hold on. Oh yes, eat my nipples, hold on. Fuck. Die. Where the fuck are you? Oh shit. Wow. What? Okay. Okay. How fucked is my health? I'm at caution. Fuck! I'm at caution already. The battery has been removed. Oh shit. Do we have to really find the battery now? Amongst the doors. Yeah, I can't go there anymore, so I guess I can go here then. Hey yo, this tank is here. Isn't there like a fucking secret ammo below the tanks or something like that? Because I remember there was a secret ammo below the tanks. Where's the ammo? I see the ammo. Is that the ammo? That's the ammo. There you go. Found the extra ammo. Is there anything else that I can do? Or is it all blocked off? Yeah, it's all blocked off. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's go! What's this? A manhole. God. I like how manholes are like tightly shut. Because they are. Pretty tightly shut. Hold on. I'll use this for now. Alright, bring me to a health room or whatever it is. Oh yes, okay, cool. Or whatever this thing is. I need this thing anyways. Okay. Let's see what I can use. I can just do this for whoever it is. I'll put the fucking, you know, whatever herbs they are, the mixed herbs here. I can do this for now. There's a lot of fucking shit in here, holy shit. What am I doing? There we go. So, question. Can I still go to the part where there's a fire later on in the game? Like, can I still go there though? If I can still go there, then I guess so, but you know, I'm kind of fucked with a lot of the stuff that I have at the moment. Take it. Take it. Open the drawer. Open which drawer? Oh my god, okay. Oderod Van, yes. How you doing, Kaiser? Hope you're doing well. What? Okay, wait. No, I think it just means that I need to... What do you mean my dirty whiteys? What the fuck does that mean? Do I not have my dirty whiteys here? The newest design on the Yeti? Isn't that the Silent Hill fucking pyramid head being fucking thick ass? Oops. Gun. No, wait, there's new ones now? There's a new one now? Wait, I got a Luger. A Luger replica. Wait, what? Wait, what? A Luger replica. I played this with you and never saw this puzzle. Wait, what? Dude, this is like the same thing as Erna. Erna said that he's never seen the hidden room right behind stairs. Like, what the fuck? Fucking look around, you fucking idiots. Look around the fucking rooms! What are you doing? Don't suck cock, dude! Hey, that's Shane. I was 10 when I played this. You were 10 when you played this game? 10? Really? That was a long time ago. Oh man, spider. Oh, I'm getting sucked, bro! Stop! Oh man, I'm getting fucking... Oh god, it's another one. Oh my god, dude. Sure. Do I dump this? I played this for years and never bothered to Google a guide for secrets once. I don't think I've Googled anything. I just have the help from like fucking viewers and shit, you know? Fucking dumbass. Like, I'm legitimately a fucking dumbass in this game. So I asked my viewers, hey, can you help me please? If not, then I'm fucking, like, stupid. I got sucked. I got sucked, yeah. I got poisoned. I got poisoned. Wait, I have a question again because I don't remember if fucking who is who. Is Marforia fucking Filipino? How long did you stream for the last time? I streamed 8 hours for the last time. Isn't she fucking Filipino as well, or like the Filipino descent? I don't remember if she's Filipino descent anyways, but yeah. She is? Hell yeah, brother. Ish! Where the fuck are you from again? Are you like literally from like the Philippines? Yeah, also yesterday I streamed for like 8 hours on this game. So yeah. You're literally okay. You're literally from fucking Tagalog land. Okay, cool. I have a cousin from the Philippines. I have friends from the Philippines, and that's about it. You raise me up to stand on. Whatever the fucking song's called. You raise me up. Okay, what is it? A key? There's a file. I have a file. Wait, auto decay what? Auto decay not even. Twitch helped me connect with people from all over. Yeah, true. Although we plan to utilize the enhanced anti-decay alloy called Diploid to create the storage capsule on the new Backtracking, we have had to cancel the plan. This is primarily based upon the fact that despite its excellent resistance to all kinds of liquid, including strong acid, it easily dissolves when soaked with a mixture of the two liquids, Clement Alpha and Clement Sigma. Due to the lethal nature of the new Backtracking, we cannot be too careful in choosing the material for the storage capsule. We have instead decided to use Diploid to create the plate portion of the Eagle plate, which shines in indigo blue. The Alpha type is used for... Where's the Giga Chat? The Alpha type is used for gun maintenance and possesses no conspicuous characteristics. However, the Sigma type will change its color to blue at a certain temperature. It is an odd coincidence that the temperature is exactly the same as the date of completion of the training facility. Based on our analysis of the Sigma type, we believe that Clement possesses more features. As new information is learned, we will update this file. By the way, question-ish. When you say you played this game at 10 years old, is it like when at the time when this game actually got released or something? Or like 10 as in like you found this game like when you were 10, like fucking years after this game was released? Twitch will break your back into 2 pieces if you aren't careful. Yo, dude. Twitch literally did a 50-50 paycheck.
There was a friendly but naive king who wed a very nasty queen.
Who is that?
The king was
What the
loved,
fuck?
but the queen was feared.
Oh, I see.
Alexia? No! She's already fully awake.
That means you guys are old then.
Chris, oh little fishy, come see my hook. Chris, I'm sending some company to keep you entertained.
Feels old. True.
Consider this a small welcoming gift from me.
Wait, you turn 26 next Saturday? I turn 24 this Saturday. I turned 24 this Saturday. What the fuck? Hey, yo. October babies? What the fuck? Wait, we got a robot? Are you serious? Real chat played this on GameCube. Dude, I want to play games on GameCube. It's just, you know, I'm stupid. That's all. Des having a birthday of the day during a marathon. I do as well. I haven't even talked about it yet because, you know, I just haven't talked about it yet. But, you know, fucking who has it? Tali has it. Tali has the stuff. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Damn. What is that fucking door right there? Oh! Oh, I know what that door is. Oh fuck, what did I go there for? I'm stupid. Yeah, didn't YouTube like sponsor them to actually change platforms? Like literally the big streamers get paid to switch to another streaming platform. It's the same thing as what what is it? It's the same thing as what Mixer did. Yeah, because do they have a counter offer? The question is that do they have a fuck. Are you serious? The question right now is that do they have a counter offer? I don't think they have a counter offer for that as well, so yeah, if they let the streamers go, bye bye, that's it. Yeah. The only reason why YouTube is still big is because everyone still fucking use YouTube for fucking content creation. Am I low? I am not that low. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Where's the explosion? Where's the explosives at? What? Huh? Where was the explosive? What the fuck happened? I just exploded like that. The dude had a fucking suicide vest. Of course. Of course a fucking suicide vest killed me. What the fuck? What the fuck? I can't believe a suicide vest fucking killed me, man. Oops. Do I need this Luger replica for anything? That's the question right now. Do I even need these for anything? I think I'm good to go, I guess. But I have to do this thing again! What the fuck? Bro! Ugh, whatever. Do this thing again, I guess. Oh god, hello. Get out of the way. Oh yeah, this is the PS4 version. I forgot to mention about that. I am playing the PS4 version. Yes. Okay. YouTube is not really that better, honestly, with streaming. They are only good for content creation, and that's about it. That's why, like, when I went to YouTube the first time around, like, I knew YouTube kind of sucked. It's only used mostly for content creation, other than if you have people who knows about your YouTube and is subscribed to your YouTube, actually watches your YouTube. That's why, like, I think Twitch is still a better, like, platform to actually mingle with, because people are still around. That's about it. And I used to stream on YouTube, like, legit as one of those people who actually tried streaming on YouTube. Plus saying slurs on YouTube. That happened. I blame a lot of people who actually make me say slurs on YouTube. Okay, that guy has a vest. I don't think it's worse for content creation though. I think content creation is still a very good thing for YouTube. That's the only thing that they're good at. Including, I think, shorts as well. I think shorts actually made it better, but then, you know, you have fucking TikTok as well, so. I don't know. Either TikTok or YouTube shorts is actually still alright-ish. D-pad. Okay, D-pad. Not like everything. Cool. I thought it's like everything. That's why I kind of spammed everything. I didn't realize it was only the D-pad only. What is this door? Oh, the doorknob is missing. What is this? Okay, so I had to go down. But the question right now is, isn't there a door? Wasn't there a door? I don't remember, but I had to check it out again. D-pad plus action and run. I see. There's no response. Ah, I see. Okay. Action and run. So it's like... Oh, okay. So... Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Okay, sure. I was like, wait a minute. That's probably like only D-pad and not like spamming all the other buttons as well. That was what I've been doing. Oh man, are you kidding me? There's still timing. Timing? Really? It's just timing, huh? Okay. So I have to go down then via the elevator. Elevator to B1 if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like basement. How many more days till the games list come out, by the way? Hold on. 12 more days, or 13 more days actually, because, you know, fucking US is still on the fucking whatever time slot it is. Is it next Saturday, really? Next Saturday? So next Saturday is gonna be the GDQ games list. Oh god. I'm gonna be fucking scared about that, honestly. I'm gonna be a fucking pussy about that. Yeah, it's next Sunday. But it's gonna be like fucking early morning, like always. It's not worth. They probably already seen your fucking video, that's the thing. They also would take note of like how recent your run is as well, which I'm not too sure. But they've already watched all the videos that they need to. Fucking hell, bro! They watch all the videos that they need to watch already. I can't see shit, bro. Okay. Is this guy dead? This guy is dead. So yeah, maybe there's a chance. I want to actually check something. Did I actually put Code Veronica X on my list of games as well? I don't know, it could be like the only Resident Evil game that could get in. That's what I'm gonna say. That's probably like the only Resident Evil game that could get in. Yeah, so... Oh, apart from Resident Evil 4. So, I put RE0, RE4, RE6 because there's a lot of people who actually run fucking RE6 for some fucking reason. Or submitted RE6. With whatever categories. RE7 DLC, Code Veronica X, Survivor. I actually put like 6 Resident Evil games on a fucking 500 game list. RE0 because it hasn't been shown in a long time. RE4 VR because it's a VR game. RE6 is because like there's a lot of people who actually submitted like different categories with RE6. RE7 DLC because it was a backup last GDQ. Code Veronica X because it has never been shown before. Survivor because it's punchy. So yeah. Yeah, this fucking version. Look at this fucking version. This is look at how like bright the contrast is with this game. Ultimately pure gas. No, this is my 500 games list. My 500 games list is like those Resident Evil games. I think the one that I actually put for my predictions, let me actually see my predictions real quick. I think my predictions is only for Resident Evil 4 VR to actually get in. Because I don't have any kind of like, I don't know about Resident Evil CVX. I think Resident Evil CVS could have a chance. If almost all my predictions could be wrong, then yeah, whatever. Because you know, it's a prediction. That's it. The other games that I would see that probably would have a chance is probably like the 500 games, apart from like whatever it is. It's pure guessing. It's pure guessing. It is pure guessing because you know I don't even know what they're gonna choose. They're gonna choose like fucking okay. You wanna? I'll tell you this. I chose 3 Sonic games. I chose 2 Mario games. When in fact, GDQ always pick 4 Sonic games and 3, 4 Mario games as well. They're gonna fucking pick like way too many Sonic games and way too many fucking Mario games, and they're gonna actually get Mega Man as well, which I don't know what Mega Man they're gonna pick. The Mega Man that I'm probably gonna think that they're gonna pick is like probably what is this? Oh my god, it's a fucking rip. Mega Man game that they're probably gonna pick is probably gonna be another Mega Man game. They're gonna pick like 3 Mega Man games, honestly. Committee of a lot of games with mods. Yes and no. Yeah, yes and no. If it's allowed, yes. If it's not allowed, no. So long as you're not running it on emulator, you're fine. No. I don't want to push the switch yet. Kind of nude mods on GDQ. No nude mods, man. Nude mods, GDQ. Pff. Get out of here. I still have to go to the chemical room. What the fuck is the chemical room again? I think I'll come here later. I didn't select random. I didn't select random. Most of the games that I could see are probably either 1, they're brand new, 2, they have never been shown before, or 3, they have been shown before, but it's been a long time since they actually showed the games. But also at the same time, the thing is that like, anything could happen, honestly. Anything could happen with the fucking GDQ fucking games list. So even if I get most of them wrong, I don't care, because as long as like it's the games that I think it's like I really want to see, like, yeah, I mean, there's still people who like are happy that I picked the games. Well, how am I gonna find out about... Oh god. How are you gonna think of it logically at the same time as well? Because, you know, if you're not a Mario, Sonic, Zelda, Metroid, Mega Man kind of person, right? How would you pick the games even? You know? It's hard for you to pick the games already when, like, it's so... like... kerfuffled like that. And I'm only one person who selects like all the games instead of 10 people who actually selects different games. Actually, you got one person who selects like a different genre. Like one person probably selects the horror games, and then another person selects the Mario games and the Zelda games, and then another person is gonna like they're gonna take in the whatever meme games or retro games. Like it is that way. I'm not that kind of person, you know. I just do it like fully. So where the fuck am I gonna go? I can't go out there. How about the first floor? The first floor, I have a save point. I have a save. Go down. Oh, it's in that room. Oh, okay. Hold on. I don't think he's gonna be rolling a dice, honestly. I think that I legitimately thought what I thought it could be, and like even like a lot of people's fucking predictions could be wrong anyways, you know? People's predictions can be wrong. I saw like even like Spike Vegeta's predictions, because he actually did predictions like a while back as well for SGDQ. A lot of his like predictions were kind of wrong, but also at the same time there were also some that like maybe like 2/5 of his games were actually right. So it could go either way. You would never know until it like fucking happens. And even if the ones that I predicted, like, yeah, those are the ones that I predicted anyways. Oh, what the fuck? Like the game doesn't care about logic. Usually they would take in people who, one, has ran the game recently. No, 2, has a really good time on the leaderboards. 3, do they think the game is entertaining or interesting enough? That's all they actually like decide. How do I get up there? Do I really just have to take this shotgun and just, you know, pray for it? You know what? I'm not gonna take the shotgun just yet. Maybe I'll take the shotguns like later. Long dice roll. At least, you know, at least people wanna know what your opinions are with the fucking games anyways. You know? I've had like a lot of like people just, you know, talking about the predictions and stuff like that, and I had to like tell them, yeah, I'm sorry. It is what it is. Yeah, like predictions sometimes do matter because, like, you know, you want people to know what your opinions are with the situations and with the game stuff. So it's actually still a good thing, in my opinion. Still a good thing that, like, one, people could learn how to actually make a better submission, or two, you know, do better in their runs, or do better in their commentaries when it happens. Oh shit, this door's open now. What the fuck? Oh shit, this door's open. What the fuck? But I don't have I need to fucking put I need to put stuff back. Or I need to, like... Okay, I need to, like, get this gun thing, whatever it is. Where am I? Don't need the gold shit. Yeah, I don't need the gold shit, that's for sure. It doesn't do anything? Like, it doesn't do anything for Chris? It doesn't do anything for Chris, huh? Does it do anything for the other person then? What is this? But it's swag, it's swag. Oh shit, a butt plug. We got a butt plug, man. It's paperweight, I guess. It's a butt plug, dude. I think a butt plug. What is this thing? Like, why is this revealed there? I think my fucking stupid ass objective right now is to find a fucking safe place. Because I can't find a safe place at the moment. Unless I really have to go all the way back to wherever it is to go back to that whatever fucking box. Is it? Oh my god, I probably have to go back to I had to go all the way back there, get the box and fucking, you know. God damn it. Two. Yeah, okay, Speedy, is there another... Ish, is there another fucking whatever it is? Is there another save point with a box? Other than a save point with, like, a save point? Where am I going? Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, a save point with that. That's just a save point. That's about it. Like, I don't want that. I want a save point that I need to have a box with. Other than those two, that's it. Jesus Christ. Are you fucking out of your mind, game? That means I had to go all the way down, huh? Cool. I had to go all the way down. Where's my pistol? Go way to the oh god. In the catacombs. Spooters. Yeah, I never killed those spiders because I thought there was gonna be another, like, save point, honestly. Oh. Yo, I got poisoned. Yo, you're playing Grounded? Sure. Hating Matze. I don't even know if Grounded is a good game or not, because I know about Grounded and I don't know if it's a good game or not. The knife here predicts the 2R knife. What the fuck is 2R knife? Obsidian make another great game. Pog. Cougars. Is that actually sarcasm or like actually? I feel pretty OP. No sarcasm. Interesting. The 9 damage of the game is ridiculous. Basically, R2 and I am a Baron doesn't break. Yeah, I used it, and I was like, yeah, this knife pretty cool. But then I'm like, fucking, you know, I'm not a fucking gamer. I'm not as good as a gamer as like a lot of people. So yeah. So I don't think I'm gonna use it anytime soon. I don't know. Maybe I'll use it. I swear. Wait, I swear you picked up an extra pack on the second floor. Extra pack? What do you mean extra pack? You mean another knife? Or what do you mean by extra pack? I have like 2 knives. I have 2 knives. There's a bag that will give you 2 extra Oh, do I have to? Oh, in the second floor? Oh, that room. Okay. Well, I'm here to say like I'm here to say that I didn't smile. Didn't do that. Has a minor if you frame rate is polish and fun. Nice. I honestly just want to go back to Counter-Strike. I wanna fucking play Counter-Strike again. That's all I can say. You can't see shit in this game. Yeah, I can't see shit in this fucking game, bro. The only thing I can do is like legit and like up the fucking contrast of this game. Look, I can just do this. Now you can see kind of like, now you can see shit, but also I can actually like do the gamma as well. Like, damn, bro. Now you can see like bright shit, you know, for light mode right here. There. Is that better? Is that better? Look at the brightness of this game. Look at it. Look how fucked up the game is right now. The game's so fucked up right now. Hold on. Zero. There we go. Good old Crapcom. Yes, Crapcom, dude. I can't see shit. Okay, hold on. Where's my double packet? Oh, my double packet's right here. Here we go. Got it. Well, now I can hold shit now. Alright. Basement. Bayman. Alright, let's go Bayman. Oh. Bye, man. I can't see shit because Crapcom is super fucking shit. I blame Crapcom. Alright? Crapcom, you piece of fucking cock. Like, you guys can totally, like, see the game better. I can't. My side is that I can't see the game better. Wait. If I take the shotgun... Open eyes wider. Shut the fuck up, you fucking Asian. Oh shit, I can actually go here then. What the flying fuck? Bro. How did I not know about this? Moving forward, we gotta assume time is gonna be dog shit. Use LRT for future RE games. Bro. Ow. Did this zombie fucking... He poisoned me? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Did he actually poison me? I don't want to get poisoned already. Fucking idiot. Yeah, that's right. Fucking idiot. An unidentified monster came out through this. Wow. I came as well. What is this? Is this a blue? Oh, no, green. No, fuck. Green. Alright, let's hit this butt plug. Butt plug. Butt plug. Hell yeah, butt plug! I got me some butt plug. What the fuck? Are you serious? Are you serious right now? What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, bro. Why? Bro. No, bro. Stop, bro. Bro! Get out! I had to go grab something at the store. I come back to butt plugs. Yeah, we picked up butt plugs in the game. It was so hot, bro. You should have seen the butt plug. Welcome back, Tali. What's this thing? Oh shit, it's the yellow liquid. Set the temperature. Oh man, I had to set temperatures. Oh man, fuck me. I fucked it up. How do I get out of here? Nothing happened. Okay. Is there a note for me to tell the temperature? Dude, it's a butt plug. Look, butt plug. Butt plug. Even though it doesn't look like a butt plug, it's a butt plug. Butt plug. Okay, let me actually use my fucking shouty. Shouty like a melody in my head. I still have several questions. My several questions is, my several answers is yes in the butt plug. Oh no. Are these the guys who could like fucking slice me up? Someone said butt plug? I did say butt plug. Butt plug. Butt plug. Fuck. Is that an elevator? It's just the elevator, right? Okay. Was there ever a note that mentioned about the whole, whatever thing it is? There's a keyhole? What? When the butt plug slips out at the party after a gangbang and the 22-gallon like cum stored in your ass. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Wait, I want to see this emote now. That's just pee-pee but white. What? Dude, that's just literally pee-pee but white. I like how the hashtag is just cummies. Dude, hashtag cummies. What? I can't even add it. Yeah, I can't even add it. You can't even add this fucking emote. Oh wait, I can. Oh. Sure. There. That is peepees. Yeah, that peepees. There, I added it. Don't add it, what the fuck? Don't add it, what the fuck? Hey, Titharius. It's when the butt plug slips out at the party after a gangbang and 22-gallon of cum stored in your ass starts filling the room. I don't know. my chat on fucking OBS is just fucked up right now. Hold on. Do I have to shoot this thing, by the way? Like, is there a purpose for this thing? It's like a Ram Ranch emote. It is a Ram Ranch emote, I probably think. That feeling. Dude, Jesus Christ, it's fucking HJ, dude. The wall of text gave me Ram Ranch vibes, yes, of course. Bruh. Look at the fucking texts now. It's all fucked up. It is what it is. At least we got peepees. You know, peepees are whatever it is, peepees. Oh shit! I'm back here! Ah! Yeah, it's literally just fucking peepees but white. That's why I said it's like peepees but white. Question, what does the fucking robots do? I'm scared of what the robots would do, but like the robots are gonna do something, honestly. White. Oops. Bruh. I can't believe this. I can't believe. Bruh, I put this on myself, man. I literally just put this on myself. The wall of texts right now. Okay, what the sorry. Get in. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh. Sorry. The emote remind me of a good old one. Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome, looking out his Dimsdale Dimmadome, looking out SpongeBob's window, Knuckles. Yes. Doug Dimmadome, home on the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome, yeah, Doug Dimmadome, home on the Dimsdale Dimmadome. This one got Franker face emote. Oh shit, it's a Franker face emote. Damn, bro. Doug Dimmadome. Wait, what the fuck is this? I need to see it like featuring Doug Dimmadome. Featuring Dante from Devil May Cry. Ah, yes. Oh, it's fucking from Lord Mouse, that's why. Oh, fuck me, it's a Lord Mouse emote, that's why. The longest one Lord Mouse uploaded, yeah. Yeah, hold on. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Oh, fuck, it didn't. Oh, wait, oh, shit. My emotes are kind of fucked up right now. Hold on, let me actually like take away one emote real quick. Let me take away Soy Champ because I can probably add Soy Champ on like fucking whatever that thing is. Actually, wait, yeah, I could probably add Soy Champ on where is it? On 7TV. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Oh wait. The fuck is Spongegasm and Squidgasm? Hold on. What? Soy Champ. Motherfucker asked me to fucking add Soy Champ. There you go, Soy Champ. There. What is Squidgasm and whatever thing it is? What? Hold on. Emote library. Squidgasm. Oh god, it is what it is. Squidgasm by Lord Mouse. Oh my god, it just looks like a fucking... Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Sure. Soy... It just looks like that. Then we got the fucking whatever bullshit thing it is. Squidgasm even worse, yeah. A Spongegasm. I don't know. I haven't seen Spongegasm, but whatever. Hey, Oogie. Oh, I'm getting sucked. Fuck me. Sorry, I don't want to get sucked. Hold on. Where's my knife? Dude, I'm getting sucked off, man. Fuck. There we go. There's a close-up of his handsome face on the Choir Boys episode. Oh. Oh, I think I remember that, then. Yeah, I think I remember that place. Remember that fucking thing. The face. Face, not place. Face. I got sucked. I got sucked. I got poisoned. I got sucked and poisoned. The only emote that I want everyone to spam is like have sex, and that's about it. I want everyone to just spam have sex. Great, it's a great meme, okay? Great meme. And then I just have sex, poop my pants again, poop my bangs again. What do you mean no purse? It's a good emote. Is the Morbius meme? Yeah, it's the Morbius meme. Have sex. Like literally just what the fuck? I have two? Why the fuck do I have two? The fuck? When did I even have two? When did I add? Bro. Bro, I have 2 of them. How the fuck did I have 2 of them? Oh man, I forgot about this place. Ugh, whatever. Maybe I'll remember it when I come back up again, because, you know, there's a door knob and I need the door knob. The meme died alongside the movie. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. But you know, it's Matt Smith dancing, dude. Matt Smith dancing. How could you not like it? Joe, they did it. What did they do? Did they give you your partner badge, Copium? They literally give you your partner badge, Copium. It's still more than the death of Feel Hog meat. What the fuck is Feel Hog? Huh? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, I gotta look this. I gotta look this up. Wait, I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. No, I don't know. Wait, I gotta look this up. I gotta look this up. Their world tour is probably. Wait, is this actually true? Oi! 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 Hey, Centarius. Oi! Oi! Hey, yo! That was your time on me. You're already voice inside my head. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta see this.
If I'm being totally honest, I cannot stop thinking about them coming.
I've tried hundreds of different ways to make them come.
Every night, I pray for them to come.
My husband and I would love to watch them come.
They come!
I'm getting hammered.
We would do anything to make them come.
That's right, honey. Anything.
Yes!
If they come,
yes!
I'm gonna explode.
Yes!
Could you imagine all 3 of them coming?
That'd be sick.
They're coming! They're coming!
Wait until I tell my grandkids they're coming.
They're coming! Dude, they're coming! He's coming!
They're gonna come!
They're gonna come!
They're coming! They're finally coming!
Oh my fucking god! Yo! No fucking way! No fucking way! No fucking way, man! Fucking Blink-182 with fucking Tom DeLonge, dude. You know how long we have been waiting for this? This fucking guy to come back? Like years, dude. Dude, they're coming. They came back, bro. And Travis Barker ain't gonna do like fucking whatever bullshit with who's that guy? Who's that fucking guy who wanted to bring back fucking stupid ass they live in Sweden? Dude, what? What was the guy that they fucking he fucking played drums with that you know, I don't remember what the fucking thing is. But unfortunately, you know what the unfortunate thing is? They're not coming to Asia. So it's basically just America, Europe, and Australia. They never went to fucking Asia ever. They never went to Asia ever. If they say like everywhere, world tour, I guess like they always forgot about Asia. They never come to Asia ever. Asia irrelevant, yeah. Crash my couch if we come here to see them. What the fuck? But when is it? God, I gotta fly there? No, it's Stockholm, Sweden. September 13th. No, it's copium, man. That's copium. Not even Japan. Oh yeah, they actually went to Japan. I forgot about that. Yeah, fucking, they went to Japan once. Oh yeah. I think they only think that Japan is the only fucking Asian country. That's the only thing that they can think about. Oh yeah, Asian country. Thank you RS25 for letting me know that Tom DeLonge is back. And I can hear the ways your time on me. You already your voice inside my head. Dude, I like Max Skiba, but like with Matt Skiba, I'm gonna just tell you, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm very sorry to say this. I don't like the influences at all. I don't like the influences with Matt Skiba. I think Matt Skiba, cool, but you know, we need to have Tom DeLonge back. That's all I could say. We always need to have Tom DeLonge back. They go, there's audiences everywhere, duh. I don't like 9. I liked California a lot more than 9 actually. I think 9 was like that album which just doesn't resonate with me well. I guess Happy Days is the only song from 9 that I really did like, and that's about it. Other than that, like, other than that, I think California is a better album than 9. 9! 9! But dude, fucking, they're coming! I'm coming! I would love to come, dude. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a fucking large, you know, there's a large fucking audience in Asia. It's just, you know, it's a matter of time if they actually come to Asia, you know. Take off your pants. Take off your pants is great. I love the old albums. I think the old albums are actually really good though. But yeah, how are you doing, Syntherius? Hope you're doing well. Honestly, what I'm gonna say is that, what I'm gonna say is that I really do like to see Blink-182 again, honestly. With Tom DeLonge, you know, Tom DeLonge is like poggers. What's he gonna do with fucking Angels and Airwaves then? Angels and Airwaves are just like, I think Angels and Airwaves, they have like really good music, but like, you know, it's just all about space. It's all about fucking experimentation about space. They're good, they're good. This is all about space. Where am I supposed to go? If I can't go there, where am I supposed to go? Wait, where is the doorknob again? The doorknob is at the first floor. I wish I've seen Blink. Broto Oz. Broto with the raid. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hope Half-Life runs has been doing well, and also stop staring at me. What the fuck? Yeah, I hope Half-Life runs have been doing well, and whatever horror games that you've been playing have been doing well. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hello guys, my name is Juho Jors. I know Proto for quite a while. Angels and Airways pretty much copium in physical being. True. They never have a physical being anyways. I saw them once after Neighborhoods came out. Neighborhoods is a good I never listened to a lot of Neighborhoods actually. Yeah, I never listened to a lot of Neighborhoods actually. That's, I think After Midnight was a really good song. After Midnight was a really good song. I actually listened a lot more to Dogs Eating Dogs. I think Dogs Eating Dogs was like a really good album to me. And I really did listen to Dogs Eating Dogs a lot. But afterwards, I think California was a good album that I kind of liked it. And then afterwards, like fucking 9 was like, 9 was just, it was there, but not there enough. I want it to be like all the way on top, but it's not there enough. It wasn't just there enough for me. Oh, bullets. By the way, what do those robots do, by the way? How are you doing, Gusev? Hope you're doing well, Gusev. If you're asking me, like, what's my favorite fucking Blink-182 album, I think it's the one that, like, everyone does like, is, it's fucking the old one. Fuck, what is it called? Fuck, it's the one that had dump weed on the first fucking track. I don't remember what it's called. Fuck, I'm blanking out. I'm blanking out, holy shit. Wait, what's the album called? Why am I blanking out on this? You're blinking out. Stop it. Oh wait. First floor. Animal of the State. There we go. Animal of the State. Yeah. Animal of the State. I think Animal of the State is like a really good album to me. I really did like Animal of the State. No. Why? What happened? How you doing, Masha? Did he release another album or something, or what it is? Six courts of sexual assault. Omega lol. Damn. Damn. What the fuck? Motherfucker got charged with sexual assault. Damn. Damn. Well, you know what's better though? Fucking Blink-182. Let's go with Blink-182. Yeah, a lot. But who cares about that? We only care about Blink-182 in this place. No more Rex Orange County, only Blink-182. Alright, what's the secret passage notes? The underground passage which lead to the mansion. Wait, hold on. My grandma came in to give me fruits. And she's like, eat it now! I'm like, okay, cool. The underground passage which leads to, wait. Which leads to the mansion where Alexia, for me, it would be, ooh. But yeah, like, Blink-182 is like the topic right now because, like, Tom DeLonge came back and they're gonna release a new song before my birthday, so that's pretty pog. That's pretty pog. They're gonna release another song, like a song before my birthday. Poggers, Blink-182, Blink-180 who? Blink-180, go fuck yourself, Ugu. Anyways, underground passage which leads to the mansion where Alexia and I live has been badly damaged. Although I can never allow the unwashed to see Alexia, I cannot go on using the underground waterway to those local people made either. Oh yes, I think I'll have those prisoners build a bridge. It must be a gorgeous bridge that befits the perfection that is Alexia. Which is cool. Of course, I must kill everyone who's involved in the construction of the bridge after it's done. Wow! So that no one will know about the existence of our mansion. But that is okay. I have no problems executing such matter. Once the bridge is complete, I will seal the mansion entrance door at the end of the underground waterway. The entrance of the waterway is locked by a diorama trick, ensuring the secrecy of our mansion. Diorama. Lead 3 armies here, and the... Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. Do I have to go all the way outside now? How do I even go outside, though? Yeah, the question right now is how the fuck do I go outside? But yeah, Rip Rex, or is he going to jail? Is he going to jail? He probably is. Not yet, damn. I used to listen to Rex Orange County, and then I don't because I listen to a lot of emo math music. Oof. Not good. Yeah, this is not good anyways. I mean, it is what it is. But you know what is better? You know what's better? The Blink-182! Blink-182, that was your time on me. You already. Voice inside my head. Damn, bro. Blink-182 coming back, man. Why? Okay, what was the whole reason of Tom DeLonge leaving in the first place? Like, Tom DeLonge left in the first place because of something. I don't remember what it was, but it was something. How do I go outside now? Yeah, I think the question right now is how the fuck do I go outside? Oh, wait. Turntable key. Turntable key. Wait, hold on. Play fast mode. Where are you? I'm so sorry. Key to move the turntable. Oh, I remember what turntable it is. Okay, yeah. I remember what turntable it is. Uh-oh.
Long time.
Oh shit, Wesker.
Chris.
Wesker? He's still alive? What are you doing here?
I came for Alexia.
Who?
An organization hired me to capture her.
Wait, you attacked the island. And my sister.
Oh my god, bro. Damn.
You have no idea how much I hate you. You destroyed my plans. So now I've sold my soul to a new organization. Now die.
What a bitch slap, dude.
Here's a little secret, Chris. I figured out that your sister is now in the Antarctic with Alexia. It's too bad you won't be seeing her again.
But guys, you come into like the worst part of the game. Ravenheart, thank you for the rain, much appreciated. Hope your Resident Evil 2 went well. I actually watched you play a little bit of Resident Evil Gaiden before Resident Evil 2. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Wait! No! Thank you for the raid again, much appreciated. Hope you're Resident Evil 2 game went well. Can I get out of here, please? Get out. Okay. Oh, I want to take that shotgun. I just need to take that shotgun. It truly amazes me how the RE fighters have no idea what they're doing for first sight of RE8. True. Where's that talking horse on the... Because I'm a talking horse. Play Gaiden? Damn. How's Gaiden? I hope Gaiden was well at least. I'm in physical pain. Aww. Aww. Does someone need a hug for the physical pain for Resident Evil Gaiden? Stay back because furries. I all this side. Did I even shoot him? I didn't even shoot him at all. There we go. That's right, bitch. Furries, yeah. Punch the furries. No, I'm Grumps, no hug. Okay, fine. But yeah, how are you doing, guys? My name is Drew Horse. I am a speedrunner. I'm a horse speedrunner. Yeah, the horror guy. All right, we're gonna say horror, not horror. Tied up some furry. Shit, turntable. Move the. Now the turn has tables. Tomorrow my first playthrough of Alyssa. Yo! Let's go. Let's fucking go, man. You better play the NG plus stuff. Unlike what Maxi did. Maxi didn't even play the NG plus stuff. I'm mad. I'm mad at Maxi. He didn't even play the NG plus stuff. If he were to play the NG plus stuff, then I would be more happier. But play the NG plus stuff. That's actually good content in the NG plus stuff. Very good. Yo, we leave. We leave now. Actually leaving. Oh! I didn't realize the fucking guy is gonna be here. But yeah. Play the NG plus stuff or else. I was so mad at chat earlier, guys. You know what? You know what they gaslight me? Like my chat gaslight me for this thing. Hold on. If I were to kill this guy, hold on. My chat gaslight me for this. There we go. Oh shit! It's actually there we go. There. My chat gaslight me because they think I'm trans now, but I'm not trans. And they're like, but you have a sexy horse hot top model. And I'm like, yeah, I want it because why not? Duh. And they gaslight me for being trans. Projection, yes, yeah, true. Oh damn, it's locked, really? Okay. Wait. I don't know. The fucking people gaslight me, so yeah, whatever. I don't know. Hey, yeah. That's right, bitch. The weirdos on the internet. True! Big titty. Dude, someone even called me their horse girlfriend. I'm like, yeah, try again, bitch. I'm their horse girlfriend. Yeah, try again, bro. Anime, yo, Lone Mouse Wolf, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Any offense indeed. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I forgot. There is a fucking place that I need to turn off the fucking whatever it is. The gas! Wait. Oh! Wait, shit! Shit, is this guy dead from fucking one kick? Will you be my horse girlfriend? Maybe. Chat full of degens. Chat's full of degen. Not gonna lie, I like chats full of degens anyways. Maybe I should like 1 heal up, 2 fucking. He's my favorite anime about furries. Yo, Street Fighter, dude. Degen me? No way. Sinteris, you're another. Well, I cut. I questionable, because I know about you, but questionable at least. Oh shit. What? Okay. Combine this and then I'm good to go. Not to this elevator. I hope oh yeah, I forgot. The fucking place is blocked off. What am I supposed to do? Oh, I'm supposed to get the plaques! Oh, yeah, the plaques! Fuck! Okay. I'll get the plaques later. I just need to go to, like, a place. A place. So it's nice to see a normal playthrough. Yeah, I've been playing this game since yesterday. And it's going okay. I spent 8 hours playing the first part of the so-called first part of the game. Because I don't know how many parts are there in this game. It's probably like 2 parts. If there are 2 parts, then sure. Yeah, the only one that I know that speedruns this game is Speedy-ish and whoever it is. Speedy-ish and Firefly, Amazon. So those are the only 2 people that I know that actually runs this game. The other one is probably like Pessimism. Stay dead. Stay dead. Are you what? What are you pointing to? Oh. Oh shit! You summon BGK. Shut up! Yeah, you run this game, right? Yeah. Yeah, I know people who runs this game, and that's about it. Yeah. I thought that story mode is gonna be like fucking how many hours long, honestly. I should have used the knife, but like I'm just fucking dumb at this point. Oh wait, I can actually go back here. Oh shit, I forgot about this. I forgot the place. I can go back. Wait. Take a specific kind of cycle. Whoever it is. Speedy? Where's Speedy? Fucking hell, Speedy. No, Ish. Sorry, Ish. Where's Ish? He's a psycho who runs this game for like 4 months now. Copium. Sucks to be hidden copium. One night reset. Interesting. I need Speedy to testify that for me, you know? I need Speedy to testify that. Where am I going? This way. Ooh. This way. Yeah, this is my first playthrough of this game. I was asked to play this game because one, if you know who Amai is, Amai keeps asking me to play this game. Two, Amai keeps asking me to play this game. The other reason is because I actually have this game on fucking PS4, and I kind of bought this game on PS4. Through the American shop. So I have like two I have 2 PS4 accounts. Alright, PSN accounts actually. I have 2 PSN accounts. One is my main one that I actually use for any kind of like purchases and stuff like that. The other one is a US account that I only buy specific US games on the PS4 and also like other games as well. But I need to see like other games sooner or later as well. If it actually fits the bill. With like my other consoles as well. What am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, this thing. Also, if you guys could see like the fucking what you call it? The contrast, there you go, the contrast being super fucking like shit and all. Like you can see the contrast. It's brighter, but it's shit. That's because I have this game on like literally like whatever fucking resolution it is right now. Not resolution, contrast. It's whatever contrast it is. Yeah, really? You can play this game on PS5? What? Since when? This is when? Is this forever? Shit, dude. I gotta get. Dude, I gotta get a PS5, man. I gotta get a PS5. You can actually play fucking PT on the PS5 now. Dude, legit, you can actually play PT on the PS5 now. Damn, bro. Like, look. Oh, sorry for the contrast as well. Sorry for the fucking weird ass contrast. Look, PT! PT's right there. Dude. Also, not cracked. I actually got the game when it came out. I legitimately got PT when it came, like I think it's like a month before they actually pulled it off. I think like Dices could help you with that. Actually, did you have the game? You had the game before, right? Yeah, if you had the game before, I think yeah, Dices would help you with the whole backup thing. Unless you do not have the game before. If you do not have the game before, you probably have to ask it from someone that has the game before that could give you the account, you know? On an account you can't access any— oh shit, dude. Cause here's the thing as well. So Igdices got the game through me. Like I passed him my copy of PT because he was about to speed— this is legit. He was about to speedrun the fucking Unity version of the game and counted that as a Silent Hill speedrun. And then I was like, dude, don't do that. Don't fucking do that. I just give you the fucking copy, whatever. He was about to fucking speedrun the Unity version of the game. Unity version, yeah, of the game, yeah. A PT. And I was like, no, stop. Please don't. You're gonna be the poor guy. Gonna be the poor guy who's gonna fucking run the game. I think there was a leaderboard for it. I'm not too sure about it, but there's some kind of leaderboard, I think. Remakes are good, but you know, the original one is still better, even though it's not. Wait! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Where's my shotgun? Oh shit! What? Damn, that's actually really bad fucking... I got fucked like super badly. Anyways, sound and lighting almost perfect though. Still, people are gonna be asking you like, how do you get PT, dude? How do you get PT, dude? Yo, PT? What? Yo, how do you gotta get PT? That's all they're gonna ask if you actually play the game on fucking PS4, because people are gonna be so fucking jacked off, or like they're fucking rock hard for people who have the game on fucking PS4, you know? Alright, we got the alpha. Modify that Glock 17, boy, baby. Do you want to buy me a PS4? Smile? Yo, I got that fucking trophy, bro. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. PT best silent game ever. True. People are gonna be rock hard for that. PS4 is trashy. Can you buy a PS5 for me, please? SSD, Smile. What trophy? I can't see shit. Hold on. Let me actually turn off the fucking whatever gamma shit it is. Oh fuck. Oh no, this game's gonna freeze. This game gonna freeze. Yo, it froze. There we go. Okay, wait, hold on. It froze. It froze for me. It froze for me. Hold on a sec. There we go. What trophy did I get? Trophy. I got the tactical packing a punch. 26% of people got it, dude. I saw this fucking I saw this achievement actually. I saw this one. I saw this one and I was like, how the fuck did only 50% of people who bought this game, less than 50% of people who bought this game actually got this trophy? like what the fuck? Not a lot of people finish this game, huh? Interesting. Like, interesting people have never finished this game, you know? What the titty fuck? Wait, my Chatterino crashed. Never? Wait, what do you mean never? Can you take my VIP and give it to legendary Ravenheart? Wait, my Chatterino crashed. So, I gotta wait for my Chatterino to come back up. It's a chemical used to dissolve. Oh, shit, bro. There. I only VIP fucking... I only VIP verified users copium. That's what they say. I only VIP I only VIP verified checkmark people copium. Oh, forgot about this part. Okay. Please be careful what you say. I know what I'm. I know. Riverheart is angry. Well, hold on. Oh, it's turntable. I forgot about that. Table is turn says table. How are you doing, SSD? Hope you're doing well. What am I supposed to do then? What am I supposed to do? Like, legit. What am I supposed to do? Dozing off at work? Shit. Jeez. Oh yeah, now here's a better question though. When are you gonna give me that VIP badge? Oh no, sorry, not VIP badge. When are you gonna give me that verified badge? There we go. Give me that verified badge, you little bitch. Little SSD bitch. Change your name right now. You get that very soon, seriously. I guess. Given the contribution you have made to the speedrunning community, true, but also at the same time, I'm very copium, you know. When are you gonna give me that Fortnite gift card? Yo, Fortnite gift card? Fortnite. I love Fortnite. Wait, what am I doing? Oh, I'm going outside. Try to make the chat more chatty, I guess. You're already making my chat chatty, you dumbass. Fortnite gift card. How are you doing, Angry Scootsman? Hope you're doing well. I saw you in the chat just now. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, man. Fortnite gift card, dude. I want that Fortnite. L dance on the people, man. Chat. Okay, you know what? I'm also gonna give fucking RS25 fucking VIP. You know, he has been contributing a lot lately, so yeah, there's that. Motherfucker gets his VIP as well. What else can I actually do right now? I don't know any Singaporean verified streamers. You probably know fucking Kiara Kitty then. Kiara Kitty, fucking verified for sure. I don't know the requirements of getting a check badge. It's 75 concurrent viewers if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, 75 average concurrent viewers for a month or some shit like that, and then yeah, you get it, and then yeah, poggers I guess, but I don't know how poggers that is. Yeah, it's different places, but it's still the same. It's still the same, but like the regions that you're in, right? It's either you get partner badge or you don't get partner badge, you know? Yeah, it's just 75 concurrent viewers and that's about it. And then like if you get it, and then you know, if you're in a country where like there's not a lot of fucking partner people, they would like, yeah, sure, we'll give you a partner. But if there's a lot of people who have like the partner badge in a specific kind of fucking area, then yeah, they would just fucking, I don't even know, man. What am I doing? Hold on. Because you know, like in Singapore, I want to say this. I'm stupid to say this, but I'm gonna say this. In Singapore, it's actually very easy to get a partner badge. Like if you were to have 75 concurrent viewers, yes, it's actually very easy to get a partner's badge because no one in Singapore fucking no one in Singapore, because I haven't reached the 75 concurrent viewers, you fucking idiot. I never applied. I never did apply. You got denied because you applied and you got denied because one, you didn't reach the fucking requirements. Two, you only applied because you have a Twitter verified account and that's about it. You have a Twitter verified account. That's why you could. Yeah, you were just banking on the Twitter and that's about it. If you weren't banking on the Twitter, then yeah. They never count, yeah, they never count raids at all. That's like at 75, but they only count the people who are in here at 75. Or the concurrent. No, everywhere is 75. Everywhere is 75. What is this? I don't even know. Wait, okay. Is there like a temperature thing? Oh, this is worker's diary. Whoops. Hold on. Is it this one? Passage memo. Wait, no, this is not the secret passage memo. I need to find the one that is the chemicals thing. Alloy report. There we go. Alloy report. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Wait, hold on. Okay, wait. It's odd the coincidence that the temperature is exactly the same as the date of completion of this train. Oh my god. What is the training facility completion? What is the training facility completion? Hey, am I? No, it's not this one. Training facility. I had to read all these. Diary, Anna Thomas diary, secretary diary. Wait. Did they ever say do they ever mention about when this fucking place was made? Dude, you're not you I don't think you could do that. The under the hand handy whatever it is. Cause that's not how Ravenheart got his fucking VIP as well. Under the hand handy Omega lol. Oh wait, is it this one? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's not this one. Yeah, I don't think it's this one. What's this one? Is it like just a no? Pure nepotism? Yes, nepotism. No, this is a 3D shit. When was the date? Hold on. There's gotta be a date somewhere here, honestly. Yeah, there's gotta be a date somewhere in these books. Okay, wait. It's an odd coincidence that the temperature is exactly the same as the day. Oh! Okay, wow, okay, I think I know where to go. I think I know where to go. Oh! I know a guy who knows 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 a horse. That is actually true. I think I know where to go, but also at the same time, I do need to take the FAP. Excuse me. Take the FAP on. I need to go get the anal beads. That's what I call them, anal beads. I literally call them anal beads, even though they're not anal beads, but I just call them anal beads. So hopefully I can actually go there. If I can't go there, then that kind of sucks, you know. I wonder if I could actually go into the what's the place called? Actually, I'm gonna put this in first. How does that look like anal beads? Oh, it's just like it's three hexagons that is like placed together, and they just look at fucking anal beads. That's about it. Did you leave Chris any supplies? Yes. Yes. I leave like a lot. Hexagon. Yeah, it's hexagon anal bead because like it just fucking makes into an anal bead or some shit like that. What? I mean, okay, the silhouette looks like anal beads, but afterwards it's just, you know. He left nothing, even took the fire extinguisher. Oh shit, dude. Wait, here's the question. Can you refill the can you refill the fire extinguisher? Can you refill the fire extinguisher? Okay. Do you do it on Chris or do you do it on Yeah, do you do it on Chris, but you do it on Claire? Okay, cool. Well, I want to get the Magnum. I want to get the Magnum. Yeah, but okay, do you do the refill on Claire or do you do the refill on Chris? Are you fucking serious? Oh my. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. But I'm not gonna go back to Chris anytime, right? Chris is like, Darren, that's it. 128. Yeah, but can I switch back to Chris later on as well? Is there a way for me to switch back to Chris later on in the game as well? Because if I can't refill, then okay, cool. I think okay. Thank you for the information. Wait, which way am I supposed to go? Okay, 128. 1 December 8. 128. Let me write it on a piece of paper real quick. 128. B1, aka butt plug floor. Is it a butt plug floor? Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I remember where. Okay. Should I do the chemical first or? Yeah, here's the question. Should I do the chemical first or should I just go for the? Wait. You know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna get the chemical first. Because I probably think, like, if I have to go outside, it's probably something that I have to do over here in order for me to go outside anyways. I knew about the bug plug floor anyways, but like the problem was that, like, do I want to do outside to get the medallions, or do I want to do the ones that I need to get the bottle of fucking green slime, you know? Butt plug with a boat propeller attachment. I call that a butt plug because the doorknob came out. The doorknob came out, so I was like, yeah, it's a butt plug. I don't want to talk about it. It just butt plug. Wait. Am I going the wrong way? I went the wrong way. Let me remember where to go. You go down. You go down. Oh, wait, what? Wait. Bro! Wait, it's the sewers part, right? That means it's the second floor. Bro! Stop confusing me, man! Motherfucker confused me. I was like, wait, how do I... Is there like a faster way to go to like wherever I'm going, honestly? Yeah, because like like there's like two places that's blocked off. There's like two places that's blocked off. I have to go to the ladder. This one. Like 2 places blocked off. Yeah, like this is the only way that I could go. Like go in and out. Like your mom. You use the table turns? Yes, I did use the table turning tables. That's why I got the fucking butt plug doorknob. Duh. Oh wait, no. That's where I actually went upstairs and then I got the one of the chemicals anyways. Now I'm gonna get the other chemical. And then I need to go outside for the medallion anyway. So once I go outside for the medallion, I should be able to do something, I guess. I just imagine a horse with a doorknob sticking out of their butt. Good imagination. Good imagination right there. Love me that vivid imagination. Oh, I love that. Where's the horse butt emote? When I get partnered. Yeah, that's right. That's right, bitch. Suck it. Oh shit, it's blue. It got blue. Blue double D double die. Oh shit, what the fuck? Wow. Oi! Get out, get out, get out! Chris! Chris! You fucking idiot, Chris! Oh my god, Chris! Fucking idiot, Chris! Whoa, I'm gonna die, man. I'm gonna die. I'm dead. I'm dying. Make the horse butt animate emo. I'm dying! I'm dying! Hunters, you'll be stuck on one. I'm dying! Look. I'm literally, I'm dead now. Where do I go? 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 What do I do? What do I do? Yo, bros. Hey, yo, bro. I'm dying. Do you think you could make it the ESA winter, summer? That is the actual maybe. If I don't have financial, no. If I have the financial, yes. That's all I'm gonna say, but it's like fucking a year away anyways, or about like God knows how many months away, so it's a very kind of thing. I probably have to save monies and stuff like that, you know. I gotta be a normie and go to bed. What the fuck? 10 p.m. You gonna go to bed at 10 p.m. What the fuck, a pussy? What fucking pussy are you, dude? Don't be a pussy. Have a good night's sleep, my dude. Oh man. Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. I could have just fucking healed here. Whatever. I'm gonna finish this pizza and lurk through y'all. Alright, have a good pizza eating. Why don't you simply fly to Blink 182? Because please buy my ticket. Sponsor me, please. Front page carousel Juho, what the fucking hell? Hey Panda, hope you're doing well. Say he's a pussy? Yeah, he's a pussy. We can shit on live? Yes, we can shit on live. Dude, front page of Singaporean Twitch, that's for sure. Copium. Imagine being on Singapore Twitch. No. Imagine being on Singapore's front page on Twitch and only getting 14 viewers as a partnered streamer. Sounds about right. Yeah, very right, man. Like, I legit saw a lot of the fucking streamers on... What the Singaporeans do not watch Twitch? They probably watch, like, Overwatch. No, not Overwatch. Valorant shit, or CSGO shit, or Dota shit, because, you know, those games are more popular than fucking speedrunning. Who even knows, like, a Singaporean dude who actually speedruns games other than, like, people like me, or... Do they touch grass? Yeah, they touch grass, dude. If helping my friend out filming means I can go to summer, I'll consider it. Yo! 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 Matze? We had the discussion. If you do it, that's pretty poggers for you, honestly, because you get a lot of the good income anyways. But I'm not gonna talk about what it is. I'm just gonna say, if you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, that's all in, like, your opinions and stuff like that. But, like, honestly, try it out. See whether it fits anything, because that's a really high pay. I remember talking about it. It's a really high pay. Yeah. Still. It's still a really high pay. But yeah, as I was saying, like, make it sound... No, it's like some kind of a film thing that she's doing, so yeah. Some kind of film thing that she's doing. Some kind of film thing that she's doing for German stuff. For German stuff. Yeah. For German stuff. Yeah, I can't really talk about it at all, but, like, I honestly say that, like, if you want to try to go for it, you can go for it. It's actually really good pay. German stuff. Just German stuff. It's German. German stuff. It's still high pay. Dude, if someone gives me that kind of pay, I would legit, like, hey yo, go for it, man. It's a high pay. You're doing just filming, that's it. You're doing, like, camera work, that's it. Poggers. Where am I supposed to go? I'm supposed to go fucking first floor. All porn. I mean, if Matse is alright for me to reveal what it is, then yes, of course, sure, smile. But it's a really high pay, like, it's literally a high pay. I would get in if that pay was given to me. I legitimately would get in. If the pay was given to me like that, like, holy shit. Yeah, it is porn. Dude, it's fucking, like, how much was it? Like, it's like, is it like 2K per shot or some 2K per filming or some shit like that, if I'm not mistaken? That's like a lot of fucking money. Dude, it's a lot of money. No. Yeah. So I was like, dude, if that is your pay, right? Yeah, if that's your pay, per shoot, I would have gotten into like fucking filming porn, you know. It's legitimately that much of it, like one movie that much. Like I would have just been like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna get in. Without acting, just filming, I would just get in. 2-3K per pay, 2-3K per movie. Like who doesn't want that, honestly? That's why when Matse got the opportunity, I was like, I told her like, yes, do it. Unless you think otherwise, do it. I don't care. It's a really good pay. It's a really good pay already. I'm already supporting it. I'm just gonna say I'm already supporting it. Yeah, even if you're just filming, I'm already supporting it because, you know, that's a lot of money. I would do it if I got the fucking, you know, the chance to do it anyways. Awkward under the ball shot, please. Anyways, what am I supposed to do? I've been talking about fucking porn, and I love porn, sorry. I'm gonna go outside. Oh man, are you kidding me? Wait, what? Porn without male dance game. Dude, Tali losing all her fucking sub emotes, including herself. I can't believe this, man. Tali's losing all her sub emotes, including herself. Oh shit. So here's a shitty thing. I don't even have fucking whatever it is. Switch issue. Maybe? Yo. Oh, okay. Oh, please don't tell me there's gonna be a fucking... Oh! Oh! I knew it! I fucking knew it! You fucking... Ah! Okay, there we go. Made it. Dude, gotta break my back for that 50-50, you know. Yo, 50-50 paycheck, how about 50-50 back check? Imagine having a fucking 50-50 split already. I don't think we're gonna lose that 50-50. Our porn star is gonna lose that 50-50 on herself. Can't believe we can actually fucking meme about the 50-50 thing after what happened with fucking whoever it is. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't operate this fucking bridge. What the fuck, game? I can't fucking... Okay, hold on. The device controls the bridge oil It's out of order. It must be operated manually. Read notice. Manual operation. Supply oil. Oh! It's a fucking... Oh my god, is this kind of shit, really? 10 liters using 3 cylinders. Okay. Standard oil amount must be maintained. If oil isn't at the standard amount of 7 liters, the device will not activate. Be careful. Fuck! Fuck! It's the math puzzles. Fuck! I hate this one. Okay. 1, 3, 5. So it's a 10, right? It's a 10er with a 7. Okay. I'm stupid at this fucking puzzle. Okay, 5. There's a 5 and there's a 5 and a 3. 5 and a 3. Can the 1 be used? That's the question. Can the 1 be used? The 1 cannot be used. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, does it fill up like this? Oh, it does. Okay. Huh. Oh, so it fills up all the way like that. I see. Okay. Three, 6, 7. Yeah, 3, 6, 7. Okay, cool. 3, 6, and then go to 5, 7. Alright, cool. Alright. Nice. Actually did it. Oh fuck, they're waking up right now. Because I'm a math genius, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh god. Do I really have to go back there? Hold on. Dude, I'm Asian, alright? Asians always have, like, really good math fucking skills. I'll make it low. Oh shit, shotgun shells. I'm shooting the balls. Yeah, I'm shooting the balls, man. I think it was like kind of easy for me because like once you get the hang of like, okay, so here's the thing. Once you get the hang of knowing what 7 is, it's either gonna be 511. Yeah, 511 or 331. So if you could know what to put in, right? Then I think it helps a lot with the puzzle. That's it. Because if you can't use the 1, it's yeah, it's either 511 or 331. That's it. 52. 52 could work as well, but I don't know if 52 could actually work with. Can 52 work with 3? I mean, if you fill it for like, it's a 541. I don't think you can fill up. Wait, oh yeah, you can actually. Yeah, like a 1 on 3, 3 on 3, 5 on 5. And I think you get a 1 on 3, yeah. And you can actually do 5-2. Wait, what did I do? Oh yeah. Here. How you doing, Prophet of the Chaos? Hope you're doing well. Man, you know what would really suck ass? 333-125, yeah. That could actually work as well. Okay, so as I mentioned, the experience. No, 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 don't, no. They're not gonna take you in if you actually say that. No, they're not gonna take you in if you actually say that. I don't think they're gonna take you in if you actually say that, honestly. Oh, this guy has an explosive. I'm gonna move away from that for now. What the fuck? These guys have fucking night vision goggles. What the fuck are they? Hey, that was a stupid knife. Wait, so it's not headshot? Oh! Oh, it's not a headshot thing? Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I actually thought this was a headshot thing. Like, headshots actually does more damage than... Yeah, you just do it. You just say that. Don't say fucking porn. If you say porn, like, no. Oh, I thought it was like a headshot thing. Like, if you do headshot, it's more damage than, you know. Like, headshots do more damage than wherever body part is, you know. Dude, it's fucking ESA. ESA is gonna care a lot. Because they want the best fucking whatever experience it is. The best... oh god, hello. Best, like, viewing experience for everyone, you know? No, you told me to use my ammo. I just used the fucking knife as how I used it. You never tell me how to use the knife properly anyways. Who? Ish told me to press all the D-pad and then just mash X action and run, if I'm not mistaken. That's what he told me. It's that one stab, true. Because people don't want to search her up. That's the thing. People do not want to search, like, sorry, ESA doesn't want people to, like, search her up if, like, someone knows about her filming porn and shit, you know? If someone's gonna be like, yo, this person films porn, it's gonna be on fucking 4chan for that, that's for sure. You know, 4chan people are just like that, man. They would uncover fucking mysteries behind what you fucking do. I do what I said. I think most of the time, I think ESA is more protective of the people, I think, than GDQ. I think GDQ is less protective. Oh shit! Whoa! I'm glad I saved. I'm glad I saved. Wait. How am I gonna get out of there? But I still think that it's gonna help with, like, protecting people's identities, and, like, fucking ESA is, like, they want to protect people's, like, some people's, like, identities and stuff like that, so that, like, if people know that, oh, she filmed, like, porn and stuff like that, then, yeah, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare, right? So I would rather think that you don't say that you film porn, which is a better thing to do than, like, you know, it's a better thing to do than say that you film porn, and then ESA is gonna be like, oh, you film porn, cool, but we don't accept you because you film porn. Hey Daniel, hope you're doing well. But like I said, like I feel like ESA is more protective. I feel like ESA is more protective of, like, the people involved. Shit. Are you kidding? Oh, fucking kill me. No, they'll put you on the credits. They always put people on the credits anyways. Wait, do they? What? Wait, do ESA put people on credits? Oh my fucking god, bro! Oh, this thing is gonna be... Okay, do I just shoot them? Do I just fucking shoot them in the balls or some shit like that? Hey, Retro. I know GDQ has credits. That's the thing. Like, GDQ has credits because they literally have people who fucking put credits on. I mean, they literally, like, tell people, like, oh, these are the runners, these are the people who supported the whatever it is, community, the social media, the mods, whatever it is, you know, for the nuts, yeah. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Retro. So yeah, I don't know if ESA does the same thing, but like, if ESA doesn't do the same thing, then probably you can, you know. Are you fucking kidding me? Or her real name? I honestly still think that, like, you know, you shouldn't put, like, I honestly still think that you shouldn't put, like, porn as your expertise of, like, filming and stuff like that, or like your what you do in filming, you know, because, like, if you do filming, yeah, I mean, you do filming, but don't say that you do porn. Duh. Because there's a lot of people who would judge. If you don't say it, then yeah, I mean, it's a better thing to do. Oh my fucking god. Is there a line for this? Is there a line for this? Yo, can we get the RE line for this? There is? Oh god, there is a line. Yo, Copium, man, the line. The cocaina line. Oh yes, we're gonna do the cocaina line on the Resident Evil game again. Oh fuck! I'm gonna be stuck here forever. I'm just gonna be stuck here forever, man. I can't get out. How do I get out? I can't get out, dude. I can't get out. I'm in fucking. I'm in fucked up whatever it is, man. How you doing, J bro? Hope you're doing well, J bro. J home bro. You know what? I'm just gonna shoot them. I'm gonna waste bullets, but I'm just gonna shoot them. It's literally ESA. They want people's fucking safety. Like, they went to my fucking Discord account to tell me that I fucking have someone posted, lolly porn on my Discord server. And then they will never, they don't want to take me in unless I actually delete the lolly porn. That's how fucking, like, safe ESA is. They, when I was running, before I ran, on ESA's Winter 2021, they were like, they told me, hey, you can't run, right? Unless you delete your fucking friends' lolly porn. And like, I did that, and then like, oh yeah, we can have you right now. I filmed someone having sex somewhere. My name isn't shown anywhere, and the video is uploaded somewhere. Because they take your name. If you submit an application to them, you also need to put your name. Well, if your name isn't shown anywhere, then they probably would, I don't know, fucking... I don't know, they probably would research about you anyways. I don't know. If they research about you, then yeah, that's fucking ESA's thing then. Oh my fucking god. But here's the thing. At the end of the story, I still don't think that you should put, like, at the end of the story, I still think that you should not put that you do porn in your application. It doesn't matter if someone's gonna find out that you do porn, you don't put you don't put porn. Oh my fucking god. Okay, tell me the line if I don't even know what the line is, honestly. It's not a bad thing, but sure, still, don't put porn, honestly. I hug the fucking wall. Okay, is it the left wall or the right wall? Like the left side of the wall, or the right side? Like you go around it, left. I'll try it out. If I fail, whoops. Whoops. Oh wow. Oh my god. I lost health along the way though. Okay, I lost health, whatever. I'm limping. My dick's limping as well. It worked, but like, I want to save my health. I don't have any health. I don't think I have health. Do I have health? Yeah, that's the question right now. Do I even have health? Where can I even get health? Am I poisoned? Am I poisoned? I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. But I'm not poisoned. I mean, if you decide to not put your name in the fucking credits, then yeah, or whatever it is. If you don't put your name in like the porn thing, unless like, you know, fucking LinkedIn profile. People want to check out your LinkedIn profile. Oh shit, bro, porn. Where do I go? I don't remember. Fuck! I forgot! Isn't there like fucking whatever it is upstairs? Oh no, I killed it. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Anyways, my point is like, fucking don't put porn on your application if you're saying that you're gonna, yeah, like, you do filming. That's all I'm gonna say is like if you do porn, then yeah, sure, why not? But like, don't put it on your fucking whatever it is. Don't put it on your application because you know it is what it is. Oops. Lever. Oh yes, health. I forgot about the health. Dude, in before 4chan gets like all fucking 5-hit and fucking find out about the fucking filming of porn and whatnot, you know, fucking 4chan's always like that. Should I use it now? That's the question. Do I look like I care about 4chan? True. But here's the thing, a lot of people do not know that like every mainline GDQ and ESA runs actually go to 4chan because every time they actually do a fucking biannual 4chan fucking... I can't see shit! What is this? What am I looking at? Wait, yeah, why am I looking at... Wait! I literally can't see shit. Oh, shit, Wait, what? Oh, hello. That one you have to ask fucking Tali then. Tali's a fucking, Swedish person. No, not Swedish. Oh my god, I always think that fucking Tali's a Swedish person. She lives in Sweden, there we go. Oh shit, it's the fucking, oh my god, it's the fucking Albinussi. Dude, it's the Albinussi. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, the fucking albinoid has a fucking pussy mouth. Pog. Where is it? Where is it? Do I have to go down with him? Oi! Oh shit, I died. Damn it. Damn, the albinussi fucking got me, man. Not the albinussi! Yo, the albinussi got me! Can I even kill this thing? By the way, can I kill this thing? Go down the water is... Shut the fuck up, Kit Kat Clover. I love you, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Is there anything that I could see? Whoa, I can't see shit. I can totally see the spider, but like, is there any other shit? Hey, GSD. GSD. How's school? It okay? I hope you okay too. You know, maybe I shouldn't have used the blue. Never mind. Can this albinocy kill me, please? Just kill me, please. Albinocy. Maybe I shouldn't be using the blue because I could keep the blue for I could keep the blue for whoever it is. I'll keep the blue for Claire. Cause Claire needs that more than I do. Or Chris does. I don't even know if there's poison here. If there's poison here, then I'm kinda fucked though. Oh! Thank you. Bing! Bing, bing. Okay, hopefully I can actually fucking, you know, kill these guys. Or kill this fucking albinocy. Yo, 4 bicycle decks. Let's go. Alright. I know about this. Get on with it. Get on with it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Yo, what up, albinocy? Look at that lips that look like fucking pussy. Okay, wait, hold on. How do I do this? How do I fucking do this? No! Oh, I'm gonna die again. Whoa, I'm gonna die again, man. Maybe I should have picked up like a bunch of other stuff as well, instead of going here in the first place. Yeah, I should have picked up like better items and such. But are you going to water, by the way? Because why not? I wanna rush it, honestly. Just rush the thing. There's a fucking plaque at the water as well. You can see that little plaque right there in the water. Come on. Yeah, what am I supposed to do? I really just have to go to the water, in the water. I really have to go in the water. Hello? Oh, there we go. No, don't fucking swim away, please. Oh man, I missed my bullets. Okay. What is this fight, bro? What? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Dude, this fight, bro. Oh my god, this thing's so annoying. How many bullets do I have? 2. Oh wait, no. Do not check. Whoops. Combine this with this thing. I probably just needed to come. That's all I needed him. That's all I needed to do is just come. Oh, but like, do I come to him? Or does he come to me? That's the question, though. Grandma asked me to eat my fruits, and I had to eat my fruits. She's real. Dude, Erna, she's real, man. Oh my fucking god, hold on. What? Oh my god, dude. This game's alright. I like it. The storyline of it is like quite there, I would say. Oh man, I had to reload. This boss looks boring. Yeah, because I had to fucking shoot at it, I think. I don't know if I'm supposed to shoot at it. Oh man. Okay, yeah. I still have to shoot at it. The Splatoon game looks different. Yeah, it looks like a fucking... Yeah, the Splatoon guy actually has a fucking... vagina as his mouth. What the fuck has a vagina as his mouth? What the fuck is he doing? He's dead! Get it! Get! Yes! Mine! Mine now, bitch! Suck it, albinosy! I will fuck your albinosy if I could! Literally, the moss's mouth looks like a fucking pussy, I swear to god. Look at the pictures. Literally the fight Resident Sleeper. Oi! Oh my fucking god, dude. No, don't fucking do this! Oh my god, whatever. I didn't kill the spiders. Yeah, I didn't kill the spiders because I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go run by the spiders to save my bullets. Game over. True. Copium. Yeah, that's what I was about to do. That was what I was about to do. But then I was like, I don't know whether I should do that. But like, that was what I was about to do. I was like, Yeah, maybe I should like go in the water and just get it and then get the fuck out. But then I was like, I'm probably gonna die doing it. So I was like, why not just kill the fucking fish or the albino sea and that's about it. It worked out either way. Doesn't really matter, it worked out either way. I think I'm going the long way if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, whatever. I actually want to do. I actually want to see Speedy or Ish. I actually call him Speedy a lot. Like, I want to see Ish legit do fucking that boss, cause that mini boss is like, what the fuck, dude. I shouldn't be using my fucking, you know, I shouldn't be using my fucking save. But whatever. Okay, I think there's gonna be a big boss right here. Maybe there's gonna be a big boss right here. Also, what do you use the Luger for? This, what do you use the replica for? Do you have to kill it? I killed it. Luger's dead weight. So I just get it. No, you don't have. I killed it, but you don't have to kill it. Yeah, you don't have to kill it at all. I just killed it because, you know, why not? Unlock Steve of Battle. What the flying okay. I probably think that there's gonna be some kind of fucking bitch ass fight right here, so. Holy shit, 15? Really? Whatever. Yeah, there's gonna be some bitch ass fight right here. I looked at it, it was like different, so I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna do that. What do you mean I can't use it? Huh? What? There was a hole where the Hellbird once was. The huh? A hole where the Hellbird once was? What are you talking about? Oh wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Oops. There we go. Couldn't find a hole. I can't find a hole, man. I thought the chemical was used for inside this facility, that's why. What the fuck is this trophy? A rare trophy, wow. A rare trophy. Holy shit, a facility. Holy shit, a jet fighter.
Hold on, Claire.
Wait! No, wait! Wait! No, I took the fucking rocket launcher! No! No, I took the grenade launcher. Are you kidding me? I took the grenade launcher! Oh my god, I took the grenade launcher! How am I gonna fight now? Why? Because I thought there's gonna be some kind of big ass bitch monster boss in that room. And I was like, yeah, that's right. I'm gonna fight that boss. Because I did a save, I did a boss. That's right. And then oh shit, a jet fighter comes in. Like what the flying fuck? Oh, is it ideal? Okay, it's ideal. But I was like, okay. I thought we're gonna change to fucking whoever it is. I thought we're gonna change to fucking Claire right now. That's why. I was like, yeah, if we're gonna change to Claire right now, I'm gonna be pissed as fuck. Holy shit, dude. A fucking jet fighter. Dude, I'm still fucking damaged, bro. Claire's dead? True. I didn't even fucking heal her up. She's fucking poisoned. I'm fucking poisoned. She's poisoned. Dude. Not unless me's come in. As fucking Steve comes in with his fucking simp like whatever it is. And then the brother comes like, who are you? My name is Steve. I'm here to protect Claire. She's the one and only person that I will protect all my whole life. What is this fucking hentai tentacle thing here? Wait, can I use... Okay, dumb question. Can I use the knife? Oh, yes, I can! Holy shit, yeah, boy! Yeah, that's right. Wiggle that fucking off. Hold on, I gotta move back for a bit. Poor tree root. Hell yeah! Oh, fuck, another one! Summon tentacles to block Claire? Are you kidding me? Bro! I like how fucking like moves forward as well. I don't even know what like Claire being tentacle right now. True. Okay. So I guess yeah, you can actually like fucking, you know, use the knife and fucking cut this thing out. But like, you know what, whatever. If I die, I just die. I can probably use my bullets, you know. Dude, that's fucking hot, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Being tentacle right now, that's fucking hot, dude. Wait, where the fuck am I? Oh shit, the bunker. Oh shit, is this the place with the bunker? No, I don't. Hello? Hello? Oh shit, yeah, this is the fucking nasty people. Yeah, isn't this the place where, like... It is the place. The same fucking place. Oh shit. Wait, there's no health? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Yeah, I'm probably gonna die anyways. Okay, let's use this real quick. Took that fast early. I did. House for plebs. Are you gonna eat the blue herb? Shut the fuck up! Alright? You eat the blue herb ear 20 times. Alright? Shut the fuck up, Erna. Wait, it's all frozen. But are these fucking guys frozen? Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Erna. Oh, bitch. Bitch ass punk. Can you provide me the health? Mr. Closet thing, can you provide me with the health? Please? No, it's a dice! It's a fucking dice! Yo, fuck you and your dice! God fucking damn it! Alfred's diary. I'm gonna go to the bathroom for this fucking part. Alright. Dying over the dice because I need a fucking health. I need a health spray or whatever it is. How you doing, Light? Also, how you doing, Frost Wolf? Hope you're doing well, Frost Wolf. Okay, what the fuck is this? I think a certain part coming out when Joe has to run from a certain someone is gonna be a soft lock. Uh-oh. I don't know what the soft lock is. January 30th. There's a sealed room in the hallway located in the inside the Antarctic facility. I don't know what is hidden there, but I do know how to get in. I can use the 3 jewels that each one of my of 3 family members wear as proof of being a legitimate descendant of the Ashford family. The only problem is I do not know how I can gain possession of my father's proof. I finally succeeded in entering the sealed room. I never could have imagined that such an insane fucking secret gone wrong conceptual existed regarding the birth of both Alexia and myself. I hate my father, that fool Alexander. Now it is obvious that we were merely created in an attempt to cover my father's blunder. I can never trust him again. He's dead already. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm probably gonna die. I can never trust him again. I must regain the glory of the Ashford family with my sister. I have nothing to be afraid of as long as Alexia is with me. What a fucking twincest, honestly. Alexia carried out the experiment on the human body that we've been talking about. Our useless father must be happy now, since he can finally contribute to the Ashford family. Father won't let me. Yes. Hey Joy Boy Nika. The only thing we should be careful about is that the butler, Harmon, does not become wise to our activities. The experiment resulted in failure. Our father was useless after all. Even worse, he turned into a dangerous monster that is completely out of control. We tied him down and locked him up in a... Oh shit, that's the dad all along? Bruh, the dad is so fucking, like, hunky. What the fuck? He got a 6-pack. What the flying fuck? That dad is so fucking hot, not gonna lie. However, Alexia seems to be close to a solution. Beyond all my expectations, she now says that she wishes to conduct the experiments on her own body. What the fuck? On top of that, she feels she must be kept asleep for 15 years in order to accomplish that experiment. Thanks to that idiot, I can't see my dear Alexia for as long as 15 years. Damn, no twincest for 15 years, am I right? Alexia is going to sleep with all of her trust relying upon me. Now I am the only one who can protect Alexia. Sure. Sure. I'm gonna die. I'm fucking gonna die, man. That's it, bro. That's it. Oh, that's gonna be a fast! Fast? Oh, man. Alfred Protect, he also has some weird fucking kink shit with his sister. That scared the shit out of me! That scared the literal shit out of me! That scared the literal fucking shit out of me, oh my fucking god. Hey Joy. Oh god, I'm back! Wait, what? How am I back here? Did I not save? Wait, did I not save? Wait, did I actually not save? Oh my god, I thought I did save. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I thought I did save. That was my bad then. Oh, fuck. Yeah, how you doing, Joy? Hope you're doing well. Bring back mobs. We're not gonna bring back the mobs, alright? Get out. Mobs, get out. Out. Wait, hold on. Oh shit. Yeah, that moth sucks. Yeah, whatever. He doesn't know how to shake off, so he got egged. Like, I don't know how to shake it off. How the fuck do you shake it off anyways? Is this a spam? You just like literally spam the thing. Shit, you dummy thick ass. Ah, yeah, of course. Copium. What is this, by the way? Oh, this is a control panel, I guess. Oh wait, hold on. What if I use this instead? Damn, look at that juice. Damn, that juice, man. Yeah, that's right, go in. Go into where you came from, you little bitch. Wait, what if I go here first? What if I go there first? What will happen? Ooh, spooky. Spooky would happen. That's for sure. What the fuck is all iced up? Holy shit. Look at that place. It's all fucking iced up like that. Oh, it's because it's in fucking water. Fucking who? Fucking Steve made it all fucking wet. Because he drilled the fucking hole. What a fucking dumbass. Blame it all on Steve. Steve drilled to make shit wet. And this happened. Can't believe this shit. Oh no, I mean the fucking egg thing. The egg. We're talking about the egg. I got egged. I got egged. Eczema. Eggs fucked. Yeah, the eggs fucked. Eczema. You got eczema? Hello? Are these people gonna come alive? You got eggs, man? I got eggs, man? Oh shit, fuck me, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you like fucking kidding me? Bro. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, I'm gonna die again, bro. Oh god, bro. Bro, I'm gonna die again because I didn't know about this fucking area. Ah, you know what? Fuck it. Just kill me. Kill me. Please, kill me. Sorry, in game. Oh, yes. Yes, I'm getting straddled by fucking 5 guys. Also, please eat 5 guys. You guys like 5 guys? Well, good. Have a treat at 5 guys. Not gay, not sexual. You got eczema? Yeah, you got eczema? Which version of this game is actually faster? One time I sucked 6 in a row. One time I sucked 6 dirty dicks in a row. One time I got my kicks with Joe. when I sucked his dick and five of his fans in a row. Who's Joe? Not sure, damn. Could have just used the Joe Mama, man. I was waiting for that, dude. I was waiting for that Joe Mama. Joe Mama. Man, I probably think that today is gonna be a shorter stream. Because, yeah, here's the deal, though. Here's the deal, though. I wanna eat. I wanna eat food. The problem is that I had to cook the food. I had to make the food, so, copium. Wait, I literally saved here. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't save here because Antarctica. Omega roll, Antarctica. Eat some ass. You're gonna eat my ass with that VIP badge now. Alright, where's this dice? Mike Hawk. Damn, bro. That's pretty hot, not gonna lie. Where's there a computer in here? Oh wait, that's not a computer. What is this thing? My VIP is due to the Blink news. No, your VIP is because you've been here a while, you fucking idiot. Don't make me take away your VIP badge again. Three days? Ah yes, 3 days. You've been here for 3 days. Oh god, why do I always check? Okay. What? Am I low? I'm not low. It's tightly sealed, like my, I don't know. I don't know what joke I can actually say with that. Wait. Should I use the shotgun or should I use that thing? You know what? I'll use the shouty. Actually, yeah, I'm just gonna use a shouty. Wait. Never mind, I don't want to use a shouty. I'll use that thing. Shouty's like a melody in my head. Oh shit! Oh, I didn't realize about you guys. Are you kidding me? Bro. It's like die, bitch. Oh fuck. Is that the only one left? Dang, what the damage, man. What the damage doing? So I really had to leave a lot of shit behind for whoever it is, huh? What's this? Dualumin. Sorry, Dualumin case. Okay. Health? No, it's shotgun shells. Fuck! I want health. I want health. You fucking game. Give me health, please. You fucking idiot. Yo, L. Give me my fucking health. L. Dude, I'm gonna die, man. I'm gonna fucking die, man. Yeah, Daniel's been here for a year. We'll make a lol. And then I gave a VIP to a fucking guy who's only here for 3 years. 3 days. What the fuck? Am I copium? I'm probably copium. Dude, imagine giving a VIP to someone who's only here for 3 days. Copium. Hey, Boxy. I'm dead. Oh my god, bro. I'm fucked. I'm fucked, bro. I'm fucked. That's how fucked I am. I'm fucked. Got no help. What do I do? Bro. Bro, what do I do? You know what? I don't want to go here then. Took you from behind, dude. You're like guys that take you from behind? People like guys who take them from behind, man. I say people. I'm checking my stuff. Just give me a sec. My mom sent me fucking stuff about speedrunning. What the fuck? Omega lol. I like how she supports me with my speedrun stuff. She talked to me about like the stray speedruns and stuff. Stray speedruns and whatever it is. Stray speedruns and superliminal speedruns. Oh wait, I'll go here. Yeah, she's cool. Yeah, she got me through lately, which is a good thing as well, because she's been coming into my she's coming to my apartment. Fuck. Wait, what? There we go. What do you want to fuck horses, young man? True. See how OP the knife is? Well, yeah. But I'm fucking limping, as you can tell. So I'm kind of fucked again. Whatever. I probably want to... You know what? Where's the place to fucking... Okay, hold on. Don't tell anyone. Alright, don't tell anyone. Smile. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything about aim downwards. I literally never seen you say about aim downwards. You only told me to use the gun. I said I'm probably gonna use the knife because Amai told me to, and you said Don't use the knife. You know there's a lot of ammo in like the area. Just use the gun instead. Other people did, but they never say they never said to aim downwards. Only fucking on mine afterwards. You fucking idiot. No one said to aim at their legs. No one even said to aim at their legs. You didn't say angle down. Did you even say angle down? I saw it. I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. I don't fucking remember. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, maybe it's because it's backseating. Maybe it's because it's backseating. I don't take anything from filthy backseaters. Wait, what do I have? I don't take advice from backseaters. Reset the day we want to the game. I'm not gonna fucking reset the game. The only reason why I looked up in the first place was because I think logically fucking headshots could deal more damage than fucking leg shots, you know? As a Counter-Strike player, I go for the headshots all the time. I'm not gonna fucking play this game again! I don't think I would play this game again! Oh my god, how the fuck? Dude, I still think headshots are actually better. I don't know why, I still think that headshots are still better for some fucking reason. Is there anything in here? Oh yeah, it's the fucking whatever it is, the ammo and shit. Didn't someone say there's an extra mode for fucking Steve fucking fighting or some shit like that? Is CVX Knight the strongest one? I don't know. I literally am playing it. That's what just because. I'm literally just using the knife just because. That's it. Honestly, I don't know. I play all the Resident Evil games. I don't care about the knife. I don't care about anything. Just, I don't know. Oh my god, are you kidding me? What the flying fuck? Oh my god, bro. This fucking game sucks ass. What the flying fuck? I was about to fucking turn around and the bug got me. Fucking bug. Hey, Phoenix Wolf. God, what if I just like fucking use a fucking whatever it is then? Do say the thing really bugged you. Shut the fuck up. I don't have any health as well. I need fucking help, please. Fuck. What is this paperweight? Hold on, I want to see this fucking paperweight real quick. AA. Two of those documents, they don't scatter. I can't figure out what the meaning of the designs on the top and bottom, but this item... Wow. You need some health saved up? Yeah. Where are the heals? The heals are in this! They're in this! That's about it. Used it all on the easy boss fight and didn't reload. True. Reloading takes long, to be fair though. Like, if I were to reload, it's just gonna take fucking long. I don't think there's a fucking reset for... Yeah, I don't think there's like a hard reset unless you fucking go like out, close the fucking game. I'm gonna be dumb to try this. Yeah, I'm gonna be dumb to try this out. I don't know how it'll work, but we'll see. Omega lol. If it doesn't work, then whatever. I wanna see how this thing works. Unless I could actually get out of here. Oh my god! Whatever. I didn't realize about this guy. Oops. Oh well, I actually get out. I thought you were gonna try to melt the floor. No, I'm not gonna try to melt the fucking floor. I was about to shoot them. I went out. Omega lol. Nice try, idiots. Wait. Where do I need to fall for? Wait, do I jump down from here? Oh, I do. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me, bro. Oh, fuck me. What is that? That's a lobster. Dude, that's a lobster. That big lobster, dude. My seafood for tonight, dude. It's literally my seafood. Lobster, bro. Dude, lobster in my Resident Evil, dude. Lobster in my Resident Evil. Oh, fuck me. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck! That's not a lobster, that's a seahorse. No, the seahorse doesn't have fucking legs. If you're talking about seahorse, I don't think a seahorse has legs. I think a seahorse... Yeah, rip again. Do seahorses have legs? Yeah, they don't. Well, that could be a lobster or that could be a shrimp. Dude, shrimp in my game? Shrimp in my Resident Evil game? Bro. Big shrimp. Yo, big... You know who's the biggest shrimp though? Fucking Steve. Steve that simps for fucking Claire. Of course that guy's a fucking simp. A shrimp. Creeper who tries to kiss. He tried! He tried! He tried! He was like, yeah, I'm just gonna make out with this hottie right here who's older than me and I'm probably fucking underage because I'm fucking 17 years old. Sure. The guy's 17! How the fuck is a 17-year-old in here anyways? I'm limping again! Man. I don't know what to do, man. I don't think Umbrella gives a shit about his age. I don't know. All I know is that this guy is like... That guy is like literally fucking 17 years old, and then he's like, yo, I'm going... Okay, what if I just... I know I should be saving, but like... Wait, hold on. Wait, hold the fuck on. What if I go up here? I don't know. Hey, Meadow. Oh, I need a crane key. Okay, cool. Is there a health item? Please tell me there's a health item in here. Please. Crispy clopping? Oh shit, bro. Chris a clopper, dude. Oh, what? Oh my fucking god, and these things!
What? He's here?
Bro, how am I gonna fucking... I was like, how am I gonna fucking get out of here? Whoa, that's cum. Black cum. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to look at this thing real quick. Okay, there's one up above. God, I'm gonna die. Either way, I'm gonna fucking die anyways. That's not black cum, that's blood. Oh shit. Oh shit, a vaudeville. What? I not need this. What? What is this thing? You can drain the water under the following conditions. To clean the tank to exchange the water. What? Oh, is it because I don't... Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Damn, Damn! Okay, cool. I guess I'll use that thing later-ish. I don't know. This game's so fucking dark. I can't see shit at all. A key there. Okay. Any intelligent horse? No, only dumb horses because I'm fucking dumb this whole time. How you doing, Edelcat? Literally, I'm dumb this whole time. I'm gonna die, that's for sure. I'm fucking dead. Just woke up. Alright. Alright, time to end the stream because because Edelcat just woke up. Alright guys, that's it. Oh man, it's the fire part. Dude, it's the... Oh god, wait, no, wait, huh? Wait, what? I just realized something. It's the fire extinguisher part. Wait, hold on. Wait, so that means I can refill here? Is this the refill? Ah, it's the refill. It's the fucking refill, bro. That's a refill. You go off, I'm gonna kick your ass. No one cares. Oh no! You fucking idiot! You fucking idiot! You have to fuck are my healing items? Non-existent. Non-existent. I didn't know! I didn't know that I was gonna go in a fucking stupid ass boss fight! I thought, yeah, we're gonna drill it and then afterwards I'm gonna go back. I didn't realize I was just fucking, I don't know, fucking let Steve drill the fuck out of Claire to make her so fucking wet that we're gonna go into a fucking boss fight. I've already progressed! I don't care! I wanna progress! I wanna progress! I don't even know. I wanna progress, alright? I don't wanna fucking go back and like do the boss fight all over again because the boss fight is shit. Now I'm fucked! I think some people are okay. This is why, you know, people fucking quit this game. Smile. Man, who played this game and never finished this game? It's not even a 2-minute boss fight. It's like literally like 5 minutes because I don't know what the fuck to do. I swear to God, it's, I don't know. Maybe if I speedrun this game, yeah, 2 minutes, that's for sure. I ain't a speedrunner for this game. I don't know what the soft lock is. I don't care what the soft lock is. What do I do? Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking die, man. Soft lock being not supplies. Whoa. Whoa. Is that actually what people are talking about? I thought it was a soft lock that like it fucks up the character. No, fucks up the character. Like, it fucks up a scenario in the character. Hey, Velu. I've come to work, lurk. I have come to rage in this game and not fucking wanting to play this game anymore. Smile. Yes, I'm gonna restart this game like how I fucking try to restart fucking whatever that game's called, Condemned 2, and I never fucking finished it. Send me a pic. Hold on. Working, twerking. Dang, what the fuck? Now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry for pussy! Yeah, cool. I can see it, yes. Yes. You send me a fucking cookie, and I'm like, I want to eat the food that I have on my fucking table. Yeah, Mike. Come on, man. HJ's always right, you know? See? You develop skill. Don't be a pussy, dude. Dude. HJ's always right. I like how this part, like, every time I had to get fucked over a fucking bug. You beat this game multiple times? I thought you told me you only beat this once. And never played this game again. Wait, what? I know Firefly has. I didn't realize you actually beat this game multiple times. Okay. I beat it as a kid? Oh shit. No wonder. playing this boring turn mode. Copium, man. Copium, dude. Fucking HJ Copium, man. What do I have from this thing? Oh shit, he died. He died! What?! I'm in a fucking elevator now?! Oh my god, bro. Bro, I just want to go around new places to get fucking health. What is this? Let's see how long this attack would take. I've been playing this game for 13 hours now, I think, or 14 hours. I don't even know. I legitimately do not even know. I can't see shit. It's like always. I can't see shit like always. What is this? Oh shit, the hexagonal thing. Dude, my hexagonal dick. Let's go. I can see the supply of electric power. Interesting. Wait, that's a typewriter right here. Hexadick. Yeah, the hexadick, man. They actually give a lot of fucking whatever it is, though. They give a lot of, like, ink ribbons, which is a good thing. Oh. I don't even know what to do. There's a switch with the lever. Oh shit, oh! Lord and Savior! The Lord and Savior of the fucking green herbs! Oh! Oh, there's also ammo! Oh! Dude, I'm gonna jizz, dude. I'm literally jizzing. Fuck. Bro. Bro. I'm jizzing, man. I'm jizzing already. Dude, let's go. I'll take this. Okay, I'm gonna put this one here. Put this one here. You have to save some. I kinda did, Smile. I don't know. Yeah, fine HB, bro. Fine HB. Literally fine HB right there. I'm fine now, bitch. Not that fine, but kind of fine. Hopefully I can get the other stuff. Like, I really want to get the other stuff as well. $10, $9, $15. Oh wait, hold on, I missed out something. That. I'm just gonna leave one just in case. Do I need the valve? Oh wait, I do. Wait, do I need the valve? I don't know if I do need the valve though. Oh shit, what's this? Oh, hello zombies. Oh, the blue herb. Okay, hold on. Man, I'm getting all them blue herbs, bro. I'm getting all them blue herbs. Smoke them herbs gonna get fucked by the Singapore government, bro. Yo. Streamer has herpes? Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck, bro? Okay. Man, I'm gonna get fucked again, man. What the fuck is this? Oh. Blue herbs, natural Viagra. Yo, more herbs! Fuck, more zombies! Never mind. I think I would just use my fucking... Wait. I'll just use my shot, my pistol then. Wait, does it work? I'm just gonna rely on my... Okay, I'm just probably gonna rely on my whatever it is then. Is the That's good. So bright. It is bright now. Wait, it is so bright. Wait. Oh. Wait. So can we get much higher? So high. It's so bright now. There. Where are you? It's so high. Is this better now? By the way. Does it look better now? Because I had it all the way fucking high because of the dark areas in this game. Yo, can we get much higher, dude? It's so high. Damn, bro, can we get much higher? Can we get much higher? Why am I not shooting the zombie head? Next question. Eating the thing? Wait, hold on. I'll put this on. Saw this thing in my mouth. What, braces? Yo, Aerocat has a dick in his mouth. That's why he can't even fucking talk properly. Up it. Oh, okay. Yo, wait, hold on. Actually, I do not know. Maybe I'll just store this for now. Yeah, I'll just store this. Wait, no. I'll store one of this because we have 2 of these. Wait, we have 2 of each, actually. Wait. Do we have 2 of each? Yeah, we have 2 of each, like this. Look at those 2. I'm gonna fill in the gaps real quick. Take this higher! So high! Okay, I'm gonna mix these herbs. Alright. Hopefully. Question mark, because I do also need to go back to the fucking place as well, right? Oh, okay. Wait. I need to check the map real quick. So I went down. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go all the way back to places, and then hopefully I can gather the stuff that I need to actually come back here again, and then we could do whatever it is. Oh god, it's these guys! It's these guys! Fuck! Bro! Motherfucker! Motherfucker! I thought it was the fucking regular ones. Motherfucker. Holy shit, there's a fucking carousel here. Yo, is that a blunt? Is that a blunt? Yo, it's a blunt, dude. Yo, we could smoke that blunt, bro. It's Hunter Joe. Yeah. Joe Mama. Smoke this. I'm not gonna smoke this. Shut the fuck up. No, you don't want... Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Is this Resident Evil 1 mention? Is this Resident Evil 1 mention? Oh, the misery! Bro, what the fuck is this game? Oh my god, it's this fucking thing again! Honestly, just kill me. Honestly, just kill me. I just wanna, honestly, just kill me. I need to like legit fucking look at this again, or not look at this again. Like fucking whatever it is. Can we get much higher? So high. I can't get that song out of my head. I swear. There. I shot them in the head. I gave them hit. Still no hit. Gave them hit. What do you think of people giving hit? Like, honestly. Is hit like the best thing that you could get? What do you mean stare? Do you think that getting hit is the best thing you would get? You know what? I'm just gonna go into this room then. What the flying fuck is this? Look, we are back. Alright, have a good be right back. I'm in this stupid ass facility that looks like fucking Resident Evil 1. The game that got me to sleep a lot. Wait, here's the question. Can I consume the blue herb as it is? Yeah, can I consume the blue herb as it is? I can, right? Yeah, I can. What am I talking about? Hold on. Yeah, no shit, it heals poison. Whatever, Claire doesn't get my fucking health. Fuck Claire. She gets... I don't know, she gets Steve. Consume her herb. Yes. No. Fuck it. She gets Steve anyways. Steve is gonna fucking fuck her anyways. Give her a bunch of health. Oh my god, what are these fucking things, bro? Kitty time? What the fuck does that mean? Okay, so you're telling me that... Okay, so question. So you're telling me that I can actually come back here as Claire? Right? I can come back here as Claire. Wait, no? So I can't fill this thing up at all, like, because Claire has the fire extinguisher on her. I can't go here and fucking use the fire extinguisher, huh? Three screens with Claire, but how many screens with fucking Chris? a lot. I don't even want. Fine. This game is actually long then. This game is actually fucking long then. What the fuck? Is he stuck? He's stuck. I should actually go for headshots a lot more. Yeah, I should actually go for headshots a lot more. There you go. I had to put the fucking... I almost said duffel bag. I was like, yeah, we'll put the duffel bag in there. That's for sure. Good deal. Okay, what's this in the middle? A large man whose hands are tight hangs here. Well, wait, what? Wait, what? Huh. Imagine a world where we as a chat got Juho to play hard Resident Evil mods. That's what Amai wanted me to get into. Amai wanted me to play fucking Resi 4 whatever hard mod that takes like a month or some shit. You know, that kind of stupid ass mod, but then I said no because I don't want to play fucking Resident Evil 4 again. I was like, I don't want to play Resident Evil 4 again. What is this? Those mods are all shit. Zero game design skill, pumping of HP. Well, tell that to Amai, man. Amai likes it. And he asked me to play it, and then I told him no. Oh shit. Bug did that? I don't know, honestly. Either way, I don't know. He's dead. Alright, cool. I should save, but give me a sec. Wait, is that a... Oh yeah, I forgot. I was like, is that a guy? Is that a guy? Okay, that's a fucking heel right here. This place is dark for you guys. I'm gonna reset the fucking stream all over again. Omega lol. There. It's dark. Have your light. Because it's light. Wait, yeah, I need to fucking go back then. Oops. This place looks like fucking North Korea, not gonna lie. I can't, man. This place actually looks like fucking North Korea. Or like, the fucking area that I was in, it looks like outside of fucking North Korea. Or maybe I just, you know, color correction again, fucking do that again. You know, it's fucking so fucking bright. Oh wait. Wait, what am I doing? In before, like, my saves is gonna be like on the hundreds. I've done this already. Alright, how bright is this fucking game again? This game's gonna be super fucking bright again. Let's go. Look how bright this game is. Jesus fucking Christ. Looks like you are saving to me. Well, yeah, I'm gonna put it all the way on those 99 saves. That's for sure. Wait, did I put the handgun bullets inside the chest? Inside those chests. I love those chests. You know, boobies. Damn, this game long as fuck. How the fuck speedrunners literally fucking play this game? Ugh. Whatever. If I need it. What's up? What's up? Yeah, yo, what up? What up? Okay, what is this? It's locked. The biohazard symbol is carved in the keyhole. What? A woman drawing water. The fuck is this? It's cracked. I'm on lunch. Nice. What the flying fuck? What the flying fuck is this? You fucking aliens? Alien mouse? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna take a fucking jewel. Nice. It seems to work by electric power. What is this? The socket? The blue pill? Yeah, true. Yes. Right. Magnum bullets? Are you kidding me, bro? Bro, this is like the fucking whatever it is called. What did they call that part? Fucking the Resident Evil 1 fucking, hey yo, we're gonna give you like 2 items. One useful, one like fucking you have to use it on a fucking gun that you haven't like got it or whatever it is called. I don't even know. I'm legitimately gonna rely on me using a fucking, like, me using the whatever it is called. Socket. I have a socket. What the fuck is a socket? Check. Socket. This appears to be some kind of socket. Oh, wait! I know what the socket goes to. There you go. Okay, cool. So that turns something. What does it turn again? Yo, I'm also dead inside. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. Other than not being dead inside. And yeah, welcome to the Sable Club. And welcome to the Sable Club. Thank you for the following. Thank you for the follow again. Oh, what the fuck? I'm getting cleansed. Where's that fucking valve go to again? I just need to remember where the valve goes to, and then probably I could actually just do it. So maybe I'll come back here later. So once I come back here, and then I'll just do the valve. Okay, let's remember what to do with the valve. Valve. I remember seeing the valve, I just don't remember where it is. Or where does it go? Oh, it goes to the water. Yeah, it goes to the fucking water. Free water. Oh my god, it's this thing again. Thank god. Thank god I could pass through that part. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even want to go back to that part. Wait, what? Oh. I know where to go. I know where to go. I know where to go. It's this door right here. And then afterwards I go upstairs to actually go to like the tank part, and there's fucking water there. Here we go. There you go. Yeah, baby. Shut that water off, baby. What's that thing? There we go. A crane key. What the flying fuck, bro? Damn, what the flying fuck, man? Where did that shit come from? Man, it broke the fucking thing. Crane key. Crane key? Oh! Oh, I see where the crane key goes now. Okay, crane key goes to the one outside here then. If I'm not mistaken, the one that goes here. Oh my god, what the flying... Are you serious?
Who could have done this?
Are you serious?
Alexia.
That is how I dispose of insignificant bugs, said the spider to the fly. How do you wish to die?
Actually real Alexia, man. Oh no, it's the lobster. Is that a lobster? It is the lobster. Whatever it is. Dude, it's humping the fucking thing. It humped. There's a spider. Yeah, but it looked like a lobster. What? Hey Bingu. What does the spider do? This is just hit me and that's about it. Morning. Good morning. Hope you had a good sleep. So I did the crane. What do I do next? I didn't sleep as such as the curse of the night owl. Yes, that's me. Always me. Copium. I feel like I need these wing objects or something. It appears to be dragonfly wings. Species is okay. Yeah. Dude, yeah, this looks like literally fucking North Korea. This place literally just looks like fucking North Korea to me. It looks like fucking North Korea. I can't take it, man. Why the fuck does this place look like North Korea? Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. Ah, yes. Erna, I think you mispronounced his, I think you misspelled his name wrong. I think you're gonna die from mistyping his name, you know. Yeah, but you know, if you spell Kim Jong-un's name wrong, I think you're gonna die. You're gonna die, dude. Yo, Kim Jong-un doesn't like anyone to misspell his name, you know? Say hi to Jim. Jimmy Jong Jimmy Jong-un. How you doing, Insane? Lon Johnson. Lon John Johnson. Doug Dimmadome home on the Dimsdale Dimmadome. I don't even know what to do. Doug Dimmadome, home of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome, home of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Yes, that's right, Doug Dimmadome. I like Doug Dimmadome, home of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Hey Rach. Dim these nuts. Yo, this place looks familiar. Yo, this place looks fucking familiar. It's Claire? What? It's Claire? Yo, Claire? Dude, what? What? Hey Jack. Claire and that monstrosity? Is the poison true? Do you know that you're literally the Singapore? I don't care! Shut the fuck up, you fucking rage piece of shit. Fucking I'll call out by your real name. That's right. How about that? How about that? I'll call you out by your real name. What are you gonna do about that? What the fuck is this? 3 weird holes open are... What? Wait, hold on. 3 weird holes open. They are at the boy's finger. Oh. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Finger holes, yes. Can I just use the knife? Oh, I can. Damn. Oh, damn. Yo. Oh. Oh.
Claire.
Oh.
Chris! I missed you so much.
I know. But we have to get out of here.
Not yet. We have to find Steve.
Who's Steve?
He's a boy who escaped from that island with me.
Who's the
But then a
this
monster
guy who
attacked
simped
us
for
and we
me?
got separated.
He
So
keeps
that means
simping for me.
Steve
He
is
tried to
still
kiss
somewhere
me
in
on the
base?
plane.
I'm sure of it.
Claire? What's wrong?
Who's Steve Jobs? True.
I think
Isn't he the guy who got Ligma?
poisoned.
Just hold on. I'll be right back.
Man. Shut your ass up, boy. You ain't gonna do shit. Okay, fucking... I can't dox your name. I'm so sorry. I know you in real life, but I know your name. Can't dox you, man. Feels bad. I know him. He's a good friend of mine. Better not dox me. I love you. I love you too. He did catch the big case of Ligma. Yo, what's Ligma? I would glad lig all your... Bro, serious, dude. On God, Jesus Christ, bro. Wait, what does fucking Claire need? Claire needs some kind of fucking... Yo, I got 3 combat knives. Yo, let's go. All the combat knives, dude. My tension gets higher, so high. Yo, can we get much higher? So high. Stabby time. Yeah, stabbing these nuts. Yo, dude, Larksa's live. Bro, Larksa. The person who said she wanted to be a fucking VTuber. Larksa. Larksa says she wanted to be a VTuber. Omega lol. Vagina tuber, of course. Okay, let me try out something real quick. I don't know how, if this would work. If this works, then cool. If it doesn't work, then whatever. There we go, cool. It actually did work. Nice. Take the map of the lab. Ooh, I got the map of the Antarctic lab. She's live with a shitty game that someone probably requested. What game is it? No More Heroes. I think someone actually fucking redeemed that, that's for sure. Something worse out there. Do you know that fucking Dices asked me to play that game? He was like, yo, Juho, if you like fucking Bichi Bashi, you would like No More Heroes. What the flying fuck? What the flying fuck is this? The fucking cocoon? No, not cocoon. Hole? Fucking hole. Certain type of weird humor, absolute cancer. Damn, bro. Humor go crazy and tell everyone I'm playing it and well kept secret. Yeah. That's what it is for this game with Amai. Amai asked me, yo, you gotta play this game. I was like, okay. Smile. Hey, King. You told me to play this game, duh. 3 weird holes open. Is it just having fingers and whatnot? I guess. I say you should play it. I'll put it on voting. Smile. I put the thing on voting anyways. No! I put the thing on voting, alright? Everyone asked me to play it, so I was like, yeah, sure. Some of the worst gameplay out there. True. True mega lol. True mega lol. This game is no, this part of the game is super fucking bright. Why can't this game be so bright like there? 0 is an experience. Interesting. Low on my list of games. I just know I bought this game. I was like contemplating on playing it anyways, and then yeah. And then 0 was gifted to me by Sivo, and then I never played it. I would say the only reason why the only reason why you would want me to play this game is because of fucking Chris, and you have a fucking hard on for Chris. Why is this place so fucking dark? Oh wait, hold on. I don't know. Research report on Queen Ant. Queen Ant? Discovering the remains of an ancient virus within the genes of a queen ant. I've been concentrating on the research of ants. The ecosystem of ants seems truly ideal to me. There is one queen ant in each anthill, and the soldier and worker ants are the queen's slaves. They dedicate their lives to the queen. Is this literally like if you play Lollipop Chainsaw, you quite literally play all the other games following that formula? So you're telling me that I shouldn't play Devil May Cry as well, huh? Cause isn't Devil May Cry like the same as Lollipop Chainsaw, but like fucking whatever it is? You should definitely play DMC. I don't think I will play DMC because I don't know if it actually interests me in DMC. I don't know. Maybe. Dollar Store DMC. You said if you've played Lollipop Chainsaw, you've quite literally played all the other games following that formula. Isn't Devil May Cry also at that formula? So you're telling me that I shouldn't play Devil May Cry because it's literally this like all the other games following that formula? The fact you fight enemies, I guess. EMC also came up with Lollipop. Yeah. The death of a queen ant means the doom of the entire entail. However, the soldier and worker ants can be easily replaced as long as the queen ant is alive. This is exactly the same relationship between myself and the other ignorant masses. I have succeeded. You told me I quite literally played all the other games following that formula. Exactly the same with no creativity. And someone told me that fucking Devil May Cry is also the same as fucking Lollipop Chainsaw as well. So you're telling me that if it also follows the same formula with no creativity... Because someone told me to play Devil May Cry instead of Lollipop Chainsaw. And then when I see that sentence, I'm like, so you're telling me that not to play Devil May Cry now? Because it follows the same formula with having no creativity. How did you reach your age without playing it? Because I don't have interest in playing it. That's all. Like, I saw Devil May Cry, I just didn't have interest. I know they are... Stop talking about DMC, which is a completely different type of game. It's a hack and slash. Isn't a fucking whatever it is also a hack and slash? Yeah, so, like, literally, I don't think that fucking Lollipop Chainsaw doesn't fucking, like... Whatever. I've succeeded in creating an ideal virus by implanting the queen ant's gene into the mother virus that Spencer found. I used my otherwise useless father as a test subject. However, as I expected, the virus caused a rapid change in the cell, triggering the complete destruction of his brain cells and body flesh. Furthermore, a special type of poison gas was generated inside his body that the blue herb... Oh, I was talking about the blue herb, huh? I've decided to name this virus with unimaginable potential the T. Veronica virus. Jesus Christ. When I find out how I can utilize the power of this wonderful virus, my great research will finally be complete. Where the fuck is this? Oh wait, this is the area that I need to fucking extinguish. Oh. Okay. I think I know where that area is. Yeah. I know that is a different game, but it doesn't like fucking, you know, like legitimately you're telling me just like, oh, it actually follows like the same fucking thing anyway, so like whatever, don't play fucking other games then. Which like I don't think so. And you're just telling me to not play other games anyways, right? I already know they're different. You're just telling me to not play other games as well because it follows the same fucking thing. If I want to play a certain game, I would just want to play a certain game, right? And then if you're telling me, oh, it follows like the same fucking thing every time, like, then what should I do? I shouldn't play the game then. I don't even know what the fuck is going on anyways. Yeah, just stop playing games forever. Hate the enemy here. No! Okay, if you're saying that this game literally follows every single fucking game formula there is, right? You're telling me that, like, even other games like fucking Devil May Cry, even like people ask me to play Devil May Cry, which is like the same game, it's like the same kind of like game as fucking Lollipop Chainsaw from what I've heard, you know? No. Why does everyone keep saying that? Okay, then why does everyone keep saying that I should play Devil May Cry because it's like the same game as fucking Lollipop Chainsaw? Like, what the fuck? I already, like, one, I don't want to play I don't want to play Devil May Cry. Two, I don't think they are the same anyways, and I think that Devil May Cry just doesn't interest me anyways. Right? So if you're gonna say, hey, like, Devil May Cry is gonna be like the same thing as Lollipop Chainsaw, that, yeah, maybe I shouldn't play it. But also at the same time, it doesn't follow the same formula anyways because they're both different. And I don't think that I have interest into playing that game anyways. So it doesn't make fucking sense because if you're saying that, oh, it follows the same formula, I should play it as well. Right? I don't think that every game follows the same fucking formula. I'm also not saying that I'm gonna be playing DMC anytime soon because, you know, I don't fucking find interest in DMC. You know? Is that if you're saying that, oh, it follows the same formula, like, oh, shouldn't I be not playing like certain other games as well because it also follows the same formula? Bruh. Yeah, but here's the thing, I still do not have interest in playing the fucking game, so I don't know if I would play the game in the future, but like, I don't want to play the game, that's all. If I don't have interest in playing the game, I don't have interest in playing the game. And if you're saying that, oh, it's the same thing, then probably, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know, you're telling me that I shouldn't play the game, even if I don't have interest in playing the game. Whatever, I don't even know. Whatever. Work continues on the T Veronica virus, which I extracted from the queen ant. The more research I conduct on it, the more I am impressed by how much potential it has. I don't want to play DMC, I just don't have the interest in playing DMC. I don't think anyone's gonna influence me into playing DMC anyways. I don't want to play DMC. I feel like DMC is a boring fucking game for myself. Even if people ask me, hey, have you played DMC? No. I just don't have the interest in playing DMC. Final, that's it. That's about it. That's what I'm gonna say about DMC. That's it. It's like telling, hey, guys, do you wanna play Counter-Strike? Do you wanna play Counter-Strike? Guys, I think Counter-Strike is a really good game that like it's like better than Dota, better than whatever. Yes? Damn, Denimir. Better than Valorant. I think Valorant is like a really... No, when the time that I play fucking Lollipop Chainsaw, that was the time that people told me, hey, you should play DMC. And then I told them, no, I don't want to play DMC because it doesn't interest me. That's it. I don't want to play DMC. Alright? Whatever. I finally implemented the virus into my own body and discovered how to utilize its power. I will avoid making the mistake that I made on my father. I will suppress the activity of the virus at an ultra low temperature so that my cells will change slowly. My calculations indicate that it will take 15 years before my body... Is this talking about... It's talking about Alexis, right? Or yeah, Alexia, whatever it is. It would take 15 years before my body will gain immunity and become... No, I was talking about the comparison of it. Because, you know, there were people asking me to play DMC at the time when I was playing Lollipop Chainsaw. So I was talking about the comparison of it anyways. And become able to coexist with the virus. Incest is good. They had the whole whatever incest it is. It's so fucking weird. Until then, I have no choice but to trust the capsule that I will be in. To that inept but loyal soldier and... Oh, wow. Which, who is my brother. Yeah! So, like, someone asked me, or like a few people did ask me to play DMC when I was playing fucking Lollipop Chainsaw anyways. So I was talking about the fucking, the comparison of it, because, you know, whatever it is, I don't even know. It was the comparison. Yeah, dumbass view. And to that I say, I don't want to play it, okay? Like, yeah, people ask me, yeah, you should play DMC. I don't have the feeling. It's like, whatever it is. Like, people ask me, hey, yo, play Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't want to play it. Play Among Us. I don't want to play it. Why would they remake CVX? Wait, is that actually why? Is that actually why they don't want to remake CVX in the first place, or? For me to obtain unlimited power, some risks need to be taken. Play Minesweeper. Yo, Minesweeper remake when? Minesweeper remake when? When I awaken, I will be the queen, and the T Veronica virus will be unleashed upon the entire world by my children. Every last creature on Earth will exist to serve me. Wow. Not thought that made it make sense. Yeah, then probably it makes sense right now because, you know, I played this fucking game and it talks about incest. It talks about fucking incest and whatever it is. Mostly about incest. And that time the world will achieve the perfect ecosystems, just like the anthill, but on a much grander scale. Interesting. Thank you, Alexia. Sex, Alexia. Wait. What the flying fuck is this thing? Something is written on here. As twins, Alexia and I are two sides of a coin. A design is carved under the name of Alexia. What? Heart. Wait, what? Oh! Oh, I get it. Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, friends indeed. Thank you for the follow. Papas. From whatever it is. Papas. My papa! Heart. Club. AA. Crown. Okay. CBS already doesn't really fan. I haven't this game legit. No matter again. I don't know, man. People are like, yo, can we get fucking, can we get a, whatever it is, CBX? Where's the heart? Heart. We'll just go with heart first. Heart is AA. Heart, AA. Club is crown. A is heart. Club. Okay, cool. Pretty easy. Oh shit, did I fuck it up already? There we go. It appears I should put something in here. Oh shit! It's the femboy! It's the femboy, dude! Yo! Let's go! What a femboy! He's— wait! No, wait, Alfred's dead? Oh shit, Alfred's dead, bro. Alfred's ring. Yo, Alfred fucking died. No more incest anymore. The meta portion is removed and you obtain Alfred's jewel. No more incest, bro. I just looted someone's body. True. Okay. Is she gonna be— is Alexia gonna come out? Is gonna be like, stop right there, you criminal scum! I am British, and I'm on my way up British. We know it's the femboy. We're your subs. True. True. Is this room right? Fuck, it's so dark. Why is it so dark, bro? Supercomputer. Damn. An old style alcohol lamp. Some alcohol is still left inside. Wow, I love alcohol. Smile, I don't even drink alcohol. It's copium. Okay. Can you actually not get hit by the hands? Or is it like fucking mandatory that you get hit by the hands anyways? Oh, like, other than just like running through, like fucking punching them or some shit like that, you just knife them at the bottom. Is Strat RNG? Oh god. Okay, whatever. I feel like I need to take these. I don't know why. I feel like I need to take these. Large blue sapphire could be decoration. Can you put these two together? That's my question. Maybe I could actually take them. Like, I don't even know. Maybe later or some shit like that. I don't even know if I could take them. Is there any health items in here? Because I can't see anything in this fucking room. This is the one thing in this game is like I can't see shit. I don't even know what I fucking have. Darkness in this game suck ass. Yeah, that's why. Hold on. This is the only thing I could do. This is the only thing I could do to actually make it brighter for you guys is just do this fucking contrast shit. If I actually put the contrast up high like that, you could actually see the fucking darkened areas in this game. And I can't see the darkened areas in this game. God, I don't want to. I don't even know if I'm gonna waste all my fucking bullet shit, whatever it's called. I mean, ink ribbons. Yeah, I'm probably gonna fucking waste all my ink ribbons, which kind of sucks. But it's like a whatever at this point. Wait. Do I still need to fucking help, whoever it is, Claire? Do I need to still help Claire? What does Claire need again? I need to check. Wait, where am I? Oh. There we go. Okay, Claire, what do you need again? I need a fucking serum! Oh my fucking god, bro. Serum. No, not semen, serum. That's one. Wait, hold on. Do I really need... Wait, actually, yeah, do I need the other two? Now the red fields are bringing the incest. Yeah, do I need the other two? Hold on, wait, I need to see this map real quick. What is the pink? Oh, those elevators, those are elevators. Where's that yellow thing flashing? Yeah, what is this yellow thing flashing? Item. Wait, do I need to go there and just take the fucking eyes out? Yeah, I probably would think that I need to take the eyes out. Wait, what's this? Wait, what is this again? So if I were to go up... Wait, what? Oh! Oh, that place is another... Oh, that place is another thing. Okay, I'm not gonna care about that one then. B2? Okay, B1. So I can go to... But isn't the fucking place not even... Yeah, isn't the place not even fucking... defrosted? I don't understand. The fucking place is not defrosted yet. And I don't know whether I can actually defrost the area unless it's part of something. Hold on. Is it weird that I feel like I want to attack these things? I don't know, but I feel like I want to attack these things for some reason. Like, shoot the horses. Probably I get something inside there. Who knows? Yeah, isn't it here? So the question right now is how the fuck do I get in here? Because I don't have the fire hydrant or whatever it is called. I'll be unconscious for a while. Oh shit, it's a blood pack. Oh shit, it's a serum. Oh, I see now. Okay. So it was just there all along. Okay. Whatever. Was it there just all along? Alright, so now we're actually making progress in this fucking game. Man, the backtracking in this game is shit. I'm gonna say this right now, the backtracking in this game is shit.
Claire, I'll take care of you now.
Damn, bro.
Feeling better?
Where's Erna when you need him?
Just like a big brother, huh?
Oh my god.
Always looking out for your little
Stop it,
sister.
brother.
It's Alexia.
Alexia? There really is an Alexia?
It
Actually,
is
Alexia, what the
almost
fuck?
time, you genetically inferior siblings.
After her. She might know where Steve is.
Let's go.
Oh fuck, it's a tentacle monster, man. Oh no, that's a snake. Is this the same snake as fucking Resident Evil 1 Omega lol? Or is it just tentacles? I don't even know. I didn't even see the cutscene. I just saw tentacles.
Chris!
Just go. I'll be fine.
But Chris!
You've got to save Steve. Go!
Wow, now he cares about Steve. Motherfucker now cares about Steve. Oh fuck. I'm poisoned though. Fuck, I'm poisoned though. Gotta save Steve. Yo, I'm poisoned. I'm still poisoned, man. Look at that. Hey, Crafton. Look, I'm still poisoned with a fucking... Oh shit. Shit, shit, shit. Yes! I gotta save Steve. Steve, bro. Give me that. And this one, and then also the whatever it is, bro. Yo, thank you, brother. Yo, brother. Thank you, brother. Oh wait, I have more fucking. Oh shit, I didn't even save fucking whoever it is. How you doing? I'm doing all right. Look, I'm in danger. What the? Wait, I'm in danger. I'm in danger this whole time. Whoa! What? Yeah, I took the fire extinguisher because I thought I could fill it up. You know? Oh, it killed the poison. Yeah, it killed the poison. Yeah, she has been poisoned for a while. The fucking damn... Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Yes. Oh, yes. Dude, I had the biggest fucking cum today. Like, what the fuck? And it's right now because I see all these 3 fucking herbs right here. There you go, baby! There you go, baby! More fucking... Is that a switch? That 2 switches? What could this hook be used? Oh shit, it's the shotgun. Oh man. Ectoplasm everywhere. Yo. Oh god, wait, hold on. Anything unclear you're not getting back, by the way? Oh shit. Whatever. You can take all of these then. Does bitch boy need fucking health? Nah, bitch boy doesn't need health at all. Fuck bitch boy. Wait, do I not have my Oh, I still have it. Yeah, cool. Bitch boy doesn't need health at all. Fuck bitch boy, man. Hey, at least I got the fucking Magnum. I don't know about ink ribbons. When am I gonna fucking use ink ribbons anyways? Magnum ammo, man. Yo, what if I have like 2 fucking pistols at the same time? Let's go. Oh, fuck this one, honestly. Wait, where's my fucking... Oh, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Oh god, I don't even have any good fucking stuff. Oh wait, there's shotgun ammo. Hey yo, shotgun ammo. Can I take it? I don't know what you guys are on about. What if I just do like this? You little bitches. What if I just do this then? Hmm? You little bitches. I think there's something going on. I think there's something going on. My mate actually gave me his Dreamcast back in the day. I never beat it, which is funny. I don't think any game where zombies are as weak as this one. Wow, holy shit. Wait, can I not pass through this place ever again? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Interesting. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so I guess I could pick shit up then. There's an autosave. Yeah, there's an autosave, dude. Yo, autosave. It saved my life, bro. Autosave. Huh. How is it still caution like this? What the fuck? Wait. Oh wait, oops, wrong fucking herb. I went and take another fucking blue. Wait, is this green? That's not green, right? My eyes is deceiving me. That's green. Fine, I'll just give it to fucking Chris, I guess. Give my shit to Chris. Put this inside here. Oh wait, I don't think I'll be using this thing. Like, I don't think Chris is gonna be using this thing anyway, so fuck Chris. Fuck Chris. Fuck Quiz. Quiz can go fuck himself. Quiz, yes, quiz. Pussy pop, nice. Wait, really? Damn, look at that pussy pop. More doors. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Card reader. Ooh. I don't know what that means. I've never seen the fucking whatever. I only know the first one. I just don't know what the other one is. Is it raining outside right now? What the fuck? Is it raining outside? Iron grid is closed. I can't open it. Okay. Wait, no. You're still alive. What the fuck? Long fucking. Oh shit! Ah! Don't be a simp. No simp. What's this in here? What is this? Security file. Feeling blue? What the fuck is this? Yo, achievement? Yo, I got a silver trophy for that achievement. Let's go. The Ashford family's most important secret is kept at this lab. As a safety precaution, I have installed a self-destruct device in the control room and have placed the activation code inside the computer. You can argue in DMs. Yeah. Once inputted, all door locks will be released to provide easy access to escape routes. By using the elevator that directly connects to the hangar, one should be able to escape from the lab easily. Please remember that I have used the name of my beautiful ancestor for the activation code. What? Fucking. Yeah, I know them. I know both of them, honestly. But like, don't flood the chat with like your arguments. That's all I could say. Or whatever you say. Yeah, Arvich. Yeah, Arvich. Yo. Damn, I almost got fucking. No! Fuck! I legitimately was like, yeah, I'm just gonna have the time to actually get out of here. Yeah, sure. Am I supposed to wait it out or something? Hold on. Fuck it, Chris doesn't get anything, alright? Fuck Chris. Chris only gets, like, I don't know, fucking shit all. He became a jewel sandwich, true. What do you think I would expect? Oh. The government said about my weather? Nothing, I just asked if it's raining outside right now. Because it's like legitimately raining outside. Is it raining outside? It is raining outside, right? Yeah, it's just raining outside, that's it. Hey Valkyrie. I don't think we have any kind of flood warnings at all. You know, it's fucking Singapore. Singapore, if you get floods, it would just clear away like easily. You know, it doesn't fucking matter. It's Singapore. It doesn't fucking matter. Actually, yeah, do you think it would matter? With like the whatever fucking bullshit it is. The rain. Isn't this door locked? Okay, cool. Okay. Fuck them tentacles, bro. Yeah, that's right. Go back in. Go back into where you belong. Wait, hold on. I got an idea. I got an idea. What if I lead this guy in here then? Can I lead this guy in here? Yeah, that's right. Come up, you little simp. Come up and taste that sweet Claire ass, you little simp. Come up. Can I actually not come up? Really? What? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? It doesn't want to come up at all, really? Okay. No person. The weakest zombie in RE. Yeah, I figured. Actually, wait, hold on. What is this? Oh shit, more fucking ammo. Let's go. More fucking ammo, let's go! Okay. Is there anything on this guy? Nope. Okay. So what do I do over here then? Maybe I'll come back here again later. Wait, but some zombies actually fucking climb up the stairs with fuck all, you know? I don't even know. Damn, that's the fucking... the hive, bro. Sexy hive, bro. It's locked. There's a hollow... Oh, the dragonfly. Oh no. Wait, what? Pen on the stairs? I guess so. Okay. Do I really have to do this? Wait. That means I'm trapped. Wait. Am I trapped? Wait, I'm trapped then. Wait. How do I do this? Yo, cool Skelly, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey, friends indeed. Oh god, I'm trapped though. Oh, there we go. There we go, we got Crystal. The song says I love horses. Yeah, dude. Do you like horses? It contains a card inside. I could have came if I could crack it. Oh. Crack it. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, what? Am I not on it? I don't want to go near it, that's the thing. If I go like near to it, then I'm kind of fucked. I don't know. If I go near it, it's kind of like weird. That Peppa Pig merch? No. I don't have Peppa Pig merch. Just give it a little crack. Bro, you're asking me to go... Hold on. I don't have merch. I never thought of having merch because I don't know. I don't know if people really want to buy merch, honestly. That's why I don't have merch. Yeah, but yeah, I don't have merch at all. Okay, weird question. Can I still go back here when I shoot this fucking thing? I actually want to know. If I shoot this tentacle, can I still come back here? Yes? I'm just gonna shoot at it first, because, you know. I want to try something real quick. Yeah, I figured. I kind of figured. Is that it? It's tend to go in my part at 2 AM and what? The water sound? Is your place raining as well? Like, what the fuck? How is fucking Kuala Lumpur raining and Singapore raining at the same time? Doesn't make fucking sense. Monsoon? Is monsoon, really? I don't even know if there's monsoon here, honestly. I just know there's fucking rain here, and that's about it. Well, yeah, duh, but like, I don't know if it's like monsoon season anyways. If it is monsoon season. Okay, let me go back then. Yeah, I get the concept of it, you know? It's just that I didn't realize it was not supposed to be that fucking near. Oh, that fucking far away, actually. I thought it was, you can put it far away from it, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, you can put it like that far. It's like, nope, con. I'll keep squeezing. You keep squeezing the fucking whatever it is. Shut the fuck up. I hate Benji. I honestly, because the thing about that part is that, like, I don't know what to do on that part anyways. So it's either I fucking, you know... it's either I put it at far away or just go nearer, and the near one is like fucking riskier than it is. What? Where's the fucking... I'm just gonna bring a knife. I don't even know. I don't even know if I need anything else. I'm just gonna wing it, I guess. If you're telling me there's like no, like a point of no return, then I'm probably gonna not need any kind of weapons. Jumped behind my PS2 games again. Oof. Good cat though. Oops. What? Wait, dude. Oh, wait. Which door is it again? Wait, which door is it again? That door. Yeah, actually, what PS2 games do you have? Oh wait, no, it's the one that to the right. Here could be useful, not gonna lie. I've already healed up, but like, here's the thing. I don't have any fucking weapons here. So you're telling me that... Do I need any weapon? Like, yeah, like, I don't think I probably would need any kind of weapon anyways, if you're telling me there's nothing else right here. Wait. Question. Oh wait, you know, okay. Bring a heal. I don't even have a heal. I guess all the heals are just for fucking Chris now. Chris needs to heal more. What the fuck is this?
Steve?
Oh, Claire.
No, I can't do it. Who did this to you?
That crazy woman told me she was gonna perform the same experiment on me that she did on her own father.
Sex.
She's completely insane.
Sex. Oh my fucking god, he's gonna fucking die. Motherfucker's gonna die, bro.
Claire! Can't breathe. Claire! Help me! Claire!
Oh! Oh shit! Bro! Oh shit, the guy's now a fucking salamander monster. Steve! Yo! He's one of the Illuminati people, man. the lizard people. He's fucking part of the Illuminati. Ooh, Kingdom Hearts is great. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh. Oh shit, I died. Damn. Running at a straight line doesn't help a lot. Am I back at the beginning? Oh, I am back at the beginning. Okay, sure. Wow. But here's the shitty thing right now. Bitch boy fucking bitch boy who's that fucking guy called? Bitch boy Chris ain't gonna get any kind of fucking bullets anymore, you know? Even one heal you might die, true. Dude, bitch boy Chris ain't gonna get my fucking heals anymore, man. Wait, can you zigzag? Now my question right now is that can you zigzag? I feel like zigzagging might be a good thing, but you know, fucking it's gonna close in on me. It's still the same game. Zigzag it, man. Smile. I've seen it done like once. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hey friends, indeed. I don't know, I need Firefly to be here, and Firefly ain't here at the moment, so I think the only source I could actually get is from Firefly. That's about it. Other than that, probably Ish. Ish isn't here as well, so. Or by googling for 10 seconds. Do you think I Google, Smile? What do I really need? I need something. I just don't remember if I need anything at the moment. Wait, I'm fucking... Okay, the zombie's in there. Do not really care about it. Just gotta go for this thing then. I need to have... Oh god! Oh shit! Am I on it? Okay, cool. Yo, see, he comes up now. See, what the fuck? He comes up now. Bro, what the flying fuck? He actually comes up. Bro. I wasn't even blocking him in any ways. There weren't any blocks. Hey, 7 Sage. I thought you were about to fire a cannon -2. Yeah, true. I can't even squish him because it's locked already. I don't know. I know that he actually could climb up. It's just, you know, what it is. You know, I just know that he could climb up, and that's about it. Yeah, I need health. We'll make a lol. 1 health. 2 health. That's all I have. That's all I fucking have. I don't even know what to do now. Yeah, do we keep anything for bitch boy Chris? Bitch boy Chris, I probably think that he has some kind of heals, you know. I think he has some kind of heals, you know. It could happen that some kind of heals would happen anyways. I like to play RE, but I suck at this type of control. Dude, I fucking suck at... Oh wait, you mean tank controls? Tank controls are... I feel like tank controls already like are easy to me because I kind of like learn how to actually do tank controls with like all the other speed games that I actually play. But you know, it is what it is. Oh damn, it's locked, bro. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna try zigzagging. Oh god. Yep. Zigzagging. Yeah, sure. I tried zigzagging. Zigzag worse. It was worse. It is fucking worse. Copium, Omega lol. It's actually the camera, not the tank. I think it's part of the fucking tank controls, to be fair though. Oops. Where's my fucking arrows? There we go. Did I equip cock for sure. That's why I just sure. I guess. I guess I did. How you doing, Sigma? Hope you're doing well. Fuda cock semen, nice. I did not. Unfortunately, I did not. I don't even know what the fuck it is. Smile. There's a strap for 1 hit. Oh, 1 hit. Is this just running and that's about it? Is it just running? Fuda cock semen. No Fuda cock semen. Pretty badly these days. Actually, feels bad, dude. Hold on. I mean, I feel. Wait, my question is, can I even pass through with the amount of health I have? Yeah, with the amount of health I have, can I still pass through? Yeah, so But the question is, hold on just a sec. Hold on. Wait, so that means I'm nearing the end of the game. So you're telling me that I'm already nearing the end of the game. What the fuck? I thought I was like super far away, honestly. I legitimately thought I was super far away from the game. Oh shit, spoilers. He fucking plays this game with an emulator? What? I can hear his keyboard. The fuck? Wait, what?
He beat me up.
Wait, when did he get this? That a while ago? Really?
Oh, mate. Oh, mate.
Wow, okay. Oh, you fucking... Okay. So I had to run in front of him, turn, and then fucking... Jesus Christ. Are you serious? Oh my god. I don't think I don't know if I could do it. I thought you could get door skip from on a PS3 as well. I thought you can get door skip on a PS3 as well. Like Ish told me you could actually door skip using like actual console. But you have to have the PS3. Cause he mentioned about fucking whatever it is. He mentioned about fucking firmware or something. Custom firmware. There we go. Custom firmware, but like you have to not get fucking banned from your account and shit like that. Cause you need fucking internet or some shit like that. I don't even know. So it's like using emu would be better. I mean, of course, because if you want the fucking door skip, then sure. But like, honestly, I'm not content with playing this game or like running this game. Honestly, I don't know. Oop, do not use that. What's this? That's easier. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Actually, quick question. I want to see how Ish does it. That's the no damage strat I saw before. What is this? Oh god, but you have to use... Okay, wait, hold on. Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I can try. If it doesn't work out and I suck ass, you know. If it doesn't work out, I just suck ass, you know. Alright, here we go. I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know if this is gonna work. If it doesn't work, then whatever. Look, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I got stuck. I tried to run. I got stuck. Dude, I got stuck! How? It wasn't my fault, alright? That part right there, it wasn't my fault. Yeah, because Amai told me to do a strat. That is like a speedrun strat. Because he said like, oh, you probably can't fucking do Chris if you don't... Maybe. Maybe you can do Chris with like the fucking health that I have. I don't know. Also, I died to this fucking part like 4 times already. So yeah, there's that. Did I not turn? That's the question then. Did I not turn? Hold on. Let me see this thing real quick. Oh, this motherfucker. Okay. Okay, so you gotta notice, this game is pretty dark, so I can't see anything if I'm gonna try. Okay, you know what? What if I try fucking Trance's fucking thing? What if I try Trance's fucking thing then? I try Trance's. It doesn't look complicated, but because they're using keyboard. Here's the thing, they're using keyboard. And keyboard's easier for them to like fucking turn around. I don't think controller's easier to actually turn around at all. Oops. Yeah, so I don't know if it will work out, but if it does work out, then yeah, sure. Otherwise, I'm just gonna use the fucking strat that like everyone uses. Just go for fucking heals and that's about it. I don't know, this fucking thing is so fucking like complicated. Oh. He was here an hour ago? No. This is literally, I died here 6 times, I think. 5, 6 times. Oh my god, dude. Wait, is it not? Oh wow, okay. So it does close when I actually pick this key. Okay, yeah, I guess it closes when I take the fucking card. I see. Cause I was like thinking, what if I just, you know. Oops. What if I just like go into there instead? Oh, hello. Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Yeah, if it doesn't work, then I'm probably just gonna, like, you know, just go for the whatever fucking heal up, and then I just don't get heals for Chris, because I don't know what Chris is gonna have. I don't even know if Chris is gonna have like any kind of heals, you know. No, 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 no. I'm gonna die anyways. You know? You're telling me I don't even have any more heals. The only heals I have are just the 2 fucking herbs. And I need the 2 herbs for here. And you're telling me, oh yeah, yo, just don't die, man. I'm fucking dying because this thing is so fucking hard. Okay, let's go. Oh shit, okay, yeah, there we go. Nope. And then now if you're gonna ask me why did I run in front of him, it's just the fucking strat that fucking I saw. That's it. And then if you're gonna ask me why can't I just run in front, I can't. Get more heals. Yeah, I can tell. Oh wait, there we go. Yeah, the only thing I can do right now is just get more heals, or no, not more heals. I just have to fucking use the whatever it is, because I can't reset the fucking area. It's a fucking console game. It's not a fucking. I don't have it on emulator. It's the most copium thing I could ever think of, is that, oh, I don't have it on emulator. That's why everyone fucking played this game on. You can reset the entire playthrough. I don't want to. Why would I want to do that? It's gonna take me a long time already. I don't want to do that already. I don't want to fucking do that. You need to give me, yo, what's up, Ego Fang? Passing people's phone number is bad, and you're bad. Wait, hold on. Question. Am I still gonna be on danger? Am I still gonna be on danger? That's the question. I don't even know if I'm gonna be on danger if, like... You know what? I gotta look at Ish's fucking... I'll look at Ish's fucking... Ish's run, because he runs this game on PS3. I don't know if it's any different. Wait, what the fuck is he? Okay, how the fuck does he do this? Huh! Interesting, okay. Okay, hopefully I could... Maybe I'll try this then. Yeah, maybe I'll try this one then. I don't know if it will work out, but like, if it doesn't work out, then whatever. There's no save. There's no safe area. Yeah, there's no safe area here. If you're asking me why didn't I fucking save, there's no safe area. So, if you die, you go back to whatever fucking place it is. I guess so. Maybe that's why. Then don't die? Well, do you want me to run in a straight line and show you why? Do you want me to run in a straight line and show you why? So there's two things I could do. One is that I see the speedrun strat for doing so, then I don't need to use my health. The other one is that I use my health and we don't die, we progress into the game, but I don't know like how much health. You say don't die? I have two. Yeah, I only have like 2 fucking green herbs and that's about it. But I don't know. I'm probably gonna die again anyway, so whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna die again. Whatever. Look at that. Yeah. Nope. I don't know how fucking Ish does it. Like, I think it's just a like instinct stuff, you know. Cause I think you run forward like a little bit, like I think you run forward earlier. The damage stride looks easier to you. But then I had to run in a circle and I don't know whether he's gonna block me. That's the thing. I don't know if he's gonna block me or not. I could just, you know, I could just do the whatever it is, you know. Because I don't think it would get me into danger at all, right? Yeah, I don't think it would get me into, like... It would get me into danger for the second part. That's it. But I don't know, like I said, I don't know how the health is gonna be like for the next part. Yeah, I don't know how the health is gonna be like for the next part. If the health is gonna be like 0, then I don't know, because I don't want any spoilers. This is the part that I don't want any spoilers. If it's 0, then I don't know how to even fucking go through with this. If there's only 1 or a few more, then probably. But like I said, I don't know even if I use my health right now, I don't know how many fucking... Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, I don't know, like, the supplies for the next part after this part, you know? So, it could be like, oh, I have some supplies, but it also could be that I don't have any supplies. Okay, one of them was because I'm stupid, alright? One of them was because I'm stupid. All the others is just because I needed health. I could have reloaded, but I wanted to just go forward with the game. I don't want to fucking play this game anymore, right? Like, I just want to complete this game. Do you want me to play this game a lot more? No, I don't want to play this game anymore. Like, I'm probably gonna play it once and done, and that's about it. I don't think I would want to speedrun this game because, one, I only had the fucking PS4 version, where the PS3 version is actually better. Two, I don't think this game is actually that cool of a speedrun anyways, because it's fucking 1 hour and 40 minutes anyways. Play forever. Whatever. It's okay, it's beatable. You know, a lot of people didn't beat this game anyway, so... I don't know how to feel about it. What the f... When the fuck are you here? My dick is beat. I might get fucked anyways because of the health. Yeah, I might get fucked anyways because of the health. Whatever. It's 1 hour 40 minutes of fucking routing anyway, so I don't know how to feel about it. It's like the same thing as it's the same thing as Village. Like I didn't like the first few times when I speedrun the game, yeah, it's alright. But afterwards I just like I felt like I didn't want to fucking play it anymore. Tell, see? You use the grenade launcher. Wait, you use the grenade launcher? But here's the thing, you can't... There's no way for you to... How do you say this? Wasn't there like no way for you to... Like, you use the grenade launcher, yeah, you just lose the grenade launcher. So you can't fucking do anything about it anymore, right? I only did the remake and then that's about it. I didn't like... I still said that the remake was actually better than Resident Evil 2 OG for some reason. I like Resident Evil 2 OG, but like I think that Resident Evil remake, like 2 remake, was actually better for me. Maybe it's just because of the fucking modern stuff. And like, if you ask me to play Resident Evil 2 again, like the OG, then no. I'm probably gonna play it like one and done, and that's about it for that one. But if you ask me to play like Resident Evil remake again, maybe. I don't know. I don't have the feeling to play that game anymore. But if you want me to talk about like if which one is better, like if I want to go back to the game again, which one is better? I think the second one. The remake would be better. You can simply ignore the series. Yeah, I could have done that, you know. Actually, the RE games was because fucking Amai asked me to play it, and then I was like, I've never played the other RE games before. I've only played like Silent Hill, and that's about it. Because I see myself as more of a Silent Hill person than a Resident Evil person. So I wanted to compare with the two. I think the only games that I like from Resident Evil is actually 7. 7 and 4 was quite long, but like it is what it is. I think it was also 3 that I'm alright with. 2 is probably just remake. 2 remake I like. 3 OG I like. And then all the others like 7 and 7. 7 is the one that I really did like a lot. I prefer like I prefer like Silent Hill more than Resident Evil because of the more psychological horror stuff on Silent Hill than Resident Evil, because Resident Evil is more survival. I think Silent Hill for me is like, it is what it is. Yeah, because I want to finish this game today. And someone said I was close to the end anyway, so yeah. It is as because it's more psychological than survival. It's not a it's pretty much a it's more psychological than it is. You get bombarded with ammo because you have like all these fucking zombies. And I think like fucking like Silent Hill is more psychological than survival. And I like more psychological stuff. Controls that was bag programming. I mean, you have to just blame Konami, I guess. That's the only thing that you have to do. You just have to blame Konami. Are you psycho? No. I just like fucking I just like Silent Hill a lot more than Resident Evil. And I don't care if it's a dead series anyways. Like, you know, Silent Hill is Silent Hill. Dead series, yeah. I'm doing alright. Hope you're doing well, Sop. Oh yeah, you can sidestep, yeah. Are you kidding me? How many fucking health do I need for that part? Like, it looks like I need it more than whatever it is. Yeah, it looks like I needed more than 2. I really need more than 2. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. How about It hits me to... Does it hit me all the way to danger immediately? I guess so, it does. Actually, wait. Oh, wait. You know what? Wait, hold on. How about this? I'm thinking of... No, no, no. I just want to finish this game and that's about it. I'm not rewinding. I'm not rewinding at all. I'm not rewinding. Rewind time? I'm not rewinding.
Resident Evil.
Wait a minute. Wait, question. Where's my save? Wait. Oh my... Oh, I lost the autosave. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Oh well, I lost the autosave. Whatever. I don't even know where the fuck I am, honestly. Where the fuck I am? Where the fuck am I? Where the fuck am I? Oh, is this the part where I needed to do the serum? Oh yeah, it is the serum part. Okay. Look at that fucking bright fucking white. I don't know. Silent Hill RE. I'm very Silent Hill sided. Like, I like Silent Hill a lot more, even though it's like a fucking dead series. Because I feel like Silent Hill makes a lot of the good psychological horror games. Actually, wait. Wait, is this the serum part? Hold on, is this the serum part? Yeah, this is not a psychological horror game. I'm talking about Silent Hill being a psychological horror game. How you doing, Kevin? Yeah, I'm talking that Silent Hill is more of a psychological horror game. I really like psychological horror games and survival horror games. Because survival horror games, you just have to survive and stack up and stuff. But, like, I think with the more scares, or with the more, like, how you say, the psychological feeling of fucking being scared in, like, any kind of corner feels a lot better for me than, like, you know, any corner is gonna be a fucking zombie that I'm just gonna kill anyways. I like Soma. I like Soma. Soma's like a really cool game that I like from fictional games. I think Soma is cool. How many times will we be scared when you speedrun? I don't know, I did Madison. I think Madison's a cool speedrun. Okay, now she should... Yeah, now she should be with 2 health if I'm not mistaken. But right now is that I will take these two instead. So I'll take this one and this one. I'll drop this. Drop this. Drop this as well. Drop this. I want to see. Oh wait, but I'm. Oh my god, I forgot about it. Game about climbing a mountain and goes with pop out is like literally in cornerstone. One more rewind. Honestly, I don't think so. Do I really need one more rewind? So, even if I go down by a danger, right, I still have these two. And then I have this one as well. So I think I should be kind of alright. Yeah, even if I go down to... Yeah, I think, yeah, even if I go down to, like, danger, I think I should be alright. Ish. Am I alright-ish? Exercise the ghost. What? Fucking... No, it's not Juon. Whoops. It's Calling. Wait, Calling does that, or is it Escape from Bug Island? Because that one is also the same thing as well. Yeah, but like... Literally, what can I do? I can't do anything as well. Yeah, Juon is more circumcision than whatever it is. Than exorcism. Calling is the one that is more exorcism than circumcision. Oh, Cursed Mountain. I heard about Cursed Mountain. I actually wanted to buy that game so I could actually play it, but I don't have it yet. Because someone's actually selling it for like fucking $5–10, and I was like, yeah, maybe I should actually try it. Oh god. Oh, get me down. Thank you. Where's my... ammo. Okay. Let's see about this. Cause I don't think that even if I go down on danger, right? Yeah, I still might die, but here's the thing. I think, like, even if I go down on danger, I don't think I should be I don't think that I should. Like, how do you say this? I don't think that... maybe. Wow, okay. So that means I get hit like that. So even one swipe, I actually die. So that means like... Yeah, I've been on here for like... What? 1-2 hours now? Because I keep dying to this fucking thing. Because even if you run in a straight line, it doesn't fucking... Yeah, even if you run in a straight line... Swipe. What the fuck is GG? Yeah, that's what they all say about like soft locking, because I don't have enough health. Yeah, the problem is that like I don't have enough health. 2 greens? But here's the thing, I don't have any... I have greens. I guess I can... Yeah, I guess I can just go with like this thing instead, you know? No, I have greens. The thing is that like... I don't know if I want to try again. This is like... No, like, even if I try to do it again, it's like fucking... It's gonna take me another like 5 more minutes just to actually come back to here again. That's the thing. Yeah, maybe like this would be alright, because I thought like if you were... Oh god. If you were to... Oh wait, what am I doing? If you were to... be on yellow caution, I thought yellow caution would actually be alright. Yeah, I thought yellow caution would be alright. The problem was that like it wasn't. That's why I thought maybe like if I were to take like a damage, I'm probably in like a very small like margin of being on danger, but it didn't work out that well, so I only got like hit like... No, I got swiped. Immediately swiped. But where the fuck's my... Otherwise, I have to fucking play this game tomorrow again, and I don't want to play this game tomorrow again. I literally do not know if I got the time to actually play this game tomorrow again, because my hotfix run is gonna be on the next fucking... Yeah, my hotfix run is gonna be on the next day, and then afterwards I need to de-rust on a few other games as well, because of the next few, like, speedrunning events. Gotta blame Tali for this, because it was so fucking late. I gotta blame Tali for this. Please don't grab me. 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 Thank you. So like, I need a D-Rust on Saw, and then afterwards I need a D-Rust on. I don't think Saw 2 I need some D-Rusting, but I don't know about Saw 2. Maybe Saw 2? I'm not too sure. But the one that I really do need a D-Rust again is Remothered Tormented Fathers, because yeah. Like, I have to fucking D-Rust and Remothered Tormented Fathers. I got pushed in. Whatever. That took me like fucking all the health that I need anyways, so whatever. If I were to come back here again, then yeah, fuck me. I don't wanna. Oh my fucking god. Bruh. Yo, tentacle porn. Hentai. This is some sweet hentai that we are seeing on Resident Evil. What? He should have done this whole time! He's a fucking simp! Bro! Oh my god, this fucking simp could have just done this thing this whole fucking time! Bro! What a oh my god, this fucking stupid ass simp. By the power of Simperry!
Steve, you've got to hang in there, okay? My brother's come to save us. We're getting out of here.
Your brother kept his promise. I'm sorry, I cannot.
What? What are you saying?
It looks like a candle!
I'm glad that I met you. I love you. Claire.
Damn, bro. Is he naked, by the way? Like, can we see his dick? How small is his dick for fucking Claire? That's the only thing I want to know. Like, how small is his dick for fucking Claire? Yes, he's naked. Bro. Claire has to see his fucking tiny dick, that's for sure. Thank you, my simp. What the fuck? What is this? How many people? How many percent of people actually got this? 26%. What the fuck? 26% of people. Yo, I'm actually Steve.
At last, I found you, Alexia. Come with me.
Oh no! Here comes another simp.
You're responsible for the creation of the T Veronica virus.
Yo, here comes another simp.
And now the only existing sample is in your
I am
body.
Albert Wesker, and you
I
are very
want it
blonde, and I am
now.
blonde. So therefore, I shall send for you with that ant farm or ant hill. Oh my god, are they? No, 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 no. Are they? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck? Oh wow. Oh! Oh shit, yo! Oh! Fuck! Oh! Yo! Oh! Is this Medusa? Ooh la la! How you doing, Doctor? Yo! What? Oh shit! Bro!
You're coming with me.
What the what the fuck? Wow! What the fuck? Motherfucker ran ran on the wall.
Chris! Wesker. Chris, since you're one of my best men, I'll let you handle this.
What? What, bro? Bro? What the fuck? I don't even have fucking weapons. Oh my god. I died that quick. What? What the flying? I don't even have anything. Wait, am I supposed to kill her? She kissed you? Yeah, she kissed me. I love her. Oh yeah, I know fire is bad. Omega lol. Oh, hello. Bye. Okay, hold on. Oh, man. I guess? Oh shit. One-shot ability. I see. Oh shit. Hello. Oi! Okay. That doesn't look enough. I don't even know if it's enough. I'm dead. Oh shit. I don't even have fucking ammo left. What? Oh shit! I'm not even on my gun, that's why. Wait, I'm trapped. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that I was gonna go into a boss fight again. Like, you got into one boss fight, and then you got into another boss fight. Like, what the fuck? How? I should have just stacked up on fucking ammo, bro. Yeah, no knife either, because I thought, yeah, I can continue on with fucking Chris. And then now we got this shit. Cool. I didn't know that this shit would happen. Oh, fuck me. I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. Just grab me and kill me, please. Thank you. I didn't mean to do that. It's like, mwah. I don't even know if I have any fucking. I'm dead. Oh! Okay. Maybe I should have done that shot. Maybe I should have just like, yeah, just hit her once then run. Yeah. I got greedy on that one. Please give me the sweet release of death. Yeah. Well, like I said, I didn't know that I'm gonna get into a fucking boss fight like already. Like what the fuck? Are you kidding me? I had to run. I had to run. God, this game is... Ugh. Yo, for skilled people unlike me. You know what skill I have? I have like fucking only horny skills and that's about it. Fuse bat. Sorry I made you play this. I mean... It's not the worst. I don't think this game is like the worst I've ever played though. It could be a lot worse. Shit, are you kidding me? Bro! Are you legit kidding? Oh shit, it's low. Yo, my battery's low. There. I honestly thought it was gonna be an alright game, to be fair though. Like, I didn't realize that this would happen. I heard it's long. I heard that it's long and that's about it. Yeah, that's the only thing that I heard. I heard about this game being long. Hey, Rough Legacy. I didn't expect this game to be that long because of what I'm experiencing at the moment. What? Did I miss my bullet? I didn't. Just trying to light you on fire, actually. Bruh. Can I stop inspecting? Oh god. Oh my god. Whatever. I'm dead. Besides, not enough. Yeah, I don't think it's enough. Honestly. No, I don't think I know the reference at all. Yeah, I don't think it's enough at all. Oi! Oh my god, stop dying, we will find out. Well, I really just don't think that I have enough, like, okay, here's the thing, I don't know, she just does all these like fucking RMGs. It's actually like two attack that she does, not one. If she does one, I think it would be easier for me to just fucking go around, right? But it's not that easy. Because she does this, and then she does the fire one as well, like this. Which literally blocks me in. Fuck, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Really? You have to do it. What? That's unfair, dude. That's unfair. Yo, that's literally unfair. That's literally unfair, dude. She had to do it again. Like, what the fuck? In like a quick succession. What the fuck? Dude, look at that quick succession. Like, what the fuck? That's cheating. Are you kidding me? That's literally cheating. What the fuck are you doing? She's cheating! Whoa, she's literally cheating. What a cheater, bro. Oh god, no! Oh my god, you fucking cheater. Oh shit! She's dead! She's dead! She died! Let's go! I wasted one more bullet anyways, so fuck my life. I want her tested for steroids. I got Alexia's choker. Yo! Let's go with a choker! So I have two, but the question is, where's the last one? Cause I don't think I had the last one. I heard there was a last one, like the green one. Cause I saw it on the fucking whatever speedruns they are. Where's the green one? Oh wait, what the fuck? Stop! Yeah, I just need the green one. Which I don't have it yet. Wasted a bullet to show you dominant. Shut the fuck up! I don't have anything! I'm doing shit! I spent an hour trying to get out of fucking, simp boy Steve's fucking Raph. Where were you when I need you? Oh my fucking god, what the fuck? Is it the Bob's butt plug? Oh, probably. Probably Bob's fucking butt plug, that's for sure. Huh. Wait. Oh, is it the wings that I need? I don't know what to do with the wings. What do I do with the wings? Wait, do I need the wings? Oh, look at this bright fucking light. Oh, I have this now. I have this too, so poggers. Poggers! Oh man, I have no space. I saw the light, it opened up my eyes and yeah. Poggers! Follow the light, Jew doing Alan Wake stream on the Halloween confirm. I've already played. Maybe I should play American Nightmare so that fucking Tali's gonna have her fucking pussy all wet again. Nice. Don't tell Tali, by the way. Don't tell Tali, by the way. Do American Nightmare? I mean, soon. I think the Tali do him. Oh god, the original actually made me want to fucking sleep. Like, not gonna lie, I hate to say this. The original made me wanted to sleep. I wanted to sleep over the fucking original. I don't know why. I don't know how American Nightmare is gonna be like, but if I ever buy American Nightmare, then I'll play it. But like, I don't know. We'll see. It's fine? What do you mean it's fine? Dude, I didn't like the OG a lot, actually. Wait, what do I use this for? That is the question. What do I use the... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I just realized something. Yeah, actually, do I have to kill the spider? Don't tell me I have to kill the spider so I had to get his fucking dragonfly, whatever fucking bullshit it is. Okay, cool. Cause I think I need one more wing for dragonfly fucking set thing, whatever it's called, thingamajig, but I don't know what the dragonfly thing's at. Hold on. Wait, where were my dragonfly? Wait. Oh, it's down there. I was like, wait a minute, where was it? I was like, wait, where did I put my fucking dragonfly fucking wings at? It's like, oh shit. Did I lose it right now? Actually, here's the problem right now. Damn, seeing the game's so good to you, man. Wow. I need to buy a new headset, great for gaming, but one can just fucking use Apple earpods. That's what I use. I legitimately use Apple earpods. Omega lol. Oh shit, why am I here? Your generation despises Apple products, but they use Apple products. What are you talking about? You're telling me that everyone uses fucking Android? Are you gonna tell me that everyone uses fucking Android on your part? No, you use Android, that's for sure. I don't care about you. I only care about like the fucking, you know, Dark Loose is fucking like whatever fucking. Yo, that's a suck sound that I do when I fucking suck cock. That's how I suck cock, dude. Anyways. Hell yeah. White cum, bro. Wait. Oh shit, I do not need them anymore. Okay, cool. Just log the heat. Oh no, do I really need to explode this thing? Wait a minute. Do I really need to explode this thing? But like, Wait. Wait. How though? The explosive is already there. But I had to shoot it, right? They hit it. Yeah. Yeah, I had to like fucking shoot at it or something like that. How did you hit something in real life? Fucking, I don't know. Without a gun. I don't have a fuse. Yeah, I can't. I don't have a fuse. Did I let the black dude die? Oh. I thought I let the black dude... Oh. Wait, so that means like I didn't kill the worm. Yeah, I didn't kill the worm because the worm was not my problem. So that's why I was like, if I needed it, no one told me that I should kill the worm anyways. So I was like, yeah, if it's like not my problem like the spider, what gives, right? You know? Like it wasn't even my concern anyways. If it was my concern, then probably. Machine gun and the light. Ah, I see. It's my concern now? Yeah, because I didn't know about it. That's how first playthroughs are like anyway, so whatever. So now is the question. Where can I use this for? Big deal. Okay. So there's nothing in there other than like some kind of ammo, huh? If it's some kind of ammo, yeah, I guess I get it, you know. But my question is, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Because I really don't know what to do right now, and fucks over Rodrigo? Oh shit, rip Rodrigo, man. Rodrigo's fucked. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's just handgun ammo. Okay, whatever. It doesn't really matter then. Okay, yeah, did I miss anything from here? Like, I have the fucking dragon, the fly wings. I feel like I missed something. I just don't know what I missed right now. Also, how many dragonfly wings do I need? Do I need 4 or 3? I think I need 4. I feel like I'm just gonna get fucked by these fucking dudes. Are you the one? Wait, no. Okay. Whoa. Can't see shit. You the one? Yeah, you the one? Wait. Ooh, this might be a stupid thing to ask. Hold on. Let me see all the potential rooms that I've been in. Nothing here. I don't know about anything in the right side. That item doesn't really do anything. I don't think so. Okay, so those two places are blocked. I need to find a way to actually go into there. Do you think the Kardashians will be at the concert? I'm gonna try to see Kim's butt. I think Courtney will be there. That's for sure. Courtney's gotta be there, that's for sure. Whoever, is it Courtney or fucking whoever the fucking person is that's fucking together with Travis Barker? What is this thing? Oh, those are lifts. Those are lifts. God. Wait, is it the part that is it the part that I kind of didn't kill all the zombies? Is it that area? The one that I took the valve at, is it at that area? Please tell me no. I wish, okay, if it's that area, I'm kind of fucked because of fucking bullets and whatnot. Is it that area? Okay, thank God. Thank God it's not that area. If it's that area, I'm fucked. Cause I don't know what's there now. I legitimately do not know what's there now. I feel like I've gone everywhere. I just don't I don't know what. Yeah, just tell me what the tell me a hint or whatever it is. I can't figure it out right now because like I don't know whether or not it's this room right here with the fucking item that is blinking or this part right here that I probably have not, you know, I've not searched much at all because it's fucking dark. So it's either this one or this one for me. So yeah, just give me a hint. I don't know where this one dragonfly wing is or the fucking jewel thing. Yeah, I have no idea. Unless you're telling me it's like fucking wait, hold on. Someone's corpse. Someone's corpse? Wait, are you talking about the blue one? If you're talking about the blue one, I've done that already. I'm in the green one. I think the green one is the last one that I'm... Yeah, the green one is the last one that I need to get. Are you talking about the blue one or the green one? Yeah, thank you for the rain, much appreciated. Fucking green, really? Okay. Thank you for the rain, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. Oh wait, the dad! Oh, I see now. It's the fucking father. Father of lies, come in disguise. Your come one last. Didn't the game even show you? Well, yeah, but there was a fucking spider! The raid. How you doing? I'm K-Style. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I hope your speedruns of CNC was well. But yeah. Hello guys, my name is Juhorse. I am a speedrunner. I'm a horse speedrunner. Singaporean as also. Also a Singaporean like fucking Sketch. I run a lot of horror games, a lot of variety games as well. We have been world record tonight. Nice. Let's go. Put that Singapore flag up. You know, put that Singapore fucking flag up. Let's go, dude. You. Give me that whatever it is. Oh yeah, I can't take items. Oh, fuck me. I forgot I need to fucking put shit back. Okay, I'm just gonna put shit stuff and then I will do the whole thing. But yeah, congrats on the world record, by the way. What's the world record time, by the way? Wait, is there gonna be a case? Oh, is there gonna be a case inside the fucking... I don't know if there's gonna be a case inside that one. If not, then I have to sacrifice something. Nobody else will be on my category? Whoa. That's good. Alright. Congrats again. Actually, wait, no. Maybe I'll come back here again. Who knows? Where's my shotgun? Yeah, maybe I'll come back here again. Maybe. But yeah, still congrats though. Like, at least you got a... Wait, what did you actually submit, by the way, for GDQ? Like, what categories did you submit for GDQ? Is it like the ones that you actually got world record on, or is it like different other categories? Submitted for my speed game, I have world record on it. Alright, I see. Also, you may see that this game is like super fucking bright. Don't worry, it's the fucking contrast of this game. I put the contrast all the way fucking high because, you know, like, at least stream can see it. And for myself, I can kind of see it, but also at the same time, it's like pretty fucking shit. I hope there's health though. Yeah, I kind of hope right now that there's health. You know, if there's health in this game, then thank God, I guess. Progress. It's time for me to fucking finish this game, Smile. Where Alexia gone? I don't know. Somewhere over the rainbow where she's fucking finding her brother because she killed her brother and she wants to like, I don't know, incest with her brother. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you have been doing well. Oh fuck me, are you kidding me? Code Veronica report, wow. Yo, I got another trophy, let's go. After many long years of research, I finally identified the inheritance element that administers the intelligence of man. I even succeeded in manipulating the absolute value of intelligence artificially, but recomposing the base alignment of the element. I then sampled... Oh, wait, what? Oh, whatever. I then sampled the gene of our great ancestor, manipulated its element, then implanted it into the unfertilized egg of a surrogate mother. What I didn't expect was that twins, a boy and a girl, were born. The boy had the boy had higher intelligence than normal, but not high enough for him to be considered a genius. In fact, that's like hope the run. Hope the run? You mean hope the game has been treating you well? The game has been treating me well and shit. I spent an hour on one part of the game, and I spent a lot of time on other parts of the game. Well, I spent a little time on other parts of the game anyways, so yeah. However, the girl had unmatched intelligence that easily allowed her to be classified as a genius. She was exactly what I had been looking for, the revival of our great ancestor. I already determined their name I already determined their names, the girl's name Alexia and the boy's name Alfred. I'm certain that Alexia will elevate the name of the Ashford family to extreme glory. Interesting. Well, the question right now is... health? Doing quite alright right now. Doing quite alright. Oh shit, I didn't mean to check it. Hand woman takes a copy. What the fuck? Hey John, hope you're doing well. I hope there's gonna be a safe point around here. Also, I saw like a fucking zombie. Oh god! Oh my god! I fucking pressed the wrong button. Of course. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I'm fucking... Yeah, fuck me. Nice movement, yes. I wanted to hold my fucking whatever it is, and then I accidentally hold my fucking O instead. I wanted to hold my right trigger, and I fucked it up. I wanted to hold my right trigger, I hold my O instead, I'm so stupid. I don't know, you would make the same mistake as well if like you're just tired as fuck. If you're tired as fuck like I am, streaming for about 9 hours right now, it's literally like fucking stupid ass mistake, you know. Holy shit, actually first aid spray. A key? Really? Right now? Is there a box here? Is there a box here? Am I just blind or there's no box here? I guess there's no box here, huh? Okay. So I guess I have to go back then. This stream is like 3 normal streams. Bro, I've been streaming like this for like the past God knows how many fucking weeks. What the fuck are you talking about? Wait, there's a box. Wait, no, that's an item. No, wait, I'm talking about box. Oh wait, hold on. That means the box is on the other side. Oh god, why is the box on the other side anyways? Yeah, why is the box on this side? What the fuck is wrong with this game? God, look at him push like that. That's so fucking weird. I should have get it by you reading lore that it wasn't a run. Yeah. It'd be like that, but whatever. It's alright. I don't blame you, honestly. I do speedrun, yeah, but like, you know, not speedrunning for now. Do I have anything? So much ammo. Sketch was talking about... Wait, Sketch was talking about me? Bet he said bad things about me, Copium. For a brief moment before the raid? Ah, yes, I see. What an evil person. He loves horses. True. Alright, here comes the boy using low tier poggies instead of... What the fuck is that? Dude, imagine using Luxury emotes instead. Smile. What the fuck, me? Are you kidding me? Bro, are you kidding me? That means I had to like fucking take shit away for now. Yeah, that means I had to take shit away for now. You know what? I'll not use this for now. I don't know when's the next fucking battle. Or the next fucking I want to say the next whatever it is. I don't know. Maybe I should use this. Cause I don't think I would use this at all. And then once it's at 0, I can just like fucking replace it. There's a bunch of bullets as well over here. One here. If I could actually take the bullets, thank you. Oh heck yeah. It's the last one. Is that another? Interesting. Okay. Is there anything that I need to take again? No. So there's a key right here as well, which I don't remember what that key is. Some random key that I'm looking at the moment. This biohazard key. Ah, I see. Stereo room key. Isn't that the part where you can actually go down? Shit. It's a fucking zombie. How close is the zombie? Sloth from the other side. Wait, what? What is sloth from the other side? Oh, that kind of fucking room. Yeah, actually, hold on. Wow, there's health here. Where am I going? Wait, hold on. Actually, wait. Can I... like... Can I do this? For now? Are you kidding me? So that means I can't do that, huh?
Is that you, Claire?
Chris?
No. The door.
Door.
Hey, is Steve with you?
Steve, he...
Is this what streamers are when they cry for their
Listen,
top donator?
We have to get out of here immediately. Can you unlock it from the inside?
No, I can't.
Oh.
Chris, there should be a self-destruct system somewhere. If you activate
Trigger the
it,
endgame music
all the
early.
electronic locks
I
will
wanted to
open.
fill. I wanted space. Bro, I can't take any more items. I wanted to like fill space up. I thought I could use the dragonfly fucking whatever it is, you know. I wanted to use the dragonfly wings to fill up space because you know, I don't know what's on like other places yet. Like, you can tell my fucking inventory is all filled out with fucking shit right now. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I can't even go down at all. Okay, what is this stereo shit? Stereo? No. You've been hearing this track over and over until its end game. Are you kidding me? Nice. We're just gonna listen to this fucking music. Don 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 don. Whatever it is, I don't even know. I'm really too tired to actually fucking find out what the fuck this is. Rip Steve, Steve. Oh, Steve. Oh, Steve. Yo, it became quiet. The blue sapphire. No, am I supposed to go back and fucking get the sapphire shit? Oh my god. Bro. Okay, sure. Why not? For the ideal weapons for endgame. Dude, the only things I've been getting, wanting to use are like the fucking weak ass weapons. I don't want to use the fucking bitch ass weapons, you know. Pepe jam, dude. Jam to this shit. Wait, out. It's weird that like, you know, the hardest parts of the game requires you to just, you know, fucking save health, and it sucks ass that it's like that. Playing is hard if you don't have any green rounds. I didn't know what to use the green rounds for. Wait, what? Hold on. I need a music kit. Damn. Gonna move that ass, brother. Oh my god, yeah. So actually I need the red one first and then get the blue one. Oh my god. Why is this so complicated? Okay, whatever. Okay, so I need to get the red one first and then the blue one. We're out here to survive and save Claire Redfield! It's so fucking, like, it's not confusing, sorry, it's fucking tedious. Yeah, that's the term. Fucking tedious. What's the world record for this game, by the way? Like, what's the world record fucking run for this game? Whatever it's called. I don't know. What, any percent glitched? Oh. That's what I remembered seeing. This way. Give me that shit, brother. Glitched vanilla. What is the difference between glitched and glitchless? When the fucking, like, world records are... What do you mean, how does this solve the problem? What are you talking about? I didn't realize I put the disc back. Thanks for telling me, holy fuck. Dude, I'm fucking tired! I'm already like fucking sleepy as fuck, okay? I didn't realize that I put the fucking thing back. I mean, I put the fucking whatever it is. There is no solution? Wait, really? Oh. Huh. Glitched involves usage of manual book glitch by using glitch by an item becomes infinite. What? What? Wait, so you're telling me that like this fucking puzzle right here is nothing. It's just nothing. Or do I really have to do this puzzle? Because I don't have a fucking... Something else happens first. Oh. Because I don't have a fucking... Oh, where did that go? I don't have the, whatever it is, if I'm not mistaken. World record for... Wait. What's that? Dark Souls glitches? Glitchless or what? Oops. Cart. A door skip. Oh. Security card. Oh, hello! Oh my god, bro. In the balls, bitch. Oh, look, a cockroach. Ah, yes, of course. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I know how it is. Hold on. Security card. What security card is this? ordinary one, huh? Yeah, I kind of do not know what to do at this point. Let me think. Is there a place where I could actually use the card other than the fucking top? Yeah, other than the top, like... Do I really have to use this fucking... Okay, do I... Okay, you know what? Why not I try to use the fucking dragonfly fucking wings, and then... We'll see from the dragonfly wings if it's a fucking like endgame shit, and I'm like kind of fucked, you know. I hope it's not a endgame. I just hope it's not endgame. If it's literally endgame, then yeah, copium, am I right? Where is my dragonfly? Oh, it's right here. What am I talking about? It's right here on me this whole time. Just jamming out to that fucking song. Maybe I can't use it. Oh, is it because I don't have the whatever it is? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm missing the body, that's why. Is there a room that I actually have not gone to? Like, yet? Or is it like a fucking place that I've, like, missed out? I feel like I missed out something then. I'm not for sure. Oh, do I really? Wait, what? Wait. So... Wait, how do I even do that? You mean I had to go back and take the fucking... Wait, hold on. Oh, I think I get what you mean. But the thing is that, like, am I thinking of it the right way? Am I thinking of it the right way then? Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about then. It's Maki. I'm still playing. It took a while just to actually finish. Like, it's gonna take a while to finish this game, honestly. one of the songs of all time. Yeah, we're just jamming to this song, honestly. Ah, the bright light. Ah, bright mode. Shit, bro, it's bright mode, man. Maybe. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh my god. Talk about being flashbang. Yo, yeah. Literally flashbang. Wait, Tutera's Games. Tutera's Gaming. Where are you from, by the way? Are you from like fucking Malaysia or Philippines or whatever it is? Please tell me you're from like the other countries. Yo, where are you from, by the way? It's like 8:30 p.m. God damn it! Because it's like 3 a.m. here. That's the thing. It's 3 a.m. here. That's why I was like, wait, where are you from? From Nonya, of course. Yeah, it is 3 a.m. here. 3:30 a.m. Finally, no more flashbang. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? Wait, what? So I had to go through like the normal way? This way then. Give me a sec. I just need to check who fucking pinged me and stuff. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream. What the fuck are you talking about? Look at how dark this place is. Might as well at this point. No. You're a 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream. DMC next? No. DMC never. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Shit, dude. How did I miss that fucking shot? It's not confirmed 24 hours. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Aim broken, sure. Aimbot, whatever. My birthday? My birthday is like fucking the next few days. What are you talking about? I'm not gonna do a 24-hour stream actually. You're heavier than Chris? Yes, I see. Climb up the ladder, dude. Are you kidding me? I have not saved. What the fuck? Bro, I have not saved! I don't trust this place. I'm sorry. I don't fucking trust this place. I don't trust this place enough because I'm gonna fucking die surely. Coward horrors? I have not saved for like God knows how many fucking... How big is Chris? Pretty big, dude. How big? 8 inches, yes. He's 8 inches, that's sure. Or that's for sure. Bigger than my sexual life. You're 230? You look like fucking 200. What the fuck? How do you gain fucking 30 pounds? Weightlifting, bro? Yo, just, yeah, true, actually. The 6-inch add-on? Yes, the 6-inch. Yeah, I guess like 6'2" actually helps. Not gonna lie. Dude, horses are dead weight. What are you talking about? No. A horse on a course, true. Yes, I am, as you can tell. Yeah, you have to get the American, like, you have to get an American account and then just buy this game from, like, the American store. That's what I did. You maybe want to play this? Good luck to you! Look how many fucking hours I've spent! I spent 2 fucking, actually, yeah, I spent yesterday 8 hours yesterday. Now, see how many hours I'm spending right now. On top of the 8 hours I spent yesterday. Insane hours. I know you can do it. Well, here's the thing. A lot of people have never finished this game before, so when they buy this game, they never finished it. Like Omega lol. What? Bruh. It's all because I got help. I got help. You know, all the times people are gonna be like, no, oh, no, oh. I don't know what's outside the window. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Dude, I swear to God, shut the fuck up. You went through Saw, Flesh and Blood, Salted Flesh and Blood with all those QTEs. Yeah, because I'm a gamer, that's why I smile. This one. Should I take this? Oh wait, that's actually how I found you from Speedrunners on the Crypt, and you had so much energy. Thank you, I guess. It's actually a lot of people actually found me from Speedrunners on the Crypt, and I feel like, yeah, thanks to Ek. You know what? I'm not gonna pick up the shotgun at all. I don't think I need the shotgun anymore. Yeah, Ek is cool. There's space. There's space. Any space. You found me. A lot of people did find me through Egg Dices because, you know, Egg Dices and I are friends. Really good friends. It's only Firefly. Firefly is actually, Firefly found me through, no, Erna found me through Larksa. Firefly found me through fucking Deep Salt. I've been found on like a lot of different places, I guess. It was love at the first horse. It was Bud and Bud Horse. Yes, it was Bud and Bud Horse. The only reason why I did fucking Resident Evil 3 was because it was a sub goal, and I did it because it was a sub goal. The sub goal actually did help me a lot with a lot of the financial stuff as well, because, you know, I was able to buy a lot of like stuff that helped with the streaming. I kind of wish that I could actually do that kind of sub goal again, but, you know, fucking Twitch didn't allow it because Twitch was like, yeah, we're gonna fuck it up by not having whatever it is at the time. So there was that. Wait, Beep's actually running this game? Beep's actually playing this game? What the fuck? Yeah, it activates at random. I thought Beep has been doing some, like, other stuff lately, actually. Two weeks ago, took a break to, yeah. How many streams did she do for... Yeah, how many streams did she do for... whatever it is. For the first part. 3 to finish up the first... I see. I want a pistol as well, but, you know. DJ stream, let's go, hey Soph. This is gonna be me going back and forth like way too many times because I need to go back and forth a lot. The reason why is because fucking you look at my fucking inventory, it's all fucked up. But also at the same time, I just want to save a lot. Just do it for another 12 hours? Fuck no, I'm not doing it for another 12 hours. I need to fucking eat and sleep. What the fuck are you talking about? You do it for another 12 hours, you fucking jackass motherfucker. Jacked up motherfucker, there you go. Eat and sleep after the 12 hours. Oh yes, I'm gonna stream myself fucking sleeping. That's for sure. You can eat and stream after the what the fuck are you guys talking about? I'm not gonna do that. Cutscene run, Jesus Christ. Just go full 24 hours. I can't do full 24 hours. What are you talking about? I literally will sleep. I don't think I would do that. I'm literally gonna fucking pass out and sleep. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Okay. You know what would get me into 24-hour stream? Would I be dumb to say this? I'm gonna be fucking dumb to say this, but you know what? No one's gonna fucking do it anyways. 200 gifted subs. 200 gifted subs, I would do a 24-hour stream right now. That's all it takes, smile. And I don't think anyone's gonna do it anyways. You know what? This one looks useless. I'm just gonna put this away. Saying no. I made my mark. 200 gifted subs and then I'll do a 24-hour. 200 dick pics. No. 200 gifted subs for 24 hours. Accumulated is alright, but like, you know, I would do it for only like 200. Yeah, I would do it like 200. That's about it. I'm not gonna get the pic of someone else's third nipple. Stop. That's all I can do. See? Told you guys. Easy. No one's gonna give 200 subs. That's right. Both nipple. But separate picture? I'm not getting them. Oh shit, what? Wait, really? Oh shit, it's another healing item. Agante Boca, what the fuck does that mean? How you doing, T-Bone? Is this some kind of bad word that I said? Uh-oh. I said bad word, uh-oh. Security code? Oh no, I don't have the security code. Oh wait! Oh! 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 Hold mouth. Okay, hold mouth. I guess you wanna hold my mouth. Is it this? Oh my god, okay, no. What is it again? Hold on. I need to fucking read this again. It's not alloy. I don't think it's this one. Wait. Oh. Oh. So the first person to get it wrong and shut the fuck up. I remember them talking about self-destruct, fucking the thing for self-destruct is like the fucking name or some shit like that. I don't remember what it is. I just don't remember where is it. Fuck, where's the fucking thing? Oh, this one thing. Wait, is it not this one? What? Oh! Oh, fuck. Veron. It's Veron, that's for sure. Veron. Maybe he's Batman, true.
This facility will definitely
Go Veron.
Fine.
Get it because the game's called Goat Veronica. Ah, yes. Oh fuck, for 5 minutes. Fuck, I'm running to a wall. That's about 5 minutes. Yo, horse cock. Yeah, the fucking thing is horse cock, that's for sure. Hello.
You made it. Of course. Come on. Let's get out of here.
Oh, no. Got the code wrong. Yeah, I thought it was fucking Alexia. I was like, wait a minute, it's fucking Veronica. I'm fucking dumb. What an idiot. Yo, what an idiot. Imagine, what the fuck? Imagine the code being in front of your face this whole time. Holy shit, booba.
What are we gonna do?
They pooped out a woman. Holy crap.
Okay. Turn the key clockwise simultaneously on 3.
Got it.
What the fuck? Yo, they pooped out a woman. Stop. What the fuck's happening?
1, 2, 3.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did they show her nipples? Like, what the fuck?
I'll keep her busy. Just go for the emergency elevator.
Chris, but
I can take care of this. Just go.
show both nipples?
You
Damn.
have to make it. Don't die on me.
I'm gonna die on her, honestly. Uh-oh. Shit, dude. Ha! Wait, what? Oh. Oh, it's another face. Oh. Okay. Damn, look at that face. Oh, face and face. Ew, okay, we're no longer bang. Oh god. Oh god. Whatever. Oh shit, I died. Oh fuck, I died! I thought I had a lot of health. Oh my god. Okay, well, that's stupid. Called the horny. True, that's like me. And also, yeah, you can always laugh. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Yeah, at least there's a, you know, there's a fucking save point right here. I have a condition called the what the fuck? Why do you have a condition called the horny? Oops. Reverse tentacle porn, true.
This facility will detonate.
Oh fuck me! I don't want to watch this thing.
All doors are now unlocked.
I'm still waiting for my 200 subs, so I could, you know, fucking. I'm not doing any 24-hour stream. What the fuck are you talking about? You said 25? Fuck 25. God, hold on. Oh, crap, dude. Oh, God! Am I even hitting her? I feel like I'm not even hitting her at all. Oh god. Ugh. I like how they throw everything at me, like what the fuck? God, how many fucking things they actually throw at me? Oh shit. Oh, well, okay. Damn. That vagina's stinky, honestly. man. Are you kidding me? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh god, okay. Hey, skeleton. Oh fuck me! I thought it was a fucking... hold on. Fuck, dude! Oh, god, bro. I'm gonna die. Why is this auto aim so fucking shit? Hold on. I'm gonna fucking die, that's for sure. Oh, okay, whatever. That's that. Yo, why is this auto aim so fucking shit? Like, this is the worst fucking auto aim I've ever seen for this gun. Look how fucking shit the auto aim is. It's not auto aim. No, it is auto aim, but like it's just literally just like that. You know? No, it aims at the person. It aims at the thing. Oh, please don't make me fucking do the fucking... Oh, okay, whatever. Then what do you call that kind of aiming, though? Is it semi-auto aim? Oops. When it turns towards the enemy. Oh my god, I'm actually tired. Holy shit. When it turns towards the enemy, but it doesn't point towards the enemy, what does that mean? What is it called? Because look, like even if I am behind her, it turns towards her, but it doesn't aim at her. It does. What? I need someone to legit look at it. It does turn at her. What the fuck? It does turn at her. I swear to god it does turn at her. Am I just the only one? Yeah, but it turns towards her. It doesn't aim at her. It turns towards the direction that she's at. Oh god. Got her by the tit? Yeah, sure. Are you kidding me? Whoa. There's all these fucking enemies, holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta show you this. It's literally what it is. Alright, if I turn 180 on this thing, right? I have this thing. Alright. Oh shit, it actually just aims at her, huh? Okay, I guess so. I mean, it just doesn't aim. Okay, yeah, it... See? It does that! See? Great, Peripheral. See, it does that! See, if I don't... Look! It just does that! See? It's fucking... It's auto-aim. It's legitimately just auto-aim. It's just... Whatever bullshit auto-aim is this? You know? It's the bullshit auto-aim. Oh my god, bro. Are you kidding me? Where is she? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Oh my god, wow. I guess I just had to fucking hit the wall. It tagged her? I guess so. It literally was an auto aim, alright? It was literally an auto aim. It literally was an auto aim, alright?
No!
It just doesn't point it to her. Because she's flying around like a fucking idiot. That's it. Because it literally doesn't do that. It just auto aims and then it sticks to there and then you had to aim at her afterwards. We don't believe you, dude. Oh my god.
Well done, Chris. It turns out that Alexia's work wasn't much of anything.
Guys, you think I'm actually lying, Copium? What the fuck, Copium?
Let her go, Wesker.
Only trusting HJ, Copium.
Fine.
Claire.
Today's a good day. I came for Alexia, but killing you is even better.
Sorry to disappoint you, but Alexia is gone.
That's no longer a concern to me. I have Steve to work with.
What?
Steve. In his body, there's still a living T. Alexia virus. Steve should be a good specimen. Maybe he'll come back alive, just as I did, and be able to see your sister again.
You freak.
Don't you touch him!
I'm sorry, dear heart. But my men have already taken him.
I asked, what do you call that aim?
But what about...
Is it semi-auto? Because it looks semi-auto anyways.
Remember your promise.
I'll end this once and for all. Say hello to my comrades who've killed.
I don't know where you get your confidence, Chris.
Semi-auto. Oh my god, he kicked her in the nuts. What the fuck? Literal nut shot. What the fuck? Aim assist. I probably think it's aim assist then. Oh my god, wait. Am I supposed to fight him now? Are you serious? I'm supposed to wait.
The self-destruct system has been activated. All personnel evacuate immediately. The
Oh my
self-destruct
fucking god,
system
what's this?
has been activated. All personnel, evacuate immediately.
What is this? Dude, she probably has a fucking license and fucking flying a plane, that's for sure. No, I just beat the game, sure. Oh my fucking god. Ow. Hey, Pip. Yeah, finishing this game today. Also, Chris is not doing well in fighting. Look at that. Chris isn't doing well. Oh shit, he's dead.
Sure, I'm not human anymore. But just look at the power I've gained.
I'm gonna say this. Dudes who talk like that literally probably dudes who talk like that probably has a fucking small dick, like a fucking 2-incher. I have the power. I am immortal, and it's like fucking his dick is like 2 inches. Yippers. He has a super cock, super cock. Oh shit. That's what he got. That's what he gets. Wesker's a bitch. Yeah, Wesker's a fucking bitch, honestly. No boss fight scanned by game. Yeah, man. I thought I had to fucking fight Wesker, honestly. Oh! That vibrator. I mean, vibration. No, my controller. Sorry, my controller. Look, my controller. That's for sure.
Nice try, Wesker.
Oh fuck.
Today's your lucky day. Next time we meet, don't count on another. Next time. Until we meet again.
See, my controller's vibrating, alright? That's not a vibrator. Okay, what's this? Thanks, Vaughn.
Chris, where are you?
Oh no, the anthill is dying. Oh no, the anthill is about to explode. It's destroying. Oh no. Wow.
Hey, you know that I always keep my promises.
Wow.
Chris, promise me. Please promise that you won't leave me alone again.
I'm sorry, Claire, but it's not over yet. There's still something we've got to do.
I mean...
Yeah, it's payback time. We've got to destroy Umbrella. Now, let's finish this.
Fuck me. Jesus Christ, are you kidding me? Oh god. Thank god this game is over. I don't want to fucking play this game anymore. Game's alright, but I hate the fucking backtracking and whatever fucking no fucking health thing in this game. This game fucking could, I don't know, suck a dick or something. Best character, by the way, probably my fucking simp Steve. Cause god, if he had like $1 million, he would literally donate to like some streamer and have that weird anime voice. Yeah, it's just like, Claire, I think I want to save you. I will protect you all my life, right now. Claire, give me those guns, and I'll get something. I don't even know, man. It's a fucking whatever it is. Okay, can I skip this thing? I can't skip it. Wow, I had to really watch this fucking thing. Game is alright, I guess. I don't think I'll be playing this game again. Your voice is perfect for Steve. Yeah. I don't think I'll be playing this game again. This game is alright, but it has its flaws. Like, I don't know, it's way too long of a fucking Resident Evil game. I don't think, like, whatever that other game's called, Resident Evil 4 was that long, honestly. I don't even know if Resident Evil 4 was that long. Yeah, he never said the stuff, but like, he just acts like a fucking simp, though. Acts like a no. There's one. Actually, yes, there's one part. Actually, RE4 I think is shorter. There's one part where like Steve says that he will protect fucking Claire. He's like, I'm sorry, Claire. I promise the next time I will protect you. He did it at the part where it's the wasn't it the part where like he was hanging on a fucking ledge for that long and he was like, I'm sorry, Claire. Like fucking Claire saves him. Wasn't it that part? I don't remember it was that part, honestly. But all I remembered it was like the part where he's like, I'm sorry, Claire. I promise I will protect you next time, or whatever it is. No, it was after the wasn't it after the boss fight, whatever it was. I don't remember what it was anymore. But I remember it's like him just saying like, oh, I'm just gonna save you afterwards, or whatever. I guess, but I don't know. Favorite boss? God, fuck me. Favorite boss? I don't like the Tyrant. I don't like Alexia. Gotta be Wesker because I didn't fight him at all. Yeah, gotta be Wesker, man. Don't have to fight him. He fucking dies anyways. Or he fucking gets hurt. All by his own. I don't even know if there's gonna be a fucking CVX remake. Cause this game has incest and fucking it's not anti-trans. Whatever it is. It just has like fucking incest stuff. Political correct shit? I guess so. I don't know. A non-political, Alright, give me like my end credit screen. Wow, they're both together in a fucking shopping mall. Nice. E My ranking E. Would that deter them from remaking them because of the fucking... I guess, but also at the same time it's because of society. Society right now is like no incest, no anti-trans. No, sorry. Yeah, no anti-trans. If anti-trans, you fucking... whatever it is. E. Battle game? What the fuck does battle game mean? Battle game. What the fuck did they show battle game?
Resident E.
Ashford full trans. True. Look at those save. Yeah, 48 saves. What the flying fuck? Yo, can we play? Yo, we can actually play as Steve. Holy shit, Steve. Yeah, okay, wait, no, wait. Yeah, she's 19. See, she's 19 here. And he's 17. Dude, this fucking Steve wanted to kiss fucking... Steve wanted to kiss Claire, bro. Yo! Play as Steve. No. Fuck, I'm not gonna play as Steve. Shota game? Shota game. Yeah, it's a fucking Shota game. Do it? No, I'm not doing it. Yeah, Steve is 17, bro. Okay, what's this? Third person for first person? What the fuck? Wait, what? First person? What the fuck? Is this guy? God, what the fuck is this movement? Look. It's unplayable. I mean, it looks fucking unplayable. Look at that shit. Wait, hold on. Let me actually bring out this gun and these instead. Oh. What the flying fuck is this? What the flying fuck is this? First person, dude. Oh shit. Oh shit, I thought I was gonna fucking get hurt by that. What the... Dude, look how fucked up this plant is. look how fucked this plant is. I must defeat the monster. Which one is still alive? Yeah, that's right, in the ass, bitch. It's wasn't it Resident Evil Survivor, which is like the first person shit? Yeah. I don't know what the fuck am I doing. It's a weird ass shit, honestly. Look at how weird it is. What the flying fuck? Why do I have to do the battle game? Okay. Yeah, we beat the game. I beat the game. I can totally see this mode being speedrun. I mean, it probably is speedrunnable, but like, you know, it's fucking... What the fuck? where the fuck am I aiming at? Okay. What the? This is so bad. I don't like this. Why is this a thing? Why did Capcom make this? Yeah, why did fucking Capcom make this? I don't like this. I guess like a rail shooter, I guess. Roach Hunter mode? Are you fucking... No. Okay, no. Nope. Can I exit this? I'm just gonna exit this like this. Okay. We're done. We're done with this fucking game. Yo, I got the fucking... The arrogant queen. Put an end to the queen's reign. It's just a fucking blacks. Yo, they showed the nipple. What the fuck? They actually showed the fucking nipple. What the? But roaches everywhere. Jesus. Get the rocket launcher. There's a rocket launcher in this game? Receive encouragement from a young lady. That sounds like a fucking blowjob. Yeah, this one just sounds like a fucking blowjob. Finish the game in under 4 hours. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. I think that's about it for me. Yep. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm done with this game. Yeah. I assume it's unlocked beating. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. You know, yo, we can actually play this game, you know? Yo, guys, we could play this game. Or we could play this game if I have PS Plus again. Anyways, yeah, I'm done with CVX. What do I think about the game? CVX is alright. It's quite a challenge, and I can tell why people are kind of like, you know, it's way too long for them and they quit this game. That's for sure. Would I want to play it again? Probably not. I don't even know if I want to play it again. But yeah, I think I'm done with this game. This game is cool. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I'm not going to do a 24-hour stream. Fuck you, fuck yourselves if you're asking me to do a 24-hour stream right now. I'm already tired as fuck. Yeah, there's a lot of backtracking, and I really hate the backtracking in this game. So, no backtracking. Boo? Yeah, go fuck yourself. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Let me see. Look at those. Wolf? What? Wolf? Horse pussy? What the fuck? No 24-hour. I did say 200 subs. 200 subs, and I'll do a 24-hour stream. All right. No one did it, so there's that. All right. No one did it. There's that. Me and Etiquette are going there after this, so might as well raid. Hold on. Let me see who else can I raid. Both of us can even give you a shout out. Copium man. How about I raid? Wait, what is... Okay, question. What is Wolf fucking playing? Oh, he's doing the RE4. Wasn't he running the RE4 thing for like a month or some shit? Anyways, The other thing I could actually, the other person that I'm thinking of actually hosting is, actually that's two. Either, whatever, I'm just gonna host it up to like what I think. You got the save from Bach. Oh, I see. Whatever. There. Alright. I'm gonna hit the bed. Like I don't even know what to do. Just fucking, I don't know. Whatever rate, whoever it is. I don't really care. I don't really mind it as long as it's like good people. I know who Wolf DNC is anyways. So thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys Take care. Love you. See you tomorrow. I don't know what game I'm gonna be running tomorrow or playing tomorrow. We'll see. If I run something tomorrow, it's probably gonna be Saw again. If I play something tomorrow, then yeah, it's probably just something else. Anyways, see you. Love you. Bye.